Welcome to the best of March 2021. You all know how this works by now. 10 hours of the best stories from March. Topics of all kinds put together in no specific order for your entertainment. If you enjoy this video, be sure to drop a like rating. Also, if you are new and you aren't already subscribed, please consider. We are less than 5,000 subscribers from 100k. Enjoy the video. And, as always, I hope you all have a great night. You probably won't want to go after me telling you this, but I'm going to tell it anyway. I got to, really. Don't get me wrong. The man makes fantastic burgers, but I've been feeling sick lately every time I eat there. I don't mean just feeling sick to my stomach. Sure, the place has always had more grease than my doctor would recommend, but this is different. You see, things have been happening to me recently that I don't quite like. Not just the feeling sick in the head. My dreams have started to get weird. Like I didn't used to remember them, even if they were scary, but now they're scary and I do remember them. Like last night. I dreamt this dream about a woman coming to me in the forest, and she was an absolute smoke show, let me tell you, but then she bends over me and bites a chunk out of my arm. Real clean, I'll give it to her. And then I'm screaming and screaming, and then I wake up, sweating while my dog barks at me. I've been throwing up too. Listen, I don't have the strongest stomach, but I haven't thrown up since I was back in college playing Edward 40 Hands on the frat house porch with the boys. Good times. But now I'm 28 and I shouldn't be throwing up. It's not after I eat at Joe's. Usually the day after, but when I throw up it's all red and black and smelling something awful. So I decided to tell Joe about this, and you know what he says? Good. The man told me it was a good thing, and so I inquired further what he was on about. And things just got weird. Now remember, I love Joe, and I definitely love his double-decker Hellbreaker burger. But this was just, well, you'll see. Yeah, good. It means you're having a reaction to it. A reaction to what? To my cooking. But it's a bad reaction. Any reaction is a good one. He said putting the Hellbreaker in front of me. The fries looked like tiny worms to me, but they had a surprising crunch to them. I eat my burger and move on with my day. Into the night. Into my weird dreams. I wake up again after one of them. A lady again. She took out my eye with a fork. Popped it in her mouth like candy. Past those thick, red lips. Weirdly sexual for something so cannibalistic. I've got this itch inside. Not like physical, but something mental. It's telling me I gotta go to Joe's, so I do. It's closed. He shuts down around midnight, and it looks like a ghost town. Some abandoned place with a dumb shit urban explorer would venture into. But I go out back, just like that itch is telling me. He's got this big shed out back where he keeps stuff. Gotta be like the size of a warehouse. Pretty close to it at least. Don't know why we call it a shed. It's bigger than the restaurant. He always says it's there to store all his extra stuff. Some people say he lives there, but I know he's got a farm a little outside of town. He's taken me there before. Let me meet his cows and chickens and wife. Nice time, really. So I'm standing outside the shed, breathing hard, itching all inside, and I turn the handle and, of course, it's locked. But I can't just leave it. So I start looking around and, would you believe it? He had one of those little turtles you can store your keys under. I unlocked the door and went in. Of course it was dark, but I popped the lights on, with all of them flickering and such. I still don't know exactly what I saw, but it was right strange. Something awful, really. He has these creatures, I'd guess you'd call them. They look like cows, but without the hide, and they're moving around, undulating like a dancer on a stage, just back and forth and back and forth. But they didn't have any head or feet or tails or nothing. They're just the insides. I go up to one of them and get a closer look. It's just the cow. The inside. All beef. It's slimy, dripping on the ground, and I hear a strange creaking noise. Sprinklers come on, drenching me in the sort of cow and water. I step back and watch it shimmy some more under the spray. I move to the next one, as there has to be like 20 of them. This one is smaller, and I can see its stomach, all working hard to digest something. I peer at him close, get right next to him as the water keeps coming down. Whatever it's digesting, it doesn't look like grass. I don't like how solid it seems, how substantial it looks in those stomachs, moving from organ to organ slowly. I move to the next one, and its intestines don't look right, like they're knotted up. Its heart isn't beating, and it isn't moving. Dead. I mean, have they ever been alive? Are these things alive? I'm moving to the next one without thinking, and it's squirming, the worst of them. Muscles contracting and lengthening beneath the water. The sprinklers shut off, and I'm left with the sound of dripping and those bodies wiggling in the air on the hooks. I keep looking around. Turns out he has chickens like that too. Strange, unfeathered, unskinned creatures, and they're wiggling all about. I move on though. They don't interest me like the cows. Then I find something worse. Far, far worse. It isn't cow, or chicken, or pig, the latter of which are in the back. 5 pink hogs squirming underneath lamplight. No, what lies at the end is a muscle I recognize. Reminds me of those diagrams in high school gym class where they'd point out how we move. It was squirming too, moving about on its hook, all meat and bones and nothing else. It's just the torso too, which is better and worse, all at once. I don't want to think about how he grew that one in particular. So I'm hightailing it out of there, soaking wet, forgetting to lock the door, that wiggling torso burning in my mind. Going into my apartment, showering the stink and the memories off, and now I'm sitting here in bed typing this. And I'm torn, you know, because his Hellbreaker burger is damn fine. I don't know if I can stop eating it. Not now, even after seeing that. I mean, maybe he's just using it to try out something new, to see if he could. I doubt it would even taste good. Not as good as those cows, as those chickens, as those pigs. And how do you tell a man you found his experimental grow lab that you're curious if he's using it in his damn fine burgers, or if it's just for shits and giggles? Don't get me wrong. I've really been thinking about the moral implications, but I really cannot tell you how good those burgers are. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him about it. Or slip it into conversation. Maybe I'll just keep eating Hellbreakers until my heart gives out from the grease. Anyway, I'd recommend you stop by Joe's down on 49, in front of the giant warehouse. It's got a big neon sign. You can't miss it. Order a Hellbreaker and some fries. Try a milkshake if you're into that sort of thing. But don't tell him about the stuff I saw. Please. I don't want him to cut me off or nothing. I really can't imagine living without those burgers. Humans were created to be social with each other, to go out for a drink, play golf with a friend, or simply relax in the comfort of home renting movies. I seem to be a clear exception to that rule. Even back when I had lived in the city, I never was very extroverted or a person who went out of their way to socialize. It didn't really appeal to me all that much. In school, my nickname was Beaver, due to the fact that I possessed an unusually large tooth hanging out in the front of my mouth. Long story short, I'm glad I finally got it removed. But I digress. I grew up skipping things like prom and bachelor parties. It's not that I'm completely inept or incapable of communicating with another human being. Rather, I prefer my time to myself. The peace and quiet helps my mind relax and process everything around me. Plus, I have a hobby that keeps me busy. Winemaking. Who doesn't like wine? I go to the supermarket in town every now and then, get the berries I need, drain them, and extract every drop I can to ensure the wine is as delicious as can be. I even have secret ingredients I refuse to tell anyone about. I don't want some leech copying my recipe. But when you live out here, in the middle of nowhere, that's pretty unlikely. There is nothing but nature to accompany you, when you're not keeping yourself busy anyway. I take great pride in my hobby. At this point, I've turned it into a side hustle. The people in town say I make the best wine they've ever tasted, but become frustrated when I refuse to tell them my process. I have to make plenty of trips into town for things like going to work, getting groceries, and obtaining the necessary things for creating my wine. For that specifically, however, I just make sure to get a lot all at once so the long journeys are far and few between. I don't hunt animals for food, even though my living situation might make you think the contrary. One morning I had awoken, my stomach grumbling for food as I rubbed the grog out of my eyes. The sounds of the birds chirping always soothed me as I got out of bed. I glanced at my phone on the table, keeping a gaze on the missed call notifications but not picking it up. I made a rule about not using my phone as soon as I woke up. I previously read online that it wasn't healthy for you. Cell service wasn't the greatest out here anyway, so half the time the dang thing didn't even work properly. Making my way to the kitchen, I opened up the fridge to grab the usual items to make breakfast, only to find that it was barren. Although I was sure I could have restocked it recently. Damn, I immediately thought, now wanting to kick myself for my lack of preparation. I always kept a set schedule for everything in my life, not just this. It irritated me beyond belief when I did something to upset that. Nonetheless, I slipped on a pair of old jeans, a t-shirt, as well as a jacket and headed out to my truck, making sure to lock the front door behind me. I calmly walked up to the vehicle while whistling a familiar tune, treating the day as if it were just any other. But when I got to the driver's side of my truck, something was off. I couldn't put my finger on it. I turned to look around, seeing nothing but the usual trees, bushes, and rocks all scattered by the perimeter of the cabin. I darted my eyes left and right, trying to get this small feeling of unease out of my head. It was rare for me to be the target of this particular emotion. Felt like I was being watched, like someone or something was nearby, keeping its eyes fixed on my every move, but I had come out here 1,000 times before. Rarely did I ever let the quiet of the wilderness bother me. It was usually the polar opposite. I hopped in the truck, letting myself relax in the warmth of the seats. I chalked up my unease to me just being tired from having woken up less than 10 minutes ago. The drive to the store was just as quiet as the property. I didn't turn on the radio like I usually did to drown out the noise, because there was currently no noise to drown out. When I made it to the store, I grabbed everything I needed in a mad dash to get back home. As I said, I'm not much of a people person, and that place is filled to the brim with them. I prefer berries far more. Despite it being a small town, the population seemed to be increasing exponentially. It's almost like they're trying to make up for all the missing persons cases lately. On my trip back, I decided to take the highway, listening to music as I cruised along and enjoyed myself. I was only just about to hit the outskirts of town when the sounds of a police siren jerked me back to reality. You've got to be kidding me, I mumbled out loud, gripping the steering and getting off the highway on an exit. This right here was the last thing I needed. I was already in a hurry, and this would for sure delay it by at least another 10 minutes. I groaned as I led myself down a quieter road to pull over, hoping the cop would shut those frickin' sirens up as soon as possible. I came to a halt on a skinny suburban road, killing the engine and waiting for him to walk up to my window. I never had many run-ins with law enforcement before. I can't say that I'm a very risky person. I keep my head low, do what I need to do to make sure to stay out of the spotlight. No unnecessary attention. Soon enough, the officer tapped on my window. I sighed hesitantly before rolling it down. He kneeled slightly, allowing me to get an extended glance at his face. The officer sported a black goatee with a little bit of stubble on the sides. His build was more on the thin end of things. He wasn't underweight by any means, but I could tell he was once quite athletic. More so than now. A pair of aviators covered his eyes while a typical police uniform hat concealed his haircut. But even past that, I could tell he didn't like what he was seeing when he laid his eyes on me. He nodded his head in my direction, chewing a piece of gum loudly as he spoke. "Good morning," he announced gently, failing his attempt to fake basic courtesy. There was a slight tremble in his voice. I could tell. "Care to tell me why it is you're in such a rush?" I stifled my response. In the rush to get back home, I had forgotten to pay attention to how fast I was actually going. I apologize, officer. Just wanted to get these groceries back home. I've got ice cream in the trunk and it's really hot out here. Don't want the heat ruining it," I replied, keeping my demeanor collected. He grinned and let out a small chuckle, clearly amused by the simplicity of my situation, while also trying to maintain confidence. "Well, you're going 10 over, he told me bluntly. "That's pretty serious. I'm going to have to write you a ticket." Great, I thought. Just what I needed right now. The officer held out a hand just before asking, "Sir, would you please hand over your license?" Not wanting the situation to escalate any farther, I dug into my pocket, retrieved my driver's license, and handed it to him. He scanned it over for a few moments. "I'll be right back." He nodded right before walking off at a brisk pace. Just as he was out of sight and earshot, I felt my phone begin to vibrate in my pocket. I awkwardly adjusted myself in the seat, reaching down to grab my phone. Once I slipped it out and laid my eyes on the screen, the caller ID was not one I recognized, but I picked up to humor myself anyway. "Hello?" I answered. "You're an idiot," the gruff, masculine voice on the other end erupted. "Who the hell are you?" I retorted, genuinely confused. "That cop? He's not a real cop. Jesus, you weren't even smart enough to ask for his badge. Listen, I'll explain everything later, but you've got to get out of there now," the man exclaimed. I only chuckled in response. The guy on the other end groaned, clearly frustrated by the fact I wasn't taking him seriously. "Fine, go ahead. Laugh it off all you want, but I'll be the one laughing when I find your corpse tomorrow." How do you even know what's going on? Are you following me or something? I asked rhetorically, taking a second glance at my surroundings out the window. "Just leave. Get out of that damn town. This isn't a joke. You've just got to trust me." "And why should I do that?" "Because I'm not some stranger, Beaver." Immediately my heart sank. I still wasn't completely won over though, but they knew my high school nickname. Sure, a bit of research could have helped them find that out, but how did they know where to look in the first place? "How did you know that?" I finally answered. "Because," the man stuttered. "That tooth, you finally got it removed midway through senior year. Even the teachers knew how much you wanted to take Stacy Dawkins to prom. You saved up a ton of money to get a job at JCPenney to pay for a limo. You preferred to work the night shift and always made sure you half-assed the job until they gave you a raise, which they didn't. So you quit in August of 2014. I stopped, completely speechless at the revelation, the stranger had revealed to me. How did you know that? Like I said, I'll tell you later. Just get your license back and go, he commanded, not wanting to argue any farther with me. When I heard the footsteps of the officer approaching my car, I quickly hung the call up and put my hands back on the wheel as to not raise any suspicion, putting my foot on the gas is well ahead of my time. You're lucky it's just a ticket, he says, leaning over and handing me my license through the window. But just after I grabbed it, I saw the officer subtly shifting his arm in a reverse motion, as if to reach for something behind him. I did as the stranger had told and immediately floored the gas, leaving the unlucky officer coughing up all the debris that had been kicked into his face by my wheels. Hey, get back here! He managed to get out in between all the hacking. I didn't listen or even look in the mirror. I kept going, darting off into the back roads on the edge of town, hoping I would lose him. Left, right, left, then left again. I took as many turns as possible trying to make sure he wouldn't be able to follow. The head start gave me a massive advantage. It would at the very least buy me some more time to find out who the caller was. Speaking of which, my phone began to ring again through all the chaos of my reckless driving. The same mysterious caller ID as before. I reached over and quickly tapped the answer button. You're all good. You lost him, but you need to get home. Drive slow. I don't want you to lose the signal before I can finish speaking. We both know how crappy the cell service is near your place, he informed me, sounding highly displeased. You shouldn't know that, I shot back. Listen, on your way back, I need to let you know of some things. Number 1, do not go into your house through the front door. And what's going to happen if I do? I began, right before being interrupted by the stranger. Will you please shut up and let me finish? Jesus. Number 2, park your truck at least a good 300 feet away. Do not park on the path or driveway. 3, go in through the exterior doors to the basement. I'll meet you down there. Before I could respond with any sort of input, the stranger quickly hung up, more than likely not wanting me to waste any more time engaging with trivial details. I didn't even get the chance to ask how he knew what was happening. If he was actually in my basement, something was wrong. But so far the stranger had only helped me. I prayed it would stay that way. I sped up on my way home, taking a second to look back every so often to confirm I wasn't being followed by the cop car, or anyone for that matter. But it felt like there almost had to be someone following me. How could the stranger be in 2 places at once? After going in circles multiple times, confusing myself and getting lost, I finally put my truck back on the right path to get to my house, although I was careful to make sure I kept notes of the area surrounding me. When I was nearing the area of the cabin, I stopped and parked my truck about 300 feet away as the stranger requested. I hesitated before opening the driver door, taking multiple peeks in each direction of the woods to make one final effort of being cautious. When I stepped out of the truck, a cold and bitter fall breeze passed through my jacket like it wasn't even there. I could remember it being much warmer in the morning. Regardless, I had to get moving. Once covering about 100 feet, I could immediately make out the shape of multiple humanoid figures moving around in my living room. They were clearly searching for something important. I could tell by how vigorously they moved my furniture around. I crouched down as I walked along the dirt, doing everything in my power to not step on twigs or crunch any leaves. Every little sound was amplified by tenfold out here. Whispering was yelling, walking was running, and whistling was screeching. In my driveway sat 2 black sedans. They looked nothing like typical police cars or anything of the sort. The windows were tinted black, and I could tell the doors were reinforced and heavily armored. I got myself closer to the house, circling over to the right and keeping myself out of sight between the trees. The last thing I needed was those men in the house spotting me. I hunched over once I made it to the exterior doors that led down to the basement. I grabbed the handles, scrunching my face up as the cold metal bars made contact with my skin. I slowly pulled the doors open and lowered myself inside, quietly closing them behind me as I marched down the staircase. The light was already on. Nothing looked out of the ordinary. Not that I could see, anyway. "Hey," whispered a voice from behind me, causing me to jump as a reflex. "Christ!" I exclaimed, putting my hands up in a boxer stance. In front of me stood a man dressed in black jeans, a multi-piece suit and tie, along with simple black dress shoes and a pair of dark sunglasses covering his eyes. He was bald, his head almost shining through the dimly lit area of the basement. "Are you him?" I asked, despite already being pretty sure of the answer. He simply raised an iPhone and waved it tauntingly in front of my face, as if to mock my naivety. "You are just as dumb as I thought," he said. "You truly will listen to any and everything someone tells you just because they know a couple things about you, don't you?" I stood dumbfounded at what he was saying. He didn't look like anyone I had ever encountered before. "How did you know all that stuff? There's no way you could have." He held up a hand, stopping me mid-sentence. "I'm going to need you to come with us," he announced calmly, reaching into his front pocket and retrieving a gun. I put my hands up in surrender, but I maintained a scowl at the man. "Who is us?" I questioned. "You better tell me. I demand to know." He ignored my demand, instead raising his gun and motioning me to move forward. I did as told. He led the path as he marched towards the second half of my basement, the more recreational half, if you will. It was fitted with a TV, couch, and a cellar for the ingredients of my wine. A small hatch sat parallel to the couch, and it was opened, a potent scent of iron leaking from the expanse. There were more suited men similar to him standing around the open hatch to my wine cellar, looking down in it with nothing but looks of horror and disgust in their eyes. "I think I'm gonna be sick," one coughed, placing his hand in his elbow. They all turned simultaneously, glaring at me with nothing but a combination of malice and pride. The biggest of the suited men, a tall, burly man with long brown hair, stepped over in my direction, looking me down and sizing me up. His disdain for me was unlike anything I had seen before. He led me over to the open cellar, that same obnoxiously powerful scent of iron traveling up my nostrils. I marched calmly towards the hatch, but the inside, I was going mad. It's nearly impossible to describe. "You're a sick puppy, you know that?" The beer-bellied hulk of a man gruffed. He grabbed my neck, forcing me to look down the hole at my handiwork. My beautiful handiwork. The blood-drained bodies of so many men, women, and children. Some were even families. I thought it would be better that way, to put them all in the same batch. They all laid there lifelessly with not even an ounce of the crimson liquid left in their veins. Their skin was shriveled up like that of a raisin. They looked almost zombie-like, so frail, so bitter, and emaciated. It was perfect. I always knew it would be a good batch when the berries looked like that after I was done. The agent who had called me over the phone grabbed a walkie-talkie from his pocket and held down the button before speaking. A $100,000 bounty for the winemaker, primary suspect. We're heading back to base with him in our custody now. Thank God we got to him before the cops did. Once we collect the reward we're owed, he won't be our problem anymore. Then it's the courts. I turned, focusing my gaze on all the agents. Except this time when I looked at them, it wasn't fear, no pretend display of confusion or feigning of ignorance. I just smiled. I smiled as hard and wide as I could, my stained teeth protruding from between my lips. I needed them to be as proud of my work as I was. The time, effort, and man-hours I had put into my hobby was far too great to be unappreciated. I relaxed my hands as I spoke slowly and deliberately one final time. I wanted them so desperately to listen. I don't suppose any of you gentlemen would turn down some fresh wine. Maybe just a sip, perhaps. Back in October of last year, I applied for a job as a hotel bellboy, and the interview came with some peculiar rules. I'd been laid off in August like many others, and this opening came up in passing during a conversation at a bar. I was camping on a college friend's couch at 22. We decided to meet his girlfriend to get out of the house and have a drink with her old sorority sisters. The term outdoor and 50% capacity had been stretched to its limit in Hoboken. The only real change since the pandemic was that no one could sit at the bar, and they put less tables on the floor, meaning seating was cramped. That's how I met Catherine. In the commotion, my group rushed to find seats with some friends we already knew. Catherine had been talking to my friend Jill when everyone scrambled to make room for us, and she hesitated to move during the seating shuffle. When everyone was settled, my roommate had stolen Jill away to another table, and Catherine was trapped with us. Catherine was a pretty blonde girl with big brown eyes and definitely one of Jill's sorority sisters. Well, conversation kicked up for our group. Catherine was quiet, obviously feeling kind of awkward and excluded. I guess she only really knew Jill, so I struck up a conversation with her to be polite. Of course, there's a limited number of topics near strangers are comfortable having with each other at first. Inevitably, I asked her what she did for a living. I work at the Magnum. She said as if I'd know what that was. To be fair, most of my friends who'd taken up business degrees and gotten jobs as analysts of some kind answer the question the same way. My biology major didn't lend itself to company names. When I asked, she explained it was a luxury hotel in the city. I thought hotels weren't doing so well right now, I said. It's the type of place with clients rich enough to rent out floors for 6 weeks, Catherine explained. We kind of don't worry about rotating traffic. Pays well, tips are pretty good too. Biggest problem is the short staff since, you know. The giant unemployment elephant in the room, all us young workers refused to acknowledge, hovered wordlessly between us. I spent the rest of the night talking to her about hockey, latching on to the fact that she was a Devils fan. I didn't really get desperate enough to consider hotel service until a month later when my already pathetic savings had dwindled to almost nothing, and none of my other prospects had panned out in my field. I was staring down at my last can of tuna and, though Brian hadn't asked, I knew I should be paying rent or moving out by now. I wasn't going to move in with my asshole dad, and my mom just sold her house to pay for her own hospital expenses. Money, money, would do. I decided to take a chance and text Catherine, hoping she wouldn't be offended that this was the first time I was reaching out to her since we met. I got an automatic message back that I was texting a landline. I half assumed then that she gave me a fake number, one off from her cell or something. Part of me found that amusing. I called it, half expecting an automatic machine to tell me it'd connect me to the moon in the rejection system. This would be a funny little anecdote to tell Jill if that was the case, and maybe a little concerning for my social skills, but no. 2 rings in, Catherine picked up. Hello? Oh, hi, I said, stilted, shocked she was actually on the other side. Catherine? This is Catherine, right? Right about then I realized I didn't remember her last name. From the bar the other night for Jill Delaney's sorority sister reunion. It's Jessie, by the way. Smooth as sandpaper. Yeah, I remember. You were right over there, Jessie? Yeah, I just didn't expect you to answer a landline. Right, she said sheepishly. I forgot that. They don't really let us use cell phones here, so I kind of fell into the habit of giving out people my work phone. Sorry, you can call me Kat, by the way. Cat. Okay. You're working? I can call back, or you can call me back, or... I heard myself making a bigger deal out of a simple question than it should be. I had a question about your job. If you were still hiring, I mean, the Magnum, like, if it was still hiring. I was listening to myself nervously rattle off nonsense, wondering why I wasn't dropping dead from mortification yet. Somehow, after that mess, Catherine didn't immediately hang up. She even told me she'd asked the manager about potential openings. I didn't hear anything for 2 days after that, and had almost forgotten about it when my friend Brian dropped a manila envelope on my lap. It was addressed to me, though I usually had my mail forwarded to my mom's in South Jersey. But there it was. When I opened it, there was a little introductory letter to me in type and textured paper. Dear Jessie Faw, your interest in joining the Magnum's hospital team, we have been referred your information and believe that it may fit the goals of our hotel. We would like to extend an invitation to conduct a formal interview and further discuss your skills and qualifications in relation to further opportunities. Please arrive at the following address at no later than 10 a.m. sharp on Saturday, 10/10/2020. Before your interview, please be sure to study the following rules before arriving and to come prepared. 1. If you arrive by car, you may park on the east lot in any blue space. Do not park in the white or reserved spaces. These are for guests. 2. You will enter through the eastern entrance. An eagle in the bras filigree on the door is correct entrance, should you not notice any signs. 3. If the door is open, walk in and proceed to step 3A. 4. If the door is closed, walk around to the south side entrance marked with a decorative woman and proceed to step 3B. 5. Please bring a printed copy of your resume. A. If you have arrived through the situation described in 2A, hotel staff will be there to greet you. Give the blonde attendant your coat and hat and other personal belongings, if you have either, and deposit any electronic devices on your person into the bin sitting on the accent table beside the mirror. B. If you have arrived through the situation described in 2B, you will be alone. Place your electronic devices, likewise, in a bin on the nearest accent table without a mirror in front of it. Leave your personal belongings, including purses, handbags, backpacks, timekeeping devices, wallets, keys, papers, notebooks, books, pens, pencils, and hats on the chair beside the table. You may proceed with your coat. 6. Proceed to room 002N on the map provided. Please take the time to memorize both routes. You shall not be permitted to speak to staff or guests under any circumstances. A. Do not interact with the staff or diverge from the most direct route possible. 7. When arriving, knock twice. Enter when you hear 2 knocks in return. 8. If you arrived in situation 2A described above, sit in the chair to the left. If you arrived in situation 2B described above, sit in the chair beside the desk of your interviewer. In the unlikely event that all chairs are filled, stand in the left-hand corner. In the unlikely event that there is only one chair, stand in the left-hand corner. 9. If it is only you and the interviewer, you will introduce yourself first with the following phrase. What a swell day it is to be out yonder. Lovely to meet you. I'm, your full name. Hear about the position. If you entered through the situation described in 2B, however, you may introduce yourself as you please. 10. If there is anyone else in the room, you are to wait to be spoken with. If there is a woman in the room wearing green, or a man with a feather in his breast pocket, do not speak to them no matter what they say to you. If there is a woman in the room with a hat, look immediately to the floor and do not look up at him for the remainder of the time he is in the room. If there is a man wearing red in the room, Do not confirm your full name throughout the duration of the interview. When asked to speak in this group, the phrase you will say in turn to your interviewer, "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I am excited for this opportunity to become a part of the Grand's illustrious team." 11. The interview will be conducted at this time. Answer honestly all questions, barring the caveats mentioned above. 12. You are not to leave the room until dismissed. 13. Upon leaving, you will wait for any woman in the room to stand and exit first. Do be sure to stand if they rise from their seats, and return to your seat when finished. If the man with a feather in his breast pocket is in the room, you will wait for him to dismiss you before leaving. 14. When exiting, you will leave through the east side entrance. 15. Discuss this list with no one. We are excited to meet you. Call with any questions or clarifications. The Magnum. I looked through the rules and flipped to the other pages in this packet. There was a map of the parking lot and first floor, contact information, clothing requirements, and an old-fashioned brochure listing benefits, responsibilities, and average salary of a bellboy, which was too good for what I expected to be a minimum wage experience. I think I'm being pranked, I told Brian, letting him read over the rules. Brian laughed and told me to toss it in the garbage or just frame it. It was garbage, yeah, but I knew the only person who would have tailor-made this garbage for me. I was flattered, really. This was pretty elaborate, and I'll admit, very detailed, down to the weathered look of the floor map. I went to text Kat, then remembered I still didn't have her cell. I called the landline instead to say thanks for the prank gift. "I didn't send you anything," Kat said, sounding genuinely surprised. I thought it was funny, Kat. The rules list is kind of just dramatic, don't you think? Rules? Kat sounded confused over the phone and then laughed. Oh, right. I forgot how weird they are when you start this job. What? I didn't send you anything, Kat said again. All I did was mention you to my manager, lied a bit and said you had some experience in hospitality. It's not like this job is demanding. He asked for your name and address, and I know you live with Jill's boyfriend, so easy enough. Your name is Jesse Faw, right? Yeah. He sent you a package, right? Lots of weird rules. If it is only you and the interviewer, you will introduce yourself first with the following phrase. What a swell day it is to be out yonder. I read dramatically. Yep, Kat said, laughing a little. You are actually supposed to follow them. Seriously? I'm not going to remember all this trash, I said, not without a checklist or something. Hold on. Kat hung up, and she didn't call back for a few minutes. She didn't call back until the next day. Hey, Jesse, Kat said. So I asked around and I was right. You don't have to worry. It's always the same. The rules are overcomplicated. If you want, I can go over them with you, but essentially, you're supposed to follow the 2B rule set. That's it? Yeah. I felt the biggest weight lift off my chest then, thinking of having an income again. If these people wanted me to sing and tap dance, I'd learn the choreography, fine. At the end of the day, I'd have the job and it's easier to hire someone than fire them. If this was all just a complicated hazing, fine. I asked Kat exactly what lines I had to follow for my play act of an interview. She started listing them off casually, but then sort of petered off. If you don't think you'll have it by Saturday, Kat said, a little hesitantly, I can come over and help you go over it. I grimaced. She was inviting herself over. Kat seemed sweet and I wanted to think of it as a kind gesture, but this just felt a little too above and beyond. I held the phone to my chest, panicking, looking for Brian to hiss my concerns at, but he was off at the gym. Suggest somewhere public, I thought to myself. How about we talk it over at, the park instead? Tomorrow, when do you get off work? I'm off at 6 tomorrow, actually. It'd be dark by then. There's a coffee house nearby. We could meet at the Green. She agreed and I hung up, feeling pretty good about relocating it to somewhere impersonal. Brian laughed at me when I told him later, and I realized I probably made it sound like a date. Shit. The not date review of the rules was actually not as bad as I thought it would be. Kat seemed truly eager to get down to business, interviewing what to do and when. She kept the list in her hand and made me recite each step. We ignored all the cafes and kept to the bare necessities of the path she and the other employees went through. And after you leave your stuff in the bin. But the jacket I can take, I chime in. When you get inside the room and sit in the back chair, you'll say, "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for this opportunity to become a part of the grand, illustrious bullshit team." Catherine smiled wide, observing me with wide brown eyes. "You're hired," she teased. I felt pretty right about Saturday. The attire required was another hurdle, but not as bad as the others. Black pants, black shirt with a collar, black shoes, red tie. I had some slacks from my graduation and borrowed the shirt from Brian. Jill and I found a tie for $1 at a thrift store. I took the subway into the city and made it to the Magnum at sometime around 9:50. As Kat had promised, the east entrance was closed, which meant I was going around to the south entrance. The building itself looked like any other hotel I'd seen in the city. Tall, stone structures with filigree and crests that added some extra air of importance to the structure's existence. To add to that, it was right across from the park, but only 4 blocks from a Chipotle. Nothing in the city is above being neighbors with convenient fast food. Before I even got inside, however, everything kind of went sideways. The east side entrance was closed as it was supposed to be, but so was the south side door. The filigree of a woman stared back at me, refusing to budge. This was the south side. This was the door I was supposed to walk through, but I pulled the handle and it didn't open. I knocked and waited. No one came. I rushed immediately back to the east side door, half dreading that it was the open one. If that was the case, I was screwed. I only knew the rules for the B scenarios, but when I tried that door, it was just as locked as the other. The hell? I walked around the street looking for another entrance, but couldn't find one. It was soon 10:05 and I was wondering if something had gone wrong, so I did the only thing I could think of and called Kat. She answered quickly enough. "What do you mean the door's closed?" Kat snapped. "It's Saturday, isn't it?" "Yeah, it is. You were supposed to be here. I saw it on Robert's schedule. Hold on, I'm coming down. Just go to the east side of the building and walk past the door into the alley. There's an employee entrance there. I can let you in. Just wait there." She hung up on me and I practically sprinted back around the wide building. The alley she was talking about was the odd backing to an otherwise opulent building. The walls were flat, the dumpsters crowding both sides and half open, reeking with garbage. Even in the middle of morning, it was dark in that little crack of space. The door Kat mentioned was a bland, gray door that looked severe and functional, completely detached from the gaudy facade that decorated the front. I paced up and down the chipped asphalt, dodging the glass chips and piled of crates. Then the white door opened, and I turned at attention. But it wasn't Kat at the door. "What are you doing back here, kid? You lost?" a man asked. He wore a trim red and black uniform and a little name tag that said Eddie. Instinctively, I would have answered no and babbled about being here for an interview, but I knew I wasn't supposed to be back here. This was the interview script, and if this was my only entrance, I couldn't be shooed away from it. "I'm the new guy. Rob told me to come in this way today," I said, boldly dropping the name I heard Kat use, but I made an awkward gesture toward the door, trying to convey going through and hoping vague complications seemed like an understandable enough barrier. "Oh," he said, seemed to think my uncertainty was warranted. His thin lips pressed together tight, and he gave me an odd kind of look. He may have wanted to say something, but instead quickly shouldered a large garbage bag that had been laid at his feet behind him, and held the door open for me. "Go on, then. He's got an interview or something today, so you can wait for him in the break room. 15E. I took the door from him and held it open in turn so he could take the garbage. "Thanks." Eddie nodded. His bag was dripping garbage slime, which is never pleasant, but he didn't seem bothered to have it hauled over his shoulder. When he walked past me, there wasn't the lingering smell of garbage, but there was something like iron. He walked on, and I walked into the hotel, the door closing behind me. I looked down at the polished floor, and there were stains when the garbage bag had been. They were a little ruddy red-brown, like the kind you'd see on a counter or a cutting board after cutting up a steak. Expired meat, I thought to myself. I realized Eddie wouldn't take long to throw out the trash, and I had to be out of sight by the time he arrived to not get caught. I sprinted down the hall, through a few sets of double doors, heading inward to the best of my approximation, hoping to hit a lobby or room number to guide my way. Soon enough, the tile floor turned to green carpet, and the ornate facade was back as I walked into the main rooms. I looked at the first door beside me, 025E. It wasn't where I was supposed to be, but it gave me an idea of where to go. Cat showed me a direct route on the map, so I knew I had to walk to the north wing first, which meant following E's numbers until they dwindled to 1 near the lobby, and then continuing on the way I would have if I entered through the southern entrance. I still had my coat and my phone, but this wasn't unmanageable. I could fake it. First thing first, I had to get rid of my stuff. The hall was ornate, decorated with slim wooden tables and delicate golden electric lighting. There were pieces of ivory, jade, and copper art that looked expensive. I quickly removed my coat and my phone by 011E, and kind of bundled both up and shoved it in a nice, wide porcelain vase. I wasn't about to lose a stupid interview over a technicality. I continued on, half afraid I was already lost until I hit the first wall with a copper bust of some 1800s guy. Kat had mentioned it before. I was in the hall directly behind the lobby and standing directly behind the concierge desk now. All I had to do from here is turn left, or I would have if I was coming from the south side. Now, I just had to keep walking and I'd be there. I'd keep going, turning right at the women's restroom, and then 002N was on the right. As past the bust, 2 chatting women, dressed as staff, rounded the corner and spotted me. When they did, they went dead silent. They didn't slow down, but they stared, jaws falling a little slack at the sight of me. I tried to smile back, but they ducked their heads away and kept walking. One of the girls dropped something. It was heavy enough that they should have been able to hear the dull thud, but they rounded the corner instead of stopping. It was a key. I picked it up, and it was clearly an old-fashioned room key. Not a card for an electric door, but a heavy brass key with a little tag that said 001. I backtracked a little, trying to catch their attention. They'd huddled closer together, walking arm in arm, whispering and giggling to one another. One threw her head back to sneak a glance at the empty hall and looked genuinely surprised to see me. I held the key up, showing her wordlessly what she left. She nodded and tossed her head to the side as if saying, "Get going." But she raised her hand to her lips and turned her back to me, breaking into a run arm in arm with her friend. I turned the key over in my hands. This was the part of the hall I was supposed to walk into. The instructions said I wasn't supposed to talk to staff. Maybe she knew that. Maybe she was one of Kat's friends and was helping me out. Should I have left the key on the ground? Was this a part of this weird hazing? I half debated just leaving it on the floor, but it wasn't my hand anyway. I turn it into the guy at my interview and tell him what happened. Maybe that was the point of it. Finally, I found room 002N. It was where Kat said it'd be. The second to last door in a dead-end hall. The last door, 001, was propped open, slightly ajar. Inside, the lights were off, giving me only a glimpse of the carpet. I knocked twice on 002N, like I was supposed to. "Come in," I heard from the other side of the door. I remained outside, at ease, knowing what Kat and I had rehearsed. "Hey, I said come in." Guy on the other side called a little louder. I shifted a little, debating if I should knock again. No, 2 knocks. Kat had even rapped her knuckles against the table when we went over it. I was supposed to wait for 2 knocks. As I waited, I heard another noise just behind me from 001. The door squeaked on its hinges. When I turned, it was a little more open, but I still couldn't see much from my angle. I could hear something inside, though. Something was moving around, scratching against the wall just across from me. I heard a voice like an old man's moan weakly. "Help," he said, his voice sorrowful and cracked. "Somebody help." I don't know what made me weary. Maybe it was something in his voice, desperate and gravelly. Yes, but a little too clear, like it knew I was there to hear it. Some instinctive part of me told me to stay put. Then, the groaning stopped and there was a heavy thud, like a fist pounding the wall. I heard the man inside groan and shuffle again, slowly making his way down the length of the room, closer to the door. I knocked again at 002N. Hey, there's someone here." I called only to be met with no response. The groaning kept getting closer to the door. "Help, Jesse, help." I rushed to door 001, grabbed the handle and slammed it shut. I didn't look inside, but I caught a whiff of the smell. The pungent stench of a sewer on a rainy day came to mind, like something had died and rotted inside. Then, a hand reached out and grabbed my wrist and tugged. I was thrown back against the opposite side of the hall, and there was Kat, pulling the door closed. Room 001 shook as the thing on the opposite side threw its full weight against the door. Kat turned and looked at me, holding her hand out. "The key," she hissed. "The key." My hands were shaking as I fished into my pocket for the brass key. I hardly had it out of my pocket when Kat snatched it away and locked the door. Another powerful bang sent her stumbling back to the opposite side of the hall. It was then I heard 2 calm, controlled knocks behind me. I nearly jumped back to the other side, before suddenly remembering this was 002N, and I was waiting on them. I looked at Kat, who paused, midway through fixing her blouse. Kat pulled me onto my feet and fixed my tie. "Don't worry about that," Kat whispered hastily. "Tell them you locked the door with no one's help. I wasn't here. Go." I practically threw the door open and sprinted in. 3 members of the hotel staff sat inside, all very composed and evidently confused by my heavy breathing and my no doubt priceless expression. "What's the matter, love? You look absolutely shaken," the woman behind the desk asked. I immediately shut my mouth, taking in exactly who was in the room and where. There were 3 people like Kat had warned me, but they weren't. They were more distracting than I expected. Kat told me to expect to see a man in a red vest, and I did since I had stumbled into his chair. What I didn't expect was for him to be badly burned. A nasty, pinkish scar ran up his neck, shriveling his chin, his ear, and his nostrils. One eye was permanently shut and the other was crooked. The other was a woman who stood in the corner. She leaned over the chair next to the man in red, her sunken eyes fixed intensely on me. There's no other word to describe her other than intense. Felt like I was under scrutiny for how I moved, and how loud my steps were as I passed her. She was very tall. So tall she had developed a hunch from years of bending her neck to look down at people. She said nothing to me, but her head turned, tracking me as I went. The last was the woman in green I wasn't supposed to speak to. She was sharply dressed and quite pretty, but was also the one sitting behind the desk where I expected my interviewer to be. I wasn't supposed to speak to her, wasn't I? That was the whole point Cat had drilled into my head. The one I wasn't supposed to worry about was the looming woman who twitched when I took my seat in the chair behind the desk. "Could I get you a glass of water, love?" The woman in green asked sweetly. "You're our 10 o'clock, aren't you? Jessie Faw?" I wasn't allowed to speak to her, wasn't I? Did that include nodding? "He's skinny," the tall one said, buggy eyes still on me. Her pale tongue darted out to lick her lips. Sticks. "Behave, Lori," the man told the tall woman. "Jessie, this is Lori Bellaford, honorary front office manager," he said, nodding to the tall woman. He then gestured to the woman in green. "Frederica Sarde, the general manager of this hotel, and I'm Robert Strauss, chief concierge and hiring manager. You can tell us a little about yourself." It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for this opportunity to become a part of the grand... I couldn't remember the stupid word used between this part. "Illustrious team," Frederica supplied. "Close enough, I'd say." The three of them chuckled a little. I looked at Robert. There's something in room 1 that... Robert held up a hand. "We'll get to that." "Okay." "Did you have any trouble finding the entrance?" Robert asked. No. Someone walked out when I walked in." "At which entrance?" "The east one." "Strange. I was sure both were locked," Robert said, looking dead on at me. He arched a brow, waiting for my input. When I provided none, he continued. "Why'd you lie?" I didn't have any trouble finding the entrance." "Do you know what was in the bag?" Lori asked, her voice pitched high and eager. "What bag?" Robert asked, looking confused. "The bag Eddie had," Lori said. I shook my head, too terrified by her gaze to really reply to her. Robert arched a brow. "You saw Eddie? The janitor?" "For a second," I said hesitantly. Robert and Frederica shared a look, but Frederica smiled. "It is an east side entrance." Robert cleared his throat and moved on. "Then you saw 2 girls drop a key to room 1. Why'd you keep it?" I wasn't going to keep it. I was going to give it to you when I came in, but then... "Room 1, the woman in green supplied. I almost answered in the affirmative and then stopped myself. She smiled wide, amused to nearly catch me. "What did you do?" Robert asked. I closed the door and locked it." "That's it?" "Yeah." "Why didn't you go into the room to see who was calling?" he asked. "I had a bad feeling." "And you weren't tempted to look, walk in, just see?" Robert asked. "That was a test, wasn't it?" I asked. "Are people supposed to look?" "If they don't want to be here," Lori said with that wrinkled, over-eager grin. "Does she upset you?" Frederica asked me suddenly with a wicked grin. As she did, Lori's wrinkled face curled into a frown, and her eyes were still menacing, facing me. I wanted to protest, but I'm not supposed to speak to her. I started weighing how much I cared about the rules in a place already as twisted as this. "She does, doesn't she?" Frederica taunted. "Hear that, Lori? He thinks you're disgusting." Lori stomped forward and suddenly was looming over me. and I had nowhere to go but the back of my chair as buggy eyes glared further and further down into me. Then, Robert cleared his throat. "That'll be enough. Thank you." Lori and Frederica stood, and I stood as well as they both made their exits. I looked to Robert then. "What kind of place is this?" "One that requires discretion, a good sense of memorization and improvisation. I think you'll be a good fit here," Robert said, standing and walking over to the desk. He unlocked a cabinet drawer and pulled out some papers. He then drew a handkerchief and reached up, pulling up a piece of the skin at the top of his forehead. I nearly leapt out of my seat as he started peeling the skin back. Holy. Robert kept pulling until his face was removed, but there was no fleshy muscle beneath, just a regular half of a face. It was makeup. Burn makeup. "Excuse me for a moment. The prosthetics itch, but I'd like to make you an offer to sign on with us." "It was all makeup?" I snap. "Part of the interview. The bag Eddie carried was meant to be suspicious, and Joe gets a kick out of scaring the new guys in room 1. See, like I said, this is a job that's unpredictable, and we look for a certain personality type. We try to learn it as quickly as possible." Robert wiped off the rest of the makeup with his handkerchief and looked like a normal man in his mid-40s. Most people break with Lori or forget the rules with Freddie. I looked dumbfounded from the door to him. "That's it? That's the interview?" "Yes." "Don't you want to ask me questions?" "I've learned about everything I need to know from you. The fact that you were able to find us and send a letter of inquiry to us at all is a start to let me know you know what kind of place this is. Following the rules and your reaction to our surprises for you tells me everything else I need to know." "What kind of place do you work that you need me to know how I'd react to a bloody bag and a guy moaning from another room?" Robert straightened and smiled as if that was a question with the most obvious answer. "We're a luxury hotel. Half our job is going about as if it's business as usual. But it's not. There's a lot of protocol to follow, and it requires you to know what to do in a lot of situations." "Did you have anyone help you with the rules?" "No," I say as I rehearsed. "I wasn't supposed to show them to anyone else. Also an extreme part of the test." "Good," Robert said. "If you can't memorize and follow those instructions in the time we gave you, then you wouldn't be able to handle this job. But you were a natural. But you still have enough independence that you're not completely lacking in critical thought. You'll do well here." "Listen, after all this, I don't even know if I want this job." Robert didn't say anything, just showed me the starting salary. "This was the walkthrough fire, but I can guarantee, if you sign on with us, so long as you stick to the rules, you'll be fine." The money was good. Really good. The first set of rules wasn't so bad. If this was some weird idea of promoting discretion, then fine. Joe and Eddie were a setup. I could keep my mouth shut. If they'd let me in, and all I had to do was learn a routine, fine. So I took the job. It was better than anything I'd get in a lab, and in that moment things had gone from terrifying to completely lax. I signed a contract there and went home with a set of rules, a schedule, and a signing bonus. I was giddy, waving my check in Brian's face. Jill came by later and I wholeheartedly thanked her too. "Jill, I'm so glad you keep good friends," I said as I tore into the new list of rules. "What do you mean?" "Catherine." "Who?" "Catherine. I still can remember her last name. Your sorority sister? You were sitting with her at your reunion before we arrived." "Oh." Jill nodded. I turned back to my employee contract and pulled out the new list of rules, flipping to the first page. "You mean that blonde girl?" Jill asked. "I only met her that night. I thought she was a friend of yours." Rule 1. Never speak to Catherine. Never give her your name. Well, Shit. I'm sorry for the length, but I'm laying in bed and just have to get this out of my head and into writing. So I'll just try and type it out how it happened. An hour ago, I was talking to my friend Mike and my cousin Emily. Mike had come from out of town to visit, and we spent the evening catching up. It had been quite a while since our last visit. So the three of us were up late shooting the shit and swapping stories. Emily and Mike had bundled up on the couch in the living room of our apartment, while I sat across from them in the squeaky, tired recliner I've hauled from my last 3 places. We had been talking for so long that the day had turned to night, and we hadn't bothered turning the lights on, so now we sat in the dim glow of the street lamps below. The three of us, since the day we all met, loved sharing spooky stories and posting the things we could never manage to explain. It was around 10 p.m. and Mike had just finished reminding me of the strange things he noticed in my childhood home whenever he visited. Strange noises at night, footsteps, well, everyone was asleep. The usual haunted house stuff. Creepy, yet innocent and easily explained away. Emily had stayed there for some time a couple years ago, before we moved into our first apartment together, and attested to the overall bad feeling the house gave off, especially when she was alone. She actually surprised me by how emotional she was while remembering it all. She's from another country and moved in with me and my family on a visitor's visa, which meant she couldn't work without a permit. Everyone else in the house, however, would be out of the house most of the day, working, which left Emily by herself. She explained to me how isolated and oppressed she'd feel when she was alone there. Even though she would normally revel in the time she had to herself, there was something about that old house that made her feel differently. After some time, Emily calmed down and continued discussing the strange things that went on when she was alone. It seemed to be cathartic for her, albeit a bit distressing having to recall everything. She at least knew she wasn't alone in noticing things. Mike and I could basically guess all the weird stuff she experienced since they happened to us too. I grew up with it all, so I casually explained away most things that were brought up, or they didn't really bother me at all. To add to the discussion, I brought up the man who lived in our basement for a while. Mike and Emily both sat, stone-faced, staring back at me. I could see Mike was a bit shocked. It looked like his eyes were watering, but it was too dark to tell. Then he quietly spoke up. "What are you talking about, Will?" I got that it was a weird thing to say, but it didn't feel that weird to me, so I explained myself. Sometime after my parents had separated, my dad, sister, and I moved into this old house with his new wife and my 3 new step-siblings. I was probably about 7 at that point. The main floor and upstairs were in decent shape, but the basement was all bare, just concrete foundations and plywood. It was the quintessential damp, creepy basement, and because of that, we didn't use it for much except for laundry. The only decent room fitted with a door was shared by my 2 older stepsisters next to the bottom of the stairs. The rest of the giant L-shaped space was sectioned out by large doorways and would remain untouched until years later. But we used it for storage in the meantime. I didn't start going down there until my dad hooked up a computer for me to play games on. It was tucked away in the corner of the larger, open room behind the stairs. It was the only spot with an outlet. The rest of the electrical wouldn't be finished for another few years. I'd spend hours down there by myself, absorbed in Doom and Diablo 2, totally forgetting where I was, completely hidden amongst the piles of boxes, junk, and workout equipment. It was a bit cold, but it was my space, and I would never be bothered by my siblings. One night after dinner, getting ready for bed, my dad let me go down to the basement to play my games for a while. It was pretty late, but in the summer, I didn't really have a set bedtime. This time was different than normal, though. As I began to descend the stairs into the dark, I heard a familiar sound, like a click, click, click of a computer mouse. Thought it was strange, but since nobody used the computer aside from me, I continued down to see what it was. The basement lights worked, but the light switch was very out of the way. I had walked through this basement so many times at this point that I didn't really need to see to get to the computer. I always felt a sense of comfort down there. I guess that's weird in retrospect. It was a bit darker than usual, and I couldn't see anything until I had rounded the large door frame. It was a bit brighter in there, and I saw a familiar glow from between a bookshelf and some stacked totes. My computer was already on. There was a man sitting in my chair. He was dressed in what I remember being a greenish military uniform. He had short, curly brown hair, and his skin was quite pale. He was older, but not that old. Maybe a teenager. He didn't notice me at first, but I tried to move around to see his face. He finally glanced at me, without turning his head, and quietly said, "Hello, Will." Not like a whisper, more like he was worried he'd scare me if he spoke. I couldn't think of a good reason for him to be there, which was sort of creepy, but he didn't strike me as a bad guy. He looked normal, and the corners of his mouth were upturned into a gentle smile. I asked him about the game he was playing, which I didn't recognize. It looked kind of like Doom, but he was just moving through empty, black and gray hallways. It looked kind of boring. We actually talked about games for quite a while. He seemed familiar with the games I liked, but didn't have too much to say. I asked why he was wearing that outfit, and he replied, "I'm on leave from the military." I didn't really know what this meant back then, but he said that my dad was friends with his mom, and they said he could stay here for a while. Apparently his mom moved out of town, but wasn't able to tell him. So he didn't know anyone he could stay with while he was here. I felt bad for him, but I didn't know what else to say. He went quiet after that. Eventually, I said goodnight and left him to his computer games. As I reached the bottom of the steps, I heard his soft voice again. "I hope we can play games together soon, Will. It gets a bit lonely down here." After I explained myself, I was expecting my friends' faces to relax, but they didn't. Mike and Emily were as tense, as unchanging as before. I kept going. Every once in a while I would go down into the basement. Sometimes he'd be there, and other times I'd be alone. We would talk quite a bit, and quite late into the night too. Now that I think about it, I have no idea where he slept. Or if he slept. Something about the words coming out of my mouth finally sent a wave of dread through my body. Emily had moved both hands in front of her face, covering her mouth and the lower half of her nose. Her eyes were wide. I could see her irises shaking against the white backdrop. Mike sat there, unblinking, looking me in the eyes as if he was about to cry. They said nothing. What was I saying? I don't know where or if he slept. What do I mean? I don't know if he slept. I racked my brain and I honestly couldn't come up with an answer. There was no makeshift bed downstairs, and no extra space for him to sleep. Why did I never think of this? I can't even remember when he stopped showing up, but I do remember that he did. I could tell they were getting uncomfortable, and so was I. So I switched it up and began recalling a separate, unrelated memory. I was still quite young, probably 7 or 8, and woke up one night to the sound of a deep groaning coming from beneath me. My room at the time was the only one on the main floor. The sound was steady and rhythmic, but it was loud enough while my head was pressed into my pillow that I couldn't fall back to sleep. I got up and made my way to the landing before the basement stairs. I paused, wondering if I should get my dad, but I felt so tired and drowsy that I just needed to sleep. So I went downstairs with the light from the main floor illuminating the wooden steps, down into the dank, concrete cellar. The sound was definitely coming from the storage room. I looked to the room where my computer was and couldn't see anything. The sound hadn't stopped, so I moved closer, rounding the corner like normal until I had to stop. I almost walked into the punching bag in the middle of the room. It was swinging. I figured the guy that lives in the basement must have been messing with it, since it's normally on the ground. I'm not even sure if it had a rope or cord attached to it anymore, but the computer was off, and he was nowhere to be seen. I stopped the bag, holding it steady to reduce its momentum and making sure it wouldn't make noise so I could sleep. The man that lived in the basement, he's in this memory too. I didn't remark on it and kept going. As I climbed upstairs, a little disappointed that my friend wasn't there, I heard a sound as I reached the top step. It sounded like heavy boots on pavement. The sound made me freeze for a moment. I wasn't sure if I imagined it, but my body wouldn't let me turn to look down into the dark. Then I heard a soft voice from further away say, "Come back in, Will." Something snapped in me. I don't know why, but I felt like I had woken up from a daze. My gut told me to run, so I sprinted down the hall into my room, blocked my door with my dresser, jumped under the covers of my bed and covered my ears. Then, the same groaning from before started again, like a weight swinging back and forth on the beams below. I could still feel the vibrations from the creaking beams, and I don't remember falling asleep. After that, I didn't feel the same way about the basement. I would rarely go down there, even after it was renovated. I wouldn't linger if I was alone. As I revealed more about my childhood, I could tell from Emily and Mike's reactions that this wasn't normal. Hell, after saying it out loud, I didn't think it was even a little weird anymore. It was totally bizarre. In fact, I don't know if I've ever said this out loud before. Emily finally said something for the first time since I started reminiscing. Still covering her mouth, she asked, "Did you ever ask your dad about this?" I kept trying to remember, but I honestly don't know if I did. If I did, it was never brought up again. I started feeling uneasy and pulled out my phone. It was almost midnight, but my dad would still be up. My family normally went to bed late. I sent him a message asking if he remembers the man who lived in our basement. He didn't reply right away, so I texted my stepmom too. Then my sister, then my stepsisters. Before I knew it, my knee was shaking with anticipation as I awaited an answer. My chest tightened as the old chair beneath me seemed to creak in a familiar way as I kept playing with the paddle that moved the leg rest up and down. The sound made my stomach turn. A few minutes had passed in silence before I got a response. It was one of my stepsisters that had lived in the basement. "What? Who are you talking about?" I was about to respond, but my thumbs wouldn't move when I realized I didn't have any other information. I didn't know his name. I never asked. Why didn't I do that? He was always just the man that lived in the basement, but he knew my name. I started to feel sick as I began getting more replies. "Will, are you okay?" Then another. "No, I don't. What are you talking about?" I was starting to feel dizzy when my dad finally responded. Perfect. If anyone knew what I was talking about, it would be him. Then I would know I wasn't crazy. Then we could all relax, but his response didn't ease my mind. It made things worse. He said he didn't remember either. He said he remembers me mentioning my friend who lived downstairs, but he always thought it was make-believe. I remember it so vividly. I know it wasn't imaginary. He was there. I'm certain he was there. I texted my dad again. "You seriously don't remember letting the man in army clothes live in our basement?" I could see my dad was typing. He kept starting and stopping. I was beyond desperate for an explanation at this point. I was panicking. Even worse, I could see Mike and Emily were just as anxious for an answer as I was. Then the message came. "Will, I never talked to anyone about staying in our basement." I could imagine his voice trailing off. He sent another text shortly after, but this one left me even more confused. I haven't told the family, but the previous owner had moved out after she came home one day to find that her son had passed away. I never told anyone because the price of the house was so cheap, and we needed the extra space. I figured after some renovations, it would be easy to forget. I'm sorry. I didn't get it. How was this related to what happened? Who was in the basement? My dad answered both of the questions for me before I could even ask. I was curious. So I looked into the property before buying. He was suffering from extreme PTSD after his time in the military. She found him hanging from the ceiling inside the house. I sent my last message, even though I knew the answer at this point. Where? After a few minutes, he replied, in the basement, behind the stairs. For my whole life, I had lived in that nowhere town, nestled in the woods of central Ontario, just off Highway 144, where the pines were tall and the days were cold. Since I was young, I'd wanted out, not only because of my fear of becoming a townie like my peers were destined to be, but because of my family. I had a rough childhood, one I'm not keen to get into. Suffice it to say, my home life alone was enough to convince me to leave and never come back. So at age 19, with nothing but a trunk of clothes and personal items and my aunt's hand-me-down 2007 Toyota Corolla, I did just that. That night was the straw that broke the camel's back. Things had been rocky since Mom had passed away, and after a night of beer, breath, beratement from my father, I just couldn't take it anymore. I remember being so angry I could have cried. I wasn't thinking straight. I know that now, but I don't regret it. The lights of the town faded out behind me in the rearview mirror. I should have been happy. I should have celebrated. Called up my friends from out of town and asked them to make a spot for me on their couch, or recommend a good motel to crash in. But as I drove in the dark, all I felt was a crawling dread. My friends had offered me a place to stay countless times, even just for a night. I'd always turn them down, convinced myself that I could do this on my own, that I didn't need anyone's help to get out of here. I guess I was right, after all, though. That pit in my stomach just got deeper and deeper. It wasn't so bad that I needed to leave, really, but I shook my head. I didn't let myself cry or turn around. I didn't let myself feel a thing at all, honestly. I was just doing it to prove a point. I could leave, even if I'd be back eventually. I'd pushed those thoughts out of my head, though. I didn't need any distractions. But I should have seen it coming then, right? I wasn't distracted by any emotions. I was just staring straight ahead. I should have seen it, right? I have trouble recalling what happened that caused my car to crash. I must have just hit my head, but there was no bruise, no pain. There was nothing in front of my car. And then it wasn't there anymore. There was a bang as my tire popped and I swerved to the side, coming to a skidding halt on the dirt road. I jumped out of the car, looking around in confusion to see what I'd hit, but there wasn't anything there. Not a sharp rock or tire spikes. Not a deer or dog or any other animal. I swore to myself when I took my phone out, finding it unable to turn on. The welcome sign on the outskirts of town was right behind me, staring me down mockingly. I looked down the road, even though I couldn't see very far. There was a light in the distance, yellow and blue and white just within reach. I took the keys and wallet out of my car and locked the door behind me and started walking down the road. It didn't take long to reach the lights. Just off the side of the road, there it was. It was the size of a supermarket, with warm yellow light emanating from inside. It looked just like a normal grocery store, albeit an unpopulated one, with large glass windows at the front to entice those outside to take a peek at its wares. Above the entrance, there was the name of the store, in big neon blue bubble letters, Solo Mart. I'd driven out of town this way dozens of times and I'd never noticed it, but I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. I figured I could ask to use the landline and maybe get a snack for the road while I was there. I walked into the store, hands shoved into my pockets as I glanced around in search of a staff member. I've always hated asking for help at grocery stores, and being the only person in the store aside from staff only makes it worse for some reason. I started to slink through the aisles, hoping to run into someone. The place made me feel really on edge for some reason, like I'd been here before. The sense of deja vu I got just from standing in the canned food aisle made whatever appetite I had dry up immediately. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Solo Mart." I nearly jumped out of my skin when someone came up behind me. I rolled around to face the employee. He was just a regular-looking guy. Of course he was. What was I thinking? He was a little shorter than me with brown hair, wearing a blue polo shirt with a name tag clipped on his chest. Keith, it read. He looked familiar, but I was sure I'd never seen him before in my life. I knew I'd never met him, but he had the face of someone who I'd known since I was young, but hadn't seen in years. It made me feel something I can't describe. "Hey, sorry, do you have a landline I could use?" I asked. He blinked at me for a long moment like he didn't understand what I'd said. I was about to repeat what I'd said, thinking he hadn't understood me, but before I could, he cleared his throat. "Landline? Right, yeah, of course, sir," he said, sounding confused at first, but something more aware as he spoke. He stood there for a long moment. "Hold on. I'm sorry. I'll need to check in the staff room for a landline." He didn't meet my eyes, looking through me rather than at me, with a strange, glazed-over expression of bland, polite joviality. "I'll go look for a phone. Why don't you take a look around the store while I do that?" "Are you okay?" I asked. His expression didn't change. I got a strange feeling like something was on the tip of my tongue. Have we met before?" He didn't respond, didn't even give me a look as he turned on his heel and walked away. Weird. I figured he was probably high, or maybe just sleep-deprived. I felt bad for the guy, but he still left me with the hair on my neck standing on end, and a wary feeling weighing on me. I figured I'd pass the time by walking around. The store truly was empty. The only sound coming from my footsteps and the music that played from the speaker system. It sounded old, like someone had deep-fried the sound quality of an old 50s commercial track. I rounded the corner of one of the aisles, into the frozen food section. There was a stand with free samples, where another person was standing. She had long blonde hair and brown eyes, wearing the same uniform as Keith. I squinted at her. Was she Samantha? I asked, cocking my head at her. She stared straight forward for a moment, with a blank expression on her face, before blinking and turning to look at me with a bright smile. "Hi, I'm afraid not, sir," she said. I blinked a few times and... oh, I guess she wasn't her. I could have sworn she was, but when I blinked, she looked like a complete stranger. I glanced at her name tag. Jane. "Oh, sorry. I thought you were someone else," I said. Embarrassment crept up my neck at the situation I'd put myself in, so I tried to curb my discomfort by looking down at her table of free samples. It was ice cream, I think. She had a big tub of the stuff on the table. A plastic container of pale purple frozen something. The container had the word Exy Whip written on the lid, and sighed in loopy white script on a dark purple background with little white stars, like a night sky. Next to the tub of ice cream, there was a tray of little paper cups with tiny portions of Exy Whip. I'd never seen it in a store before. "It's vegan. Would you like to try it?" she asked jovially, breaking me out of my contemplation. "Yeah, sure," I said, picking up one of the little cups. She handed me a tiny spoon to eat it with. "Thanks, I'm just gonna walk around," I said. For some reason, the way she looked at me made me feel just so uncomfortable. She hardly blinked, just stared head-on at me with that same blank smile that Keith had. I wandered away, taking a tentative bite of the Exy Whip. It was sweet, marshmallowy, like some weird kind of blue moon ice cream. It had a strange aftertaste, like a sugar-free sweetener, that made me grimace. Yuck. I tried another bite to make sure I didn't like it, and yeah, no, that's real fucking bad. I wondered why they even carried the stuff. I started looking around for a garbage bin to toss it in, wondering where the fuck Keith had gone, and what was taking him so long. As I walked down the frozen food aisle, I started to feel strange. My steps got sluggish, and my head began to hurt, almost like a brain freeze, right behind my eyes. I winced, holding my head with my free hand and looking down at the melting cup of Exy Whip with confusion. What the hell were they putting in this shit? My head spun, sparks appearing in my vision, my ears beginning to ring, and I think I blacked out. I must have. I remember falling to the cool tile floor and my vision going dark. I think I dreamed. I dreamt I was somewhere, like a void of dark purple. Ahead of me there was a purple spotlight, shining down on a spot far away. I think I tried to run to it. It was like running through syrup on a treadmill, not making any progress despite running myself dry. I shot awake suddenly. I expected to wake up in my room back home, the weight of blankets on my back and the smell of cigarettes and beer from downstairs. But I didn't. I woke up right where I'd fallen down, in the frozen food aisle of Solo Mart. It couldn't have been long since I fell, right? But when I looked around for Jane, she was missing from our samples table. I decided to go looking for her and Keith, my vision still swimming as I stood. I rubbed my eyes, and in the freezers where there would normally be all manner of brands and boxes, all that was there were boxes and tubs labeled with the same branding as I'd seen on the Exy Whip. Exy cheesy bread, Exy fries, Exy rolls, Exy chow, all Exy brand, with that dark purple background and loopy white text. I turned to the shelves behind me. Exy chips, Exy munch cereal. You get the picture. It wasn't like that before. Everything was normal before. I held my head, starting to walk down the aisle. There was a squish under my shoe. I looked down, grimacing at the puddle of purple slime the Exy Whip had melted into. I didn't pay it any mind, trying to wipe it off on the floor to no avail. I shrugged it off and kept walking, and kept walking, and kept walking. Had this aisle always been this long? It stretched out in front of me like it was a mile long, making my head throb. I turned around and started walking towards the free samples table, rounding the corner from the frozen section towards the bakery. The music was similar to how it had been before, but more high-pitched, faster, like someone was skipping through it. Hello? I called out, walking past a display of purple loaves of Exy bread. Jane? Keith? Is anyone there? There was no answer. Not a peep aside from my footsteps and the music overhead. I could feel anxiety rising in my chest. Fuck this place. I could just go back to my car and hitch a ride off someone. Maybe go back home and just wait for my dad's drunken anger. I turned down the nearest aisle and stopped dead in my tracks. Down the aisle there was someone. Something. I don't know what I'd call it. It was in the shape of a person, I think. Like a shadow, or the absence of light altogether. In the shape of a person carrying a basket. It was looking at products like it was just a normal customer. I felt sick. All my hair standing up on end, and my heart beginning to pound. I rushed away from that aisle, looking for a way past it, only to find the aisles filled with more and more of the things, all shopping like normal. I don't know why I was so afraid. I just ran, looking for somewhere away from the things, but they were everywhere. When I turned around to find somewhere away from them, they were in the places I had been before. I had to find Jane. I had to find Keith. At least they were normal. At least I knew what the hell they were. Felt like the store was stretching in front of me, like I wasn't making any progress at all. Frustration and fear and despair all mingled in my stomach. A lump forming in my throat as my hands began to shake. And then in front of me, the staff room door opened. Those familiar but odd faces in front of me brought me the most relief I'd felt the entire time I'd been in this strange place. Jane? Keith? I called out, finally able to run towards them. I didn't even notice the strange expressions on their face until I was just a few steps away. What's going on? What? I tried to stammer out a question, feeling breathless. Keith reached out and gently patted my arm. It's okay, Andrew. We'll keep you safe. He sighed, that same glazed smile on his face, as if nothing was wrong. Jane grabbed my arm, gently pulling me towards the entrance of the staff room. You can hide in here until they go away, she soothed, with that same tone. Her voice was so familiar it made my head hurt. I wanted to follow them. They were the only thing I could understand in this place, but my fear began to return. I looked past them into the staff room, but it wasn't there. A purplish starry void was all that was there. A familiar void, but a void all the same. I felt like throwing up, balling my quivering hands into fists to hide my fear. I can't. I took a step back, but Jane squeezed my wrist hard, still staring at me with that smile, only growing more manic. It's safe here, Andrew, she said. You'll only get hurt if you stay out there, Andrew, Keith said through gritted teeth, barely masking his frustration. I stepped back again, trying to wiggle my arm free. Let go of me, I whispered, my voice strangled by the tightness of my throat. Keith grabbed onto my other arm, trying to help Jane drag me towards the staff room. I leaned back, going dead weight, and finally managing to yell, "Let me go." It startled them just long enough for me to get my arms free and stumble back, but I didn't make it far before Keith jumped at me. We both fell to the ground, and I screamed, but I couldn't get much else out, because as soon as he righted himself, he wrapped his hands around my neck and began to choke me. His eyes were manic and feral, teeth gritted. Drool dribbled out of his mouth and hit my cheek. I struggled under him, grabbing his arm, but then Jane was there, grabbing my wrist and pulling my hand away. She wrestled my arms down onto the ground and put her knees on them, holding me down. Then she gently held my face in her hands, tipping my face up to look at hers. Her eyes had gone purple like the void, full of white stars. Just relax, Andrew. It's better this way, she said in my mother's voice. I sobbed, squirming under her and trying to pull away from them. She wasn't her. She wasn't. She wore my mom's face like a Halloween mask stretched to fit over an unfit base. It's better this way. It's easier this way, she promised. My breathing was getting short, my mouth gaping open like a fish out of water and desperately trying to drag in air that wouldn't come. Purple, starry ooze began to drip from the monster's eyes, hitting my face and sliding down, mingling with my own tears. It hurt. It all hurt. I couldn't breathe. That sludge burned my skin. That thing's hands dug in harder. My eyes rolled up in my head. I was in that dark void again, purple light far ahead, out of reach no matter how hard I ran. I looked behind me, where the dark only got darker, more unsure. It would be easy to keep running. I'd get there eventually. It would be better eventually. If I could just wait, I could fix it. If I just stuck around, I had to fix it. I looked back at the purple light and turned towards the uncertain void. I began to run, finally making headway through the slow, honey-thick air. Dark hands reached out to me. My eyes shot open with the air I still had left. I rolled my head back, closed my eyes, and screamed for help. There was a moment of nothingness. I thought I'd died, but then I heard shouting. I opened my eyes, looking around me, and those things, those shadows, they grabbed Keith and Jane off me. When I sat up to look, they were deflated, like they'd been suits that no one was wearing anymore, flattened and empty. I stared at them for a long moment. One of the shadows reached out to me. I flinched back, looking up at its featureless form. I reached back hesitantly and took its hand. It helped me to my feet, dusting me off and speaking backwards. A question. I nodded. They let me lean heavily against them. I didn't trust my legs to carry me. I was so tired. The other shadows parted for us to walk past, looking at us with reserved curiosity. I glanced back behind myself and they began to fade out of sight, until the one holding me was the only one left. They slowly shifted, letting me stand on my own. They gave me a thumbs up and faded away. I let my eyes close. I was standing in the middle of the highway when I opened my eyes. My phone vibrated in my hands. I lifted it to look. My father's number was displayed on the screen. I hit the cancel call button. I looked behind me, and my car was right where I'd left it. I walked towards it shakily, and got inside to shield myself from the cool night air. Melted Exy Whip smeared on the floor of my car under my shoes as I shut the door behind me. I scrolled through my phone to my friend's number and called them. I'd need a ride out of there. I wouldn't be coming back. I'd like to share something that happened to me a long time ago. I was 11 at the time, so 14 years ago. I had a friend. I can't seem to bring myself to type out his name. Let's just call him Johnny. We were just normal suburban kids, doing kid things, playing games in the streets, climbing trees, riding our bikes, being pretty mundane overall. Like most kids, we had a lot of fun. But also like most kids, we got bored. I think that every little suburb like ours probably has at least one creepy old house. Maybe it was abandoned. Maybe it was a gathering place for vagrants. Or maybe it was inhabited by a dusty, grouchy old lady who everyone joked was some kind of witch. But it was always there. The token house at the end of the street. We had one too. These houses accumulate stories like moss, and ours was no different. Most of the stories that went around the schoolyard about this house were that it was haunted. Again, kinda mundane. Kids would claim that they saw a shadowy figure in the window, or that they broke in and heard all kinds of sounds. Saw full-bodied ghosts. I had never experienced anything particularly haunting about the house. But I acknowledged that it was creepy and did buy into the tales. I'm sure you can see where this is going, but bear with me. This is no normal ghost story. One comfortable fall day, Johnny and I were walking along the edge of the forest. I say forest, but it was really just a strip of trees that separated our neighborhood from the highway, as we often did between activities. If I remember correctly, I think we were running across the street in front of moving cars, or at least something equally as stupid. Hey, don't look at me like that. Anyway, we had been doing that for a long while. Maybe it was the adrenaline that spurred on the thought, but that was when Johnny broached the subject. Hey, we should totally explore that old house on Marcus Street. I've been wanting to go for a while, so every time I pass by it, I've been looking for a way in. There's a part on the fence that you can bend up to get in. As I'd been curious about the place too, I was all over the idea. We made plans to go for it the following weekend so that we had time to prepare, as if we were going on a long expedition that we may never return from. We planned out and picked up a few things like flashlights and snacks. That weekend, we met by the house and made our entry. The house is etched into my memory. It was dilapidated. It had been uninhabited for as long as I could remember. The yard was overgrown, with weeds reaching up to 3 feet tall. The chain-link fence was bent and rusty. There was a gated driveway, pocked with potholes and crumbling asphalt, leading up to a garage with a half-collapsed roof. Shingles and litter could be spotted through the grass strewn about the yard. The paint was peeling and discolored, and it had faded to a dull and dirty yellow where there was still color to be seen. Vines had grown up the left side of the building to the second story. Johnny led me through the right side of the house to a section of fencing that had started to warp upward in the bottom corner. He pulled it up, revealing a space just big enough for us to crawl through without getting scratched up by the jagged edge, and I led the way in. To our right, the alley between the house and the fence was so choked with grass and garbage that we wouldn't have even tried to pass through, so we headed to the left toward the front. The railing on one side of the stoop had broken off at the bottom of the stairs and was hanging on by a thread at the top as it bent off to hang in the air. The front door was painted white where it hadn't peeled off. At the bottom, there was a small, triangular piece of the door missing where some critter had probably gnawed its way in. Our excitement was definitely at a high as we approached the door. I was leading the way, and at the top of the stairs I reached out and grasped the doorknob. I went to turn it, but it was stuck. I had to grab it with both hands and push my weight against it, but the door did pop open with the cracking sound of warped wood and a shower of dust. I squeezed my eyes shut and held my breath while I batted the dust away, and when I opened my eyes again, we had taken a few steps inside. It was pretty dark, but there was enough light filtering through the windows and the cracks in the walls that we didn't really need the flashlights to see, but we held them at the ready all the same. I remember that the first thing I noticed, other than the lighting, was how quiet it was. It's hard to describe. It was strange. It wasn't so much that we couldn't hear cars or birds or the usual neighborhood sounds, but more that there was a lack of any ambient sound at all. Like there was a void where all this sound normally was. The kind of feeling you get when you step into a room to get away from a party and close the door behind you. Usually there's a kind of relief when that quiet washes over you, but that space was filled with something else, something uncomfortable. We took a minute to soak in the atmosphere and look around. There was dust, cobwebs, old wood. I'm not sure what I was expecting from an old house, but I remember being a little disappointed. "It's quiet," Johnny's son, his voice dropping down to a whisper between the two words, as if he cringed at how loud his normal speaking voice was. I just nodded in response. I had such a profound feeling that speaking would be wrong here that my throat just kind of closed up. He walked around the house quietly, occasionally whipping out the flashlights to illuminate a dark corner or examine the detail on an old piece of wooden furniture. There was a lot to take in. While most of the small home goods seemed to be taken, either by the previous owner or other would-be explorers before us, it seemed like none of the furniture had been removed, giving the home an eerie, unnaturally empty feel. In addition to that, the furniture that was left, while covered in dust, dirt, and cobwebs, was surprisingly nice to look at. I could tell that this place would have been pretty classy in its own time. As interesting as all that was, though, our place was pretty uneventful. Other than feeling ill at ease, we hadn't experienced anything that we would consider supernatural. No ghostly shapes, no floating objects, no whispers in our ears, just that looming silence. We had made our way around the first floor, climbed the creaky old stairs to the second, and poked our heads into what were probably a couple bedrooms when something finally caught our attention. At the end of the hallway, we had come to the last door on the left. When Johnny turned the knob, it swung open, smooth and silent. And as we got our first glance into this completely barren room, something washed over us. Not a gust of wind or a cloud of dust, but more like an intangible torrent of feeling. At the time, I didn't notice anything more than the sting of tears in my eyes. It was only thinking back on it later that the swell of emotion seemed so dense, a whole suitcase of feelings to unpack. Then, quick as the malaise had come, it passed. We stood there for a moment, conflicted now that we found ourselves face to face with something that we both could sense was beyond the natural. But that was what we had come for, so we tentatively stepped inside and looked around. There wasn't much to see. Like the other rooms upstairs, it was barren save for the dust and cobwebs, but this one did have a closet door in the corner. We went to it and opened it to see something surprising. A light switch, right in the center of the back wall of the closet. We were drawn to it, and everything inside my body told me to leave, stop, go somewhere else, anywhere else. But I was no longer in control of my body, and I don't think Johnny could stop himself either. He cupped his hand and turned it so that the side of his finger came up and touched the underside of the switch, and I watched as he flicked his wrist and the switch clicked on to the on position. All hell broke loose. There was an eruption of noise, a cacophony so loud that I couldn't tell if it was erupting inside my head or crashing down all around me. My mind immediately clouded over, and I felt as if I had been reading non-stop for days on end. Fatigue seared through my body and I collapsed into a ball on the ground, commanding, begging my numb arms to press my hands to my ears. My eyes squeezed shut, but it didn't stop all the colors from flashing rapidly before my vision. I was losing my mind. Gradually, my senses started to, well, make sense of things. The flashing colors turned into shapes, features, faces, words, and objects. The sounds became shrieks, screams, garbled voices, saying words that were too numerous to distinguish from one another. Raw emotion became anger, sadness, joy, hate, betrayal, loss, relief, confusion. My mind grabbed onto that word, and I heard my own mental voice saying it over and over again. The familiarity of my own thoughts drew me towards them. Ironically, that word helped me cling to sanity. I felt myself anchored, remembered that the wooden floorboards were beneath me. I felt them there under my knees, and suddenly my body was my own again. I opened my eyes, saw Johnny on the floor next to me. I told my arm to reach out for him, and this time, it listened. When I touched his sleeve, I could see the entire weave of the fabric in my hand. I saw the whole pattern design as it regressed through its stages of development. Threads being pulled this way and that, the dye undoing itself, a bath of cold water, a man's hand, a man's mind as it transferred the image to paper with a pencil. I pulled myself away. I felt as though I could have kept going like that, witnessed the entire making of the world as we know it. Fortunately, I had the sense to stop myself from going down that rabbit hole. I don't think I would have come back. Pushing those thoughts aside, I grabbed Johnny's shirt sleeve and pulled. We fell on top of each other, but that seemed to help the both of us. As we started scrambling to our feet and out of the closet, one thing that added to the surrealness was that I still couldn't hear anything over what I can only assume was the wailing souls of the damned or something. I could feel my hands and feet connecting with the ground, but there was no audio feedback. We fell over each other out of the closet and began to get up, only to witness even more maddening horror. On my hands and knees, I picked my head up and saw flickering lights and colors. Instinctively, I squeezed my eyes shut against the scene, light still dancing on the inside of my eyelids. I sat for a moment, hardening my thoughts against this new invasion into my senses. And then I forced my eyes to open and look again, trying to blink my way through the bleariness and gritting my teeth. The colors and lights took on a slightly more intelligible shape. There were creatures, shadows, and silhouettes all over the room. Some had limbs that made me think they may be, or may have been humanoid, but others were just vague shapes, tall and skinny and rounded at the top. They were all moving rapidly, erratically, well, it almost takes away from the horror of it all, but in retrospect, just to give you all something to visualize, they were kind of like those wacky inflatable flailing tube decorations. Silly as that may sound, to me at that moment, it was the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen. Completely surrounded, inundated with those flailing creatures. They filled my vision, and moving my head made me nauseous. I looked around wildly, searching for my friend. And I saw him next to me, getting himself to his feet. A beacon of sanity in this world gone mad. Inspired, I started to stand up, and he reached down to help me. When we found our footing, we started running for the exit, clutching onto each other. It wasn't just that room, it was the whole house. We stepped out into the hallway and were greeted with those same creatures, flickering and seizing, twitching and leaping around. They were everywhere. They filled every inch of the dead space in the house, overlapping with each other and with us. We plowed through their incorporeal forms and ran down the hallway, then down the stairs. As we hit the bottom of the stairs, I started reaching out for the front door only a few more steps away, and realized that I didn't have Johnny in my grasp anymore. Still deafened, I didn't hear it so much as feel it, but something happened behind me and I spun around to see that he had tripped on one of the last steps. He was sprawled out on the floor, picking his head up and looking to me. I try to believe that I thought I could, throw the door open and pull him through. I don't know why that was my priority just then. I was just a kid. Maybe I was so scared that for a moment I only cared about myself. Maybe all the sensory overload was too much and impacted my decision-making. Whatever decision-making skills an 11-year-old may have. Maybe I thought that I could only save myself. Whatever the reason, seeing Johnny on the floor like that, I turned away. I took the last 2 steps to the front door and threw it open. I turned back and he was still there, shadows and silhouettes surrounding him, dancing in the background like some kind of rave, leaning over him and tumbling over one another, lurching their way between the two of us, making it that much harder for me to go back. I hesitated there on the threshold. I don't know for how long. My body was locked up. My mind was at war with itself. I don't know if it was my sense of self-preservation or one of those things in that house that did it, but something shoved me out the door, and all too suddenly, I was in control again. My legs forgot how to work, and I tumbled down the stone steps into the front yard and scrambled my way backwards through the tall grass. While I looked on in horror, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. As I sat, hyperventilating against the fence on the far side of the front yard, my normal senses started coming out from wherever they had hidden. The cold air blew gently across my face. The sun in the bright blue sky was so radiant. My hands dug into the soft dirt to my sides, filling my fists with soil. I swallowed, tasting bitter panic and bile. I took a breath and the smell of grass filled my nostrils. Somewhere in the distance, a helicopter chopped away at the air. An echo of the colors and creatures still danced behind my eyelids. My ears still rang from the din and clangor of that other world. I still saw Johnny's face, his hand reaching out to me. No, I didn't. Something was wrong. Before my mind's very eye, I watched as his face blurred out of focus. His features melted away. I tried to think of his hair color, and just like that, it was gone. His clothes had colors, and then they didn't. He had no clothes. He had no body to put clothes on. All that was left were his shoes. No, they were gone too. His name. What was his name? I have a confession to make. I witnessed my best friend's undoing that day. I don't call him Johnny because I can't bring myself to say his name. I do it because he doesn't have one. He did. I know he did. He must have existed, I think. I didn't go into that house alone. That, at least, I remember. Someone was there with me, and now they aren't. Every memory I have of something I did with them, there's just a blur. I can just as easily remember them happening with me, alone. No one came to ask me about what happened to my friend. Did their parents forget them too? The school? Certainly we went to school together. Probably even sat next to each other. I remember we were close, but there was no trace of them. No empty seats. No missing posters. No questions. I went home and the world just closed up over the hole where there had been. Now that hole only exists in my memory. A scab. A silhouette of a person. I've died twice and seen the afterlife. It's not what you think. It happened so quick the first time. Like a blink and you would miss it kind of fast. I was taking one of my daily evening walks I took every night. As I was crossing the street heading back to my house, I saw the bright lights of the car coming straight towards me. Then seconds later I saw nothing and I was taken to a new existence. One that I learned is not very pleasant. Before I get to all that, let me introduce myself. My name's Joe and I'm a pretty normal guy. I'm 30 years old and I work as a construction worker. I'm not married and I don't have any kids. The only company I have is my bulldog Russell. I live in a simple one-story house and don't really go out all that much. I don't have any friends and the only visitor I get from time to time is my younger sister Janice, as my parents moved almost 5 hours from where I lived. I didn't have a good relationship with them. I felt they didn't accept where I ended up in life. While my sister was rich, living the life in Los Angeles as an executive producer for a hit show, I was stuck in a mediocre job, barely paying the bills. I had a great relationship with my sister, though. We would go out for coffee once a month if she was available. She also had 2 kids who I also had a good relationship with. I was good old Uncle Jay to them. I'm a pretty boring guy, to be honest. The only fun thing I really enjoy doing is taking long evening walks by myself. You're probably wondering why I don't take Russell with me. Russell doesn't like going out at night. He whimpered the whole time I took him out one time and was a constant drag during. I didn't mind not having him though. Most people feel safe having a dog with them on walks at night, but I never felt fear from the night. I love the quietness of everything. So peaceful and relaxing. I would think a lot on my walks. About my life, jobs, future, etc. Now back to the story. I didn't remember feeling any pain from the impact. As soon as the car hit me, everything went black. I found myself falling into a complete and utter darkness. I landed with a hard thump on the ground after falling for what felt like forever. I don't know when, but I eventually woke up after the fall. The impact caused me to black out for God knows how long. I stood up, staring into the emptiness of the dark void around me. Hello? I called out as my voice echoed all around me. Nothing. But my voice echoed all around me. I started to panic then. Am I dead? Is this heaven or hell? Is this where we go when we die? Suddenly a loud voice boomed behind me. Joe DeFord, your trial will commence. I felt two huge hands suddenly lift me up off the ground. While screaming and crying out, I tried to scramble around and escape the grips, but they were too strong. The voice then spoke again. "Stop your petty cries. They will do you no good where you may go." I could barely whimper out. "Where am I?" The voice was silent, then it boomed, making my eardrums ring as I heard it say, "You are in the Forgotten, a void between space and time where you will be judged for your sins." I asked again a little louder, "Are you God?" The voice laughed, a laugh that made the void around me shake. "Stupid human, there is no God. There is only us, the Elders. We have ruled the universe before time even existed. We are the creators and the destroyers." I couldn't comprehend what I was hearing now. I wasn't a religious guy at all, but I still believed there was a God in this world. Now to know we are all ruled by a group of such powerful beings truly terrified me. "Why can't I see you?" I asked. The voice said a little softer, "We have no form. Our form is only visible amongst ourselves. If I were to show you my form, you would be blinded for all of eternity." I thought now, what being could be so powerful? Its look alone could blind someone. What will they do with me? "I can read your thoughts, human. To answer you again, I am judging you to see where your presence belongs now." The voice paused and said, "Joe DeFord, your sins have been collected. We shall now see where you belong." Suddenly I was taken to a place so horrible and disturbing that I couldn't even open my eyes upon seeing it. Fire was all around me. I looked around to see people burning alive and being tortured in the most painful and unimaginable ways. I opened my eyes again to see hands reaching down and pulling me into the fire. I screamed and kicked with no results. They kept dragging me down as their screams filled my ears. Then, I was back in the void. I heard the voice boom now. "You are lucky, human. The council has spoken and we have decided to give you another chance. Your sins have not been forgotten, though. Be wise with the choices you make." I felt myself falling again, into the void, going deeper and deeper as my screams echoed all around me. I then suddenly woke up to find myself in the hospital. I looked to see my sister and the doctor looking at me bewildered. "How is this possible?" I heard the doctor say. "How long was I out for?" I asked in a weak voice. "Joe, you were dead for 12 hours. My sister said with tears in her eyes as she hugged me. "Dead? 12 hours? I thought. I felt like maybe an hour when I was in there." The doctor just stared at me now, still with a bewildered look in his eyes. After a couple more minutes, the doctor finally said, "How do you feel?" "Fine," I said. "Fine? You have 6 cracked ribs, a concussion, one of your legs is broken, and your collarbone is broken," he said in shock. "Why don't I feel it? I can't move one of my legs, but it feels like it's asleep, not broken. My head doesn't hurt at all. I can breathe normally. My ribs feel fine. I touched them and could feel multiple cracks. Nothing." The doctor kept me in the hospital for the next week with my sister visiting almost every day. She constantly asked me what happened after I died, what I saw. I didn't want to tell her though, not because I was afraid she wouldn't believe me, but because I didn't want to think about what I saw. The horrors of what I believed to be hell gave me frequent nightmares. The arms, I could still feel them wrapping themselves around me, dragging me below. The doctor eventually let me out after some convincing from my sister and me. When I got home, my mind thought to the last thing the elder said to me. "Your sins have not been forgotten, though. Be wise with the choices you make now." What did he mean by that? Sure, I've made mistakes in the past. Even was a smoking addict once. I got over that though, and I don't drink or do anything remotely like that. I just decided I was given a second chance for a reason, so how did I use that chance? I continued living the same. I felt there were no problems in my life. Otherwise, I would have been sent to hell. Life continued on normally for the next 15 years. I eventually met a woman named Michelle who would eventually become my wife. We had 3 kids, 2 girls and 1 boy, and we lived simple and well. I continued my job as a construction worker and even got promoted a couple years ago. My salary went up significantly, and we moved into a new home last year that was much bigger than the last one. Russell died a couple years ago, and we got a new bulldog named Sarah. Unlike Russell, she loved going on night walks with me as we went every night together. I realized I enjoyed having more company with me on these walks. I never realized how lonely it was until I had someone with me. Sarah was my protector, as anyone who we passed on walks. She would growl until I told her to calm down. I never told Michelle that I had died before. She knew I was in a car accident, but she didn't know what I experienced at that time. On my 45th birthday, me and my family decided to go out and eat at our favorite restaurant next door. After dinner, they surprised me with a huge chocolate cake, which was my favorite. I looked around as I was eating my cake and realized how good of a life I had now. I had a wonderful wife, beautiful family. This was my second chance. As we walked home from dinner, we decided to take a trail we knew was a shortcut to our house. On the trail, we looked at the beautiful stars in the sky in the night and talked as we walked. Then I saw a man approaching us quickly. He had all black on and I couldn't see his face until he got closer. He had dark, swollen eyes with big purple bags hanging from under them. He was tall and skinny and had short black hair. He stopped right in front of us and reached into his pocket, where he pulled out a gun. "Everything you got," he said in a deep, gruff voice. My kids started to cry and the man pointed the gun at them, screaming, "Tell the brass to shut the hell up or I'll make them." My wife hushed the kids as we gave the man our wallets. He took them, then pointed his gun at Michelle's ring and said, "The ring, give it to me." My wife looked at the ring, then at me, and said to the man, "No. Give me the damn ring or I'll blow your brains out," he said, pointing the gun at her head. Michelle again said somehow in a calm voice, "No." I wasn't surprised. She loved that ring with everything she had. It was a big diamond ring which was very expensive and that I gave to her in Hawaii when I proposed. I looked at her terrified, but she looked back at me somehow with a calm expression. "Stupid bitch," I heard the man say, pointing the gun even closer to her. Without even thinking, I ran towards him and tackled him. We wrestled for a bit on the ground. Then we both heard a loud bang from the gun. The man got up after the shot and fled. As people were now visible on the trail, I looked down and touched my stomach, and to my shock, my hands were red with blood. My family screamed when I fell to the ground, blood coming out more rapidly from my stomach where the shot was. People on the trail started to run towards as I heard my wife say with tears in her eyes, "Hang in there, honey. You'll be okay. Please stay with us." The world started to turn black now. No, not now. Not when everything is so perfect. I could hear the cries of my wife and children as people crowded around. Then I was gone. I was falling again now, the feeling all too familiar. I landed with a loud thump on the ground. Then I stood up quickly and started banging my hands on the ground with tears in my eyes. Why now? Why? I screamed into the dark void. Everything was right. My life was so perfect. Then the elder booms his voice. "Silence, human." I stopped screaming, still with tears in my eyes. "We gave you another chance, but yet here you are." The elder said, "It wasn't my fault. I was protecting my family." I screamed back, not caring anymore what they would do to me. The voice was quiet, but it boomed louder than I had ever heard it before. No human has ever spoken to the elders like that. You should beg for sins to be healed. Then the arms came and picked me up again. I kicked and screamed even louder. The fire then came into view. The all too familiar screams and cries came back. No, not again. I screamed as I felt the arms pull me down. I begged for mercy and cried to the elders. They didn't come. And as I got closer and closer to the fire, I thought to my family, my beautiful wife, my wonderful kids. Tears poured out of my eyes, knowing I would never see them again. I closed my eyes, the image of my family in my mind. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the void. I got up as I heard the voice boom. Kneel. I kneeled quickly, unsure of what was going to happen. Although you disrespected us, we have decided to give you mercy and one final chance. We have seen what you have done with your life now. You have finally found value in this world. I cried tears of joy, knowing I would see my family again. Then the voice said, Know this, Joe DeFord. This truly is your final chance. If you die again, you will never return to the real world. I know. Thank you. I said quietly. I closed my eyes and started to fall again into the darkness. As I fell, though, instead of fear, I felt the first time happiness. I was going to be with my family, see them grow up and be a father to them. I closed my eyes, smiling as a single tear rolled down my face. I opened my eyes and found I was in a hospital again. My family were all sitting in chairs crying, but once they saw me, they ran over, now crying tears of joy. I hugged them with all my might, crying as well. The next 5 years were great, but the last 15 years have been a living hell. My daughter grew up fine and was wonderful until high school. Then they started to hang out with the wrong crowd, smoking and drinking all the time. We argued with them all the time, but they never listened. They continued to drink and smoke until one night I got a call from the police. My daughters were in a car accident and had died upon impact. The police learned from a friend of theirs that when they left the party they were at, they were extremely drunk. The friend tried to warn them, but they didn't listen. Michelle and I were heartbroken, and the death of our daughters is what led to our divorce shortly after. While my daughters became a mess, my son was perfect. He was everything a parent would want a child to be. He was kind, smart, intelligent, and never argued with us. I loved him so much, and I was shattered when Michelle took him away after the divorce. They moved all the way to New York, and I've never seen my son since. I've tried writing to him, but never got a response. I tried calling, but he never answered. When all couldn't get worse, my sister got cancer a couple months ago, and she died last week. Everything was gone now. As I sat on my couch one day drinking, I thought to myself, did they know this was going to happen? Is this why they sent me back? Was this my punishment for disrespecting them? I sit here now writing this with the gun in my hands. I want everyone to know that there may be a God, but there isn't just one, and they are not forgiving. If you disrespect them, you will be cursed like I have been. I was given 2 chances, and I have wasted both of them. I'm ready now to accept my fate. I have seen hell and have truly experienced it. I no longer have purpose for this world, but I have one in the void, and it's calling to me now. There's an old road in my hometown that runs through some very old land. The woods there are protected because they're part of an old watershed that fills reservoirs downstream, which provide water for half the state. So it would be very bad if that water were tainted. And so the land is protected, and so the land is old, as is the road, and so some very strange things have been seen on that road, and in those woods, though most people don't believe what they see. I do. Today, I will tell you about the wolf pack. Why wouldn't someone believe I saw a wolf pack? Wolves aren't uncommon, especially not in our neck of the woods. At least, not ordinary wolves. And when I first met them, that's what I thought they were too. Ordinary wolves. But if they were, perhaps I wouldn't be here to tell you. But before I can tell you about the pack, I have to tell you about one in particular. Names have power, and I don't know what he is or what they are. So I will refer to this one as the Red Pup. He's likely not a pup by now, but when I met him, that's how he appeared to me. I grew up in the woods. My family has always lived next to that old land, and it became my backyard. I found my wanderlust in those old woods. The fauna, the flora, the rocks even, entranced me. My father taught me about mosses and lichens, how to track animals. A family of beavers became my neighbors. The mountain became my true home, and to this day, I cannot live away from the mountains. I wandered those woods often, though my mother had a fantastic rule to keep me safe. If your shadow is longer than your body, come home. I didn't always follow that rule, though. I got lost in thought sometimes. More lost, perhaps, than some get in the woods. And so one day, as a young boy staying too long at the fault lines in a rock, did not notice that not only had my shadow grown long, but it had grown faint. The woods were growing dark, and in old woods, things move about in the dark. I heard a rustling in the bushes, and I was scared. I knew there were bears and coyotes in these woods. I did not expect what I believed at the time to be a small dog. I don't know how to describe how I was equal parts terrified and delighted in that moment. I had just noticed it was dark. I had just noticed that something small was walking towards me. I knew there were things out here in the dark that could hurt me. I did not know that this cute, squeaking, fumbling brown thing was that looked altogether not threatening and shyly nosed my hand. His fur was a deep brown color, though again it was dark. But his eyes, they were warm and misty, like a wisp of steam from your cocoa that dances and moves and is easily blown away, yet returns just as easily. His fur was warm, and he nosed at me to get up, so I did. He took a few steps away and looked back over his shoulder. Even a child understands this look. I followed him. He led me over some rocks, under some logs, around some boulders. The wind brushed my bare arms. It was summer, but the night was still colder than the day. He dropped back and walked beside me, leading me with my palm on his shoulders. Looking back, he was much more aware of the things going on around us than I was, and much more concerned. He kept looking back behind us and tugging me along with renewed fervor. I will never know what followed us. That might be a good thing. It was dark enough by the time we reached my backyard that I couldn't see the grass anymore. He stopped at the edge of the woods and nudged me onward. I looked back at him and he stopped backward, vanishing into the dark. Once again I became afraid and turned and ran towards the lights of my parents' house. My mother scolded me for not coming back sooner, sat me on timeout for a half hour, and I was not allowed to have dessert that night. I looked out the window for my wolf pup friend. I did not meet the red pup again until a few years later, while I was out hiking with a friend. I had grown up a bit and had advanced in school. I knew more about the woods now. I was more aware of the dangers and how to avoid them. We get bears there, but they don't bother me. Most people don't realize bears are timid creatures that just like to be left alone. They are only fearsome when they are provoked and have something to defend. Still, don't bug them. They want to be left alone, mostly. People who don't know me well enough call me an idiot because I don't respect the woods, but they are usually people who don't know the woods like I do. It would be more accurate to say I don't fear the woods, and even more accurate to say that I don't fear being hurt by it if I show it proper respect, which I try my best to do. We were out hiking with my friend Steve and his dog, a young German shepherd named Smokey. He's dead now. He lived to be 13 before being put down due to crippling joint pain, but I think he was 3 years old at the time and loved hikes. Steve lived near a different part of the same old woods. It's a very large forest and an even larger mountain, with lots of hills and glens. We took Smokey for a walk along some of the old quad trails. We were in our teens and didn't mind the dark so much. We walked until the sun was nearly down, and we built a fire pit. We both loved fires. Who doesn't? They're warm, bright, display woodsman skill. You can burn things if you're into that. I tried to take pictures of it and draw it. While we were sitting, I spotted a glint in the darkness, sort of like what you would see on the back of an animal's eyes. I looked up and saw the eyes looking down at us, then looked over to Smokey, curled up next to Steve. Interesting. Smokey usually knew what was up. I checked that Steve and I both had sticks and knives handy, and eyed a particular stick in the fire that was sticking out part way. I could grab it easily if I needed a fire weapon, but the eyes drew no closer. They stayed put right there, settled over a rock a good distance from the fire. They seemed unnatural, not like the reflective glint of a real animal's eyes. They were misty, like smoke on the water, like a mirage I wasn't sure I was really seeing, and at this distance, Smokey should have noticed. I felt a bit intimidated and decided to point it out. Steve looked where I pointed, and Smokey perked up as we both moved. But Steve couldn't see anything, and I figured I was imagining things. I wasn't confident the eyes were actually there after all. Perhaps they were a reflection from a few pieces of glass. Someone might have thrown a bottle into the woods for all I knew. I would never do such a thing, but we weren't the only people who came back here. After a while, we doused the fire and followed the trail back in the dark, Smokey following ahead or behind us at his whim. I heard something move through the leaves and turned, expecting to see Smokey next to me. The shape was right, but this wasn't Smokey. The fur was the wrong color. This was a deep chocolate brown with hints of crimson. He looked up at me and those eyes. It was the same wolf pup. His eyes truly are strange. They were my first real clue that he wasn't natural. They glisten and glow a warm, fiery light, as though they truly are flames, flickering, moving so that you can never focus on any bit of detail. But if you just stare unfocused, there they are. I believe I've already described them as a mirage. I put my hand out and he walked next to me so that my hand fell on the back of his neck. I could hear his panting and he sounded happy. I called to Steve and told him my wolf pup had returned. Immediately Steve turned around and looked where I was gesturing. But he couldn't see anything. He turned on his flashlight, and though I could clearly see the light falling on the animal beside me, revealing brilliant russet fur, Steve insisted there was nothing there. He stepped forward to touch the spot I insisted I had a young wolf standing, and the wolf pup moved out of the way, like he didn't want Steve to touch him. I expressed this, and Steve just rolled his eyes and accused me of making it up. I got angry. I don't lie. And I could definitely feel the fur beneath my hand. So Steve just said sure, whatever, and started walking back towards the house. The red pup nudged me along, so I followed. He walked a bit away from me for most of the trip, but I was glad to have him there. It was like seeing an old friend again for the first time in a while. I smiled at him, and his eyes radiated a very kind warmth. We made it back to the house, and once again he stopped at the edge of the woods, not entering the property. He turned and looked at me from his side, before walking slowly back into the darkness of the woods. I almost wonder if something else was out there that night as well. It was a year later that I saw him again, and this time, I met his pack. I was out with several friends this time. We were in the woods behind our friend Devin's house, having a big fire. We scouted out a good spot earlier in that day. A nice clearing where the trees weren't close enough to catch fire. The stump of a tree had been ripped out long ago, leaving just a few stubborn roots and a nice little hollow about 2 feet across. My friends all gathered rocks while I kicked leaves away from the hollow, forming a 10-foot radius of just dirt and roots, then returned to the little hollow and built a round wall for the fire. My dad was an EMT and on search and rescue, so through him I'd met some of the rangers and fire marshals in the area, which meant I knew the rules for a safe fire, but they wouldn't destroy when they found it. These are protected woods after all, and the rangers will destroy any fire pits that don't meet their standards to discourage drunk teenagers from causing problems. At least a foot high on the outside, 1.5 feet on the inside, and 10 feet or more to anything flammable. They never removed fire pits that I built. We got the fire going, had some drinks, cooked a steak that my friend brought. It was a great time, and we were a good half-mile through dense woods from the nearest house, Devon's. A potential danger if you're thinking like a parent, permission to be jovial and rambunctious if you're thinking like a teenager. As the night went on, the air got cold, quite cold for a summer night. The wind had picked up too, and we decided to douse the fire so the wind wouldn't carry sparks to the dry leaves. I went to go carry some of our things back, and I saw something from the corner of my eye. A wolf. I immediately took a defensive posture, but as it looked at me with eyes that glowed warmly, and walked with its hackles down and tail up, I realized who it was. It was my friend. The wind gusted then, and his entire body shimmered, like he was made of mist held together by force of will. He looked into the wind, then back at me and whimpered slightly. I looked at him quizzically, but he had no way to tell me what was wrong. He followed me back to the house, and then back to the fire. It took a couple of trips to carry our drinks, our trash, and our chairs back to the house. Finally, we got everything, when Cody said he forgot his jacket. We took a flashlight and went to go get it. My red wolf pup was there on the trail blocking my way. He really wasn't a pup anymore, but I still think of him as that little pup that I met that one day. Cody ran right past him, but he wouldn't let me pass. I wondered what was wrong, but he gave a quick yip, and then there was movement behind him. Several more wolves, just like him, materialized out of the bushes and from around trees. They all had the same misty, shifting eyes, like a mirage, but their coats were silver. I didn't count them, but probably about 10 or 12. Probably more, actually. I took a step back. Crap. I'm dead, but the red one looked at me pleadingly. What the heck do you want? I thought. Cody stopped, noticing I had fallen behind, and turned back to ask what was up. He was standing 10 feet from me, shining a flashlight on a pack of wolves that he very obviously took no real notice of. They parted as he walked up to me, and I just stared at them incredulously. I told him nothing, that I thought I had spotted something, but it was nothing. The wind was picking up, so I held the flashlight while Cody rubbed his shoulders, and we basically ran to the fire pit. The pack followed. His jacket was there, still hanging on the tree where he'd left it. The fire was out completely, but there was still steam rising from it. Cody threw his jacket on and we turned to go, and I was really glad to leave. Not only was it windy, but the woods felt uneasy. When you spend enough time in the woods as I do, you gain an affinity for them. You just sort of feel when the land is off. Something was wrong, and I didn't need the misty pack of wolves that only I could see to tell me that. They helped, though. The trees creaked and groaned, and I could feel tremors in the ground like it was quivering. Afraid or angry, I couldn't tell, but there was a queasy feeling in my stomach like something was very, very wrong. I never thought I'd feel so glad to be in the company of shimmery, definitely not ordinary wolves. Cody tripped over a rock because he's an idiot who doesn't go into the woods often enough. Maybe I come in too often. Either way, he dropped the flashlight and broke it. He swore and complained about how we were going to get back. Looking around us, I decided I wasn't worried. The pack surrounded us now, at least 20, and I realized I could still see them. Silvery, misty wolf shapes that shimmered like a mirage, with eyes that glowed like soft wisps of smoke. Instead of facing inward, they all faced the way we had come, toward the house. The red one walked up to me and gently grabbed my hand, tugging on it. Okay. I put a hand on Cody's shoulder and told him I got this. Really? He asked. I nodded, and that was enough for him. My friends know I know the woods. I nodded to the red pup and he started forward. I followed him, Cody followed me, and the pack followed all of us. They circled us too. I could see them shifting, rotating as they led us through the otherwise pitch-dark woods. Some of them looked over their shoulders, and when they did, their eyes shone with a fiery glare that made my blood chill. As I realized I had only ever seen their friendly eyes before, there were no questions in my mind now. The woods were uneasy, and these wolves were protecting us from something that would probably find us if we didn't leave, and that would not be a pleasant experience. Cody seemed calm with me next to him, and with a silvery pack of wolves surrounding us, I felt confident we could get back. But with the knowledge I'd deduced, it was hard to relax. When we got back, I didn't bother looking behind me. I knew they would just retreat into the dark like the red one always did. I gave a backhand wave as we rushed to the house, and we all sat down to play cards. Later I mentioned to Devin that I'd met a pack of wolves and his eyes went wide. I think he actually believed me. He said he had never seen any wolves, but the woods back here had plenty of spirits, some more friendly than others, and it was possible I'd met something benevolent. I opted not to tell him that we had most likely nearly met something not so benevolent. He didn't show it, but I think he knew. It had been his call to douse the fire after all. I don't know what these wolves are, or why they appear to me, or why so seldom. I think they're protecting me, but again, I don't know why. Maybe it's because I respect the woods, or maybe they just like me. I don't know. I've only seen the full pack one other time, also on a dark and windy night. The red pup has come to me several times, sometimes for company, but nearly always to lead me out of the woods when it grows dark. I've never had anything to offer him, and I don't know how to summon him. I don't live in that town anymore, but every time I return, it has new surprises for me. Those woods are old, and some very strange things have been seen there. Though most people don't believe what they see, I do. She was standing outside my house. At first, I thought she was just a neighbor going for a walk. You know how it is with the pandemic. When it was time to take my dog for her walk, we passed by this woman and I recognized her, but couldn't figure out from where. She wore her black hair in a tight bun sitting on the crown of her head, and I could only see the top half of her face with the mask, but it was clear she had makeup on. Sharp, black eyebrows painted, dark brown shadow with a thick black eyeliner, and too much mascara on. Or maybe it wasn't a good brand. It made her eyelashes look like spider legs. I nodded to her as our eyes met when I passed her. She didn't respond, so I turned away to keep it from getting awkward. It was a cold and windy morning. My dog loves this weather, so she was running around as much as the leash would let her. When we finished our walk, she wanted to stay outside. She's the cutest. When I looked up from trying to coax my dog back in, I saw the lady again. She was staring at me and standing in the exact same spot as before. I got that feeling again that I knew her, but I couldn't remember how. I sort of knew some of my neighbors. It's hard to meet new people in a new city during a pandemic. The few I had met were because they also had friendly dogs who liked to play and sniff with my dog. This lady was not someone I recognized from here, though. Upstairs in my apartment, I fed my dog and made myself coffee. I could not stop thinking about that woman outside. There was something about her that was bugging me. Something inside me was telling me I knew her and I needed to avoid her. Maybe I was confusing her with someone else. I had no idea how I was going to get any work done with her on my mind. I opened up my computer and got my work programs and headset running. I work as a tech support rep for a cell phone company, and thankfully, my office lets us work from home. I don't miss my boss breathing down my neck about productivity or whatever. Most of the people who call are older and trying to figure out how their new phones work. I get how some people might cut and run at the sound of helping someone older figure out technology over the phone, but I find it rewarding. A lot of these people are grandparents and just want to talk to their grandkids. I'm happy to help with that. I take my seat with my coffee and a pink concha. We're not supposed to eat during work, but as long as I'm careful, it's not super obvious. Anyway, I have my headset on and I'm logged in. The first call comes in, a woman who wants me to hack into her daughter's phone. We don't really do that, so I encourage her to have an open conversation with her daughter. She opts to cut the service off temporarily, so I do. Next call, an older man whose phone won't turn back on. The phone is 3 years old and he has insurance, so I order him a replacement. Next call, there is a slight tapping and brushing sound, like something being brushed against the speaker. I give my greeting again. Usually when there's no answer after that, I'll say, "Hello? Do you have me on mute?" A couple of times just in case before hanging up. Sometimes it's someone who put the phone on speaker and started doing something else while they wait. On my second, "Hello?" I felt something tickle my ear. I knocked the headset off my head and picked it up to see what it was. Probably some fabric from my sweater or a dog hair that got trapped in the edges of the earpiece. It looked like two small black fingers trying to grasp something. I looked closer and realized it was a kind of bug that was stuck in the headset and trying to pull itself out. How did that happen? I kept my apartment pretty clean and never left food or dirty dishes out. I got out my personal Bluetooth headset and connected it to the computer. The call was still going, so I had some time to get connected and see if anyone was on the line before hanging up. I looked at the bug poke more legs out to push itself out from the earpiece. The legs reminded me of the mascara on that lady outside. Something about that creeped me out. Now, before we go on, I just want to clarify. I support women and love women. Makeup, no makeup, good makeup, bad makeup, into yoga, into gaming, whatever. It's all good and I support women living their best lives. When I am telling you the eyelashes of this woman outside resembled spider legs, I don't mean in a nasty or cruel way. Normally when I see someone who put too much makeup on, I think, whoa, they didn't stop when they should have. Or something like that. I don't normally compare someone's features to insects. I think it was more than heavy makeup making me associate the woman outside with spiders. Maybe her eyelashes were what I recognized. The bug managed to squeeze itself out of the earpiece. My eyes and mouth dropped open in shock. It was a spider. A whole spider just squeezed out of my earpiece. Ew. It was the next call and I had to answer it after seeing a spider crawl out of my work earpiece. What was going on today? I answered it and listened as well as I could, backing up towards my kitchen to get a short glass and paper towel to trap the spider. My dog was napping in a sunspot on my bed, so as long as she stayed there and didn't get near the spider, I was going to be okay. Hello? I apologized to the caller. The spider was really stressing me out and I was not listening. It moved to the right side of my desk and stood there. Maybe it was stressed out too. I told the caller the line cut out for a minute while they were talking and asked if they could explain their tech issue again. I got the glass and paper towel, then walked back slowly to my desk and sat, avoiding sudden movements. I didn't want to scare the spider away. The caller needed a phone replacement. I made small talk about the caller's phone and insurance plan while I placed the glass on top of the spider. I breathed a sigh of relief and finished ordering the replacement for the caller. When the call ended, I got the paper towel ready and was about to slide the glass onto it when another call came in. Someone was having a hard time activating a new phone. I guided them through the steps and saw the phone appear active on their account. I told them they were good to go, and the call ended. Another call. Why was it so busy today? I found my answer. The caller's area had an outage, and it was my area too. I checked my phone and turned off Wi-Fi. No service. Great. I turned Wi-Fi back on and checked the ticket. The outage started this morning and they were working on it. I submitted a ticket for the caller. It would be ignored since it was the same issue as the initial ticket, but it made the caller feel better. Next call, another ghost call, with no sound on the other end. I asked if anyone was on the line, and on the second one, something tickled my ear. I snatched the earbud out and looked at it. Bug legs moving, but this time, from the small speaker on my earbud. I kept these in a case. There is no way a spider could have gotten in there, and yet, there it was with its legs poking out, working its body out of this impossibly small space. I set the earbud down and glanced over at the spider in the glass. It was still there, staring at me. There was no answer, so I hung up and braced myself for the next call while this second spider crawled out of my Bluetooth earbud. I checked the case for the earbuds and it looked clean. I went over it with a distinctive wipe. I'm not sure if that keeps spiders away. I hoped it did. Next call came in. It was about the outage. I explained the outage was already reported and being repaired, but offered to write a ticket if the caller wanted. They were satisfied that we knew about it and it was being worked on. The spider finished pulling itself out of the earbud and walked over to the other spider in the glass and stood there, facing me. I stared at this and almost fumbled my greeting for the next call. It was also about the outage. I checked the company website to see if we had an alert for the outage. Normally, people check the site for outages before calling. It was announced on there and I let the caller know that they could check in the future to save themselves a phone call, which they appreciated. I picked up the earbud the spider had crawled out of and wiped it with a disinfectant wipe. I set the desk lamp a little closer and looked in at the small speakers. There was something coming from there. I put it closer to my ear to try and hear it. I told you I would come for you if you ever forgot me. A woman's voice said that over and over again. I thought maybe my earbud connected to something else while the spider was crawling out. I checked the Bluetooth connection for the computer and it said my earbuds were still connected. It's possible it was just referring to the earbud I still had on. I wiped the earbud with the disinfectant wipe again and put it in its case. The lights flickered like it was charging, but the same woman's voice was coming from it. I looked over at the two spiders and they were still in the same spots on my desk, almost like little statues. I took a few more calls and more outage complaints and someone who wanted to know if they could use their phone in another country. Then it happened again. A ghost call and then the tickle in my ear. I went on break and left my earbud on the desk. I checked on my dog and she was snoozing, but she did pop her head up when I came in. I used the bathroom and checked on my phone as spiders normally hide in earpieces. There was a lot of articles on spiders being found in headphones, but nothing on earbuds like mine. I also saw a lot of articles about people finding spiders and other kinds of bugs in their ears, and I was not brave enough to click on any, but apparently, it's common. I tried to look up the type of spider they were to see if they were poisonous. I know it's the first thing I should have done, but I didn't think of it until then. The closest thing it looked like was a black widow, although it didn't have the bright hourglass or dot marking. Or maybe it did and I didn't notice it. Either way, it was probably poisonous and I shouldn't keep them around. I put my phone away and finished using the bathroom, walking out into my bedroom as I rubbed lotion on my still damp hands. My dog wasn't on the bed anymore. I looked around and didn't see her in her usual spots. I ran out to my desk and saw all three spiders there, neatly lined up like toy soldiers. I heard gulping on the other side of the room and saw my dog drinking her water. I let out a sigh of relief and fenced her into that area so she would be away from the desk. She didn't seem happy about it and whined, but I didn't want to risk the spiders jumping off and biting her. I wasn't sure what to do about me either. They seemed fine, lined up on my desk, and weren't crawling around causing trouble. I had 1 minute left for my break. I got a disinfectant wipe and started cleaning my earbud. A voice was coming from it. I panicked, thinking it was a call that managed to get through. I put it to my ear and it was that same woman's voice. I told you I would come for you if you ever forgot me. I felt some relief. It was just picking up the same audio from last time. I went to the Bluetooth settings to reconnect it, and it was still connected. I looked through my tabs and windows to see if I had something playing by accident. It was just the company website and the programs for my job. The only audio would be from a phone call. My earbuds were probably connected to something else, and I did not have time to figure that out. So I quickly wiped down my regular work headset and triple-checked the earpiece. I was a couple of minutes late from break, but I'd just take a shorter break next time. That voice sounded familiar. Was it from a movie? Maybe the Bluetooth signal on my tablet was too strong. I really needed a normal explanation for all this weird stuff going on with the spiders and the audio. I put the earbud in the case to charge. I guess without bones, it's easier for spiders to end up in very small spaces. The spiders on my desk looked to be about an inch long. That's when I remember she used to talk about spiders. I had this babysitter about 25 years ago who would tuck me into bed at night with my brother. We were 5 and 6 years old. When we asked her for a story, she would tell us about swarms of spiders coming to eat children who didn't go to sleep like they were told. She was not the most nurturing person, and my mom let her go when she saw the kinds of things she was teaching me. For some reason, this babysitter encouraged me to play with knives and spiders. I don't remember exactly what happened other than my mom coming home, the car ride to the emergency room, and getting a lollipop from the doctor who saw me. I wasn't bitten or injured, but I never saw that babysitter again. I did talk to her one more time, though. She called me after school and I picked up the phone. She told me. I gasped. She told me that I'd better not forget her, or she'd come for me. That voice. Another call. I half expected another ghost call with a spider surprise, but it was just an older woman who needed help setting up her wireless router. I walked her through it, glancing at the spiders on my desk. It was probably all a coincidence anyway. The voice that could have been from a movie. Spiders crawling out of my equipment. The woman with those eyelashes outside. The woman from outside. I knew she looked familiar, but she still looked like she was in her 20s. By now, she would have been closer to 50. The router was set up and working, so I let the caller go. So if this lady was my former babysitter, why was she here, and what did she want? I crossed my arms and looked at the spiders. Were they even real spiders? I started to reach my hand out, but grabbed a pen instead and poked the spider closest to me. It shifted and moved away, but then came back to its spot next to the others. It looked pretty real. Next call. An older man asking how to set up voicemail on his new phone. While I helped him, I kept wondering about the lady outside. Maybe she was someone else, or if she was my old babysitter. Maybe I was too distracted by the makeup to notice any signs of her being older. Maybe she had some work done. What was her name? Is it working okay, sir? The caller was checking to see if his voicemail worked. He said it did, and we ended the call. I was hoping it would be a slower day so I could figure out what was going on. Next call, no answer. I took off my headset and held it close enough to where I could listen, but not have it touch my ear. Sure enough, 2 legs poked out and flailed a bit before pulling the rest of the body out. It's like these spiders were being generated from the speaker. There is no way 2 of these could fit in there. The rest of the workday went by pretty much like that. The outage still hadn't been resolved. My desk is now lined with spiders standing at attention. I remembered my old babysitter. On the walk with my dog after work, she was still there. This time I said, "Hi, I remember you. You used to babysit me." I started to walk away and then I heard her say, "Nothing." I chickened out and didn't say anything to her. I knew what I wanted to say, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Part of the reason I like my job is I don't have to actually see the people I talk to. I still have a ways to go with in-person interaction. Plus, that lady makes me nervous, especially since she was a mean babysitter. She used to talk about gutting my black cat for a ritual sacrifice and would have me sit with her in the bathroom with all the lights off and only red candles lit. My brother would be outside crying, and she said before I could leave, I had to make some promises to her over these candles. I thought it was a weird game because she didn't realize Twister and Candyland existed, but even after showing her those games, we still did that bathroom thing. In retrospect, I think she was into some satanic ritual stuff. The kinds of things that only exist in horror movies and the moral panic of the 1980s. The Satanists I know are members of the Church of Satan and very nice people who emphasize consent, something this babysitter never got from me for all her rituals. Anyway, I'm writing here to ask if anyone knows what to do. I've texted a few friends, including the Satanists, and haven't heard back. Kind of afraid she'll hurt me or my dog if I acknowledge her. I'm writing from the kitchen with my dog and keeping us both away from my desk. The spiders have all raised their 2 front legs, and I don't know what that means. Okay, so I know what I am about to write sounds completely insane, and you are well within your rights to think so, and dismiss me as some kind of nut job, but if I don't tell someone, I swear I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, here it goes. Not to toot my own horn, but all my life I've been smarter than most people, both my age and older. There's nothing particularly special about me or my upbringing. My mom was a nurse, my dad a mechanic, but all throughout my school life, I was just smarter than my peers. When I was still in preschool, everyone else was reading Humpty Dumpty. I was reading Mark Twain. I'm aware of how much of a dick I sound, but I'm just giving the facts. Don't worry, it's all relevant. I got into college fairly easily, as most young adults do. I moved away from my home to attend classes. I'll admit, at college I got pretty lazy. None of the classes were particularly challenging for me. Again, I'm sorry for sounding like a dick. So I got into other hobbies. Video games, mostly. I got pretty unfit pretty fast. In the apartment I was renting for college, there was an elevator that I ended up taking more often as I became lazier, until it got to the point I forgot there were even stairs in my building. Every apartment I've had since has had an elevator, and I never use the stairs unless I absolutely have to. I don't have many social skills, so my mindset for the last few years has been, I'm smarter than everyone else. Why should I have to be fit? Which I know is toxic and unhealthy. And I know that because of the elevator in my new building. I graduated college 2 years ago and moved to a new city for my job. I'm an analyst. I'd rather not tell you where or what in case my coworkers find this and think I'm crazy. Maybe I am crazy. You be the judge. My new apartment is on the 3rd floor. Not a lot of steps to get there, I know, but I am who I am, and I knew I was going to be using the elevator a lot. I picked this building specifically because it had one. Since my mom has bad back and needs to rest most days, my dad was the only person helping me move. He was saying something about finances, which I was only half listening to as we carried boxes of my stuff up the stairs. He forced me to use them. We were almost finished when my mom called and my dad stopped to talk to her, so I figured I'd try out the elevator. I walked through the automated doors into the lobby and paused for a moment to marvel at its decor. Now here's the first of the strange stuff. When I was carrying my stuff with my dad, I'd barely noticed my surroundings, but now I was alone. It was as if everything had changed. My new apartment was expensive, but not exactly a penthouse, so I expected the lobby to be similar. At least, I expected the lobby to look like the pictures I had seen online. Damn, COVID meant I couldn't do an in-person viewing. Instead, I would describe the lobby as a small cathedral. Its walls were milk white, and the main area was a vast space well lit by the glass windows all around its perimeter. Retro-style lights hung from the ceiling at least 10 meters above, and there was a waiting area off to the side of the entrance that was home to 2 beautiful black leather couches. There was a coffee machine on the far side that was selling what I knew was a relatively expensive brand. It was, in short, beautiful, which only made the elevator stand out more. It looked like the kind of elevator you would find in a multi-story parking lot. The dirty, badly scratched metallic gray doors stuck out from the pristine lobby like a severed hand. At the time, I figured that the lobby had recently been redecorated. I didn't know at the time how wrong I would turn out to be. Dismissing its trashy appearance for the time being, I approached those metal doors. I was about to push the button to summon it when I got this weird feeling. I can't describe it. Not good enough to give it full credence, at least. The closest I can describe it is when you stand too close to a power line or a transformer and feel a layer of electricity on your skin making all your hair stand on end. It felt like that, but different. Otherworldly, somehow. At once exhilarating and completely terrifying. Took me about a minute to realize I hadn't moved at all for a while. I gathered my senses and quickly retracted my finger from the button, the same way you would do if you realized you were so close to putting your finger in a goddamn mousetrap. But as I did, the electrical sensation on my skin disappeared and I started feeling even worse. I felt this weight on my chest, a tightness in my throat. Not quite so that I couldn't breathe, but enough that I felt so numb to my surroundings, focused entirely on that button. The corners of my vision blurred as my tunnel vision revolved around that button. In that moment, I felt a hand on my shoulder. All my muscles contracted as my body went into fight or flight mode, and I spun my head to look at my attacker. I calmed somewhat when I realized it was an elderly man, standing no taller than my shoulders. He was dressed smartly, but casual smart. A woolly green vest over a neatly ironed blue shirt combined with a bizarre kaleidoscope tie. His face was heavily wrinkled, so much so they looked more like deep scars than wrinkles. His smile was wide and friendly, his blue eyes squinting. "It's okay," he said in a calm, lightly southern voice that flowed like butter, instantly calming me. "It likes you." Confused, I responded. "What likes me?" The old man angled his head slightly as if he was confused by my confusion. "It," he said bluntly. "What is?" I began. "I don't believe we've met," he interrupted, but his voice was so calming that I didn't mind. "You must be the new resident," he added with a hint of excitement. "I am," I replied. "I'm Mr. "I know who you are, sir," he interrupted again. "I'm the manager. I take care of the building." The manager looked far too old to properly look after a cottage, let alone an entire apartment building. But who was I to judge? I held out my hand. "Pleased to meet you." He grasped my hand and pumped it up and down. The old man had some strength left in him. "Likewise. May I be the first one to welcome you to the building." As we shook hands, I glanced over his shoulder. On the other side of the lobby was a desk I hadn't noticed before. It was wooden and worn, nothing like the rest of the space, and piled high was papers. I sincerely hoped that they weren't maintenance requests. The next few minutes were small talk while I waited for my dad to finish on the phone. I asked the manager some basic questions. Where the local landmarks were, how bad traffic would get, if the neighborhood was noisy, but whenever I asked him questions about his job or the building itself, he would keep changing the question. I think I understand now, but I didn't then. If I had understood, I would have definitely got all my stuff and got the fuck out of there. All sounds pretty normal. Not a little bit strange so far, right? Nothing to freak out about? Well, from here on, I think it's going to get all the comments about me being crazy. My first conversation with the manager happened a few days ago. I've seen him a few times since then up until today, but we said nothing to each other past a friendly hello or good morning. When I left for work, mostly. I never saw him at his desk in the lobby, only in the halls. He wouldn't be doing anything, just standing still against the wall or in front of a door, as if he was waiting for someone. For those first few days, I didn't use the elevator. I got that weird electricity feeling whenever I so much as thought about it. But today I did. I stepped outside my apartment this morning to go to work. All I had with me was my phone, my watch, and my laptop in its bag on my shoulder. As I was locking my door, the manager was just stood there in the corridor, his face expressionless. We locked eyes for a few seconds until his eyes lit up, as if someone or something had switched him on. "Good morning," he said, and I muttered a hesitant reply. I finished locking up and approached the door to the stairwell, only to stop in my tracks as I noticed the manager stood in front of the door, staring directly at it. He slowly turned his head towards me and smiled his friendly smile, only this time it felt too friendly, like he was trying too hard to appear friendly. His stare froze me to the spot. "Stairs are out of order today, I'm afraid," he said, as I fumbled "What?" He turned away from me and stepped into the stairwell. I followed him and made to open the door, only to find it wouldn't budge. I pushed against it as hard as I could, but it wouldn't give. I knocked and said repeatedly that I needed to get to work. I slept in, but received no response. I tried for a few minutes and only stopped when I realized that, even though I was completely alone in this corridor, I could feel something watching me. I got that same pressure in my chest as I looked around for eyes in the walls. I felt something drawing me away. I really can't explain it. I don't want to. I walked away from the door, but it felt like I was walking against my will, that my legs were fighting back, but failing miserably. I turned the corner and came face to face with the metal door of the elevator. I felt like I had no choice but to push the button. I'm struggling to even recall all this. I'm feeling that same pressure, right now. Only relieved somewhat by the pressure I exert on my laptop keys. As my finger approached the button, I went right back into tunnel vision. My entire surroundings faded away into a deep black abyss from which I wanted so desperately to escape. I pressed the button. Immediately those feelings disappeared. Even while writing this, that same pressure has gone. My body relaxed as it regained control and I felt calm. I heard the faint rumbling of the elevator's gears as it approached my floor and as it reached its destination. It gave a somewhat satisfying ding. When those scratch doors retreated, they revealed a small, dimly lit compartment that was surprisingly clean. Mocking myself that I had been afraid at all, I stepped inside. It felt good to get back into my habit. I knew that I had been overreacting over nothing. I rationalized it was because I was anxious about being in a new place, a whole new city. I chuckled as I stepped into the elevator and got a better look inside. On one wall were several yellowed posters that were so faded and torn I couldn't make out what they said. The back wall was taken up by a large mirror in which I checked that my hair was tidy, and the other was empty aside from a panel covered in buttons. Out of curiosity, I took a closer look at these buttons. They were arranged 3 rows by 3 columns, with each column containing 6 buttons. But oddly, only the top and bottom rows contained numbers in the correct order. Some didn't even have numbers. The top row numbered 1, 2, and 3 from left to right, but the second row read 519F, and the one below that, MS99. I figured some bastard had swapped the numbers out as a prank. No. I pressed a green button that said L, which I assume was the lobby. The doors closed and some cliché music came on. I couldn't find a speaker, but other than that, thought nothing of it. The elevator went on for a strangely long time for a journey from the 3rd floor to the lobby, but I figured it was just a slow elevator. It finally came to a stop after at least 15 seconds, but the doors didn't open. I checked to see if there was an open doors button, but couldn't find one. I looked at my watch to check the time. I wish I hadn't. I left my apartment at exactly 8:30. Now, the hour hand was pointed at 2, and the minute hand was going round anti-clockwise, alarmingly quick. So fast I could almost hear it buzzing. I tapped the glass casing to get it to correct itself, but nothing happened. Then the doors opened. My eyes were assaulted by a blinding light, which I was forced to shield myself from, covering my eyes with the back of my hand. I knew the lobby had glass windows, so I assumed the sun was coming through them. My eyes adjusted enough that I was able to peek beneath my hand. I didn't see it at first. I felt it first. A gentle breeze blowing into the elevator. Then I heard it. The gentle rustle of grass, their blades scratching against each other. When I finally removed my hand from my eyes, I was met with the midday sun. For a moment I panicked. Had I slept in and didn't realize? Was my watch broken? Until I realized that the sun wasn't right. It wasn't a blinding yellow. Instead, it was almost green. As my eyes adjusted further, I could finally take in the scene. Spread out before me was an endless meadow, gently flowing with the breeze, almost like ocean waves. I took a step from the elevator. I felt it bounce and creak as I adjusted my weight. When my foot came down, it came down into dirt. As I emerged into my surroundings, the elevator doors closed behind me in a rush, as if it had been impatiently waiting for me to leave. I turned back briefly to see the 2 metal doors and the frame surrounding them standing in the dirt. The button to summon it blinking. I peeked my head around the doors only to see nothing behind them. Just more meadow, stretching far over the horizon. I kept moving forward. I don't know why or where I thought I was going. My mind was numb from confusion and all I could think to do was walk. So I did. I walked for what felt like miles, yet the meadow never ended. As I came to my senses, I noticed the sky wasn't blue, but violet. Every color around me was enhanced and vivid, almost overwhelmingly so. It made me both uneasy and content. Once in a while, I checked my watch as I walked. Nothing had changed. The hour hand was stuck at 2 and the minute hand was spinning wildly anti-clockwise. I walked for what felt like hours and 1,000 miles. The landscape didn't change the entire time. The same rolling hills remained in the distance, unreachable. Every once in a while I placed my fingers in the meadow as I walked, like in Gladiator. My fingers were met with jolts that numbed the tips of my fingers like I was running my fingers over an electric fence. Still, no matter how much it hurt, I didn't stop. It was oddly soothing. Then the landscape changed. The path ahead was no longer hills and meadows. There was a building in the distance, its roof peeking over the meadow like a child playing hide and seek. Naturally, that was where I aimed myself. As I got closer, I realized it was a wooden cabin, its roof partially collapsed. As I got closer still, the colors around me intensified, so much so I questioned if I was high. I thought that maybe there was something in the water in my apartment. No, drinking water right now and I feel fine. It was that place. It was doing something to me, bending my perception out of order. I know it was real. I knew it then and I know it now. I noticed the ground around the cabin was bare and flat, the meadow ending at a straight edge a few meters from the cabin walls. Crossing through the meadow towards the cabin felt like pushing through an invisible barricade that only excited whatever energy I had picked up on my walk. When I stepped into the cabin itself, the colors around me became so intense I was effectively blinded. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, but it did nothing. I was feeling around me, my arms outstretched, hoping to find something, anything, to alleviate the growing anxiety of where I was. My hands finally found what felt like a table of rotten wood. Through my psychedelic vision, the table was a black mess. I felt around the table until I felt something different. Paper. I grasped at it and held it at my eyes, now straining to see past the colors. Feeling further, I realized it was an envelope. I felt around for the lip and ripped it apart, retrieving a thin sheet of paper from inside. Feeling its contents were folded up, my fingers fumbled to open it up. As I held it in front of me, my vision cleared significantly. It was a letter, written in messy but readable handwriting. The corners of my view were still painted purple, blue, red, green, and all the colors between and beyond, but I dedicated all my will to keeping the writing in my view. As I write this, I remember everything vividly, but in that moment my memory just consisted of fragments, so I couldn't take the letter in. But I can now, and no matter how hard I think about it, it still doesn't make sense. See what you can make of it. Welcome to where the dark grasses sleep, where the spectrum is the messenger, bright as hope, nearby as around, masking black. Hearken back to the times of nothing. Eden calls to take your throne of color, lights of ceremonious sound, pleasure of pain, mountains of doors, cradles of mothers. Enamel yellow melts away. Can you spot it deep within? A silly little color, black as sin. I don't remember what happened next. As soon as my inner voice read that last line, the colors returned. I didn't fight back. Not that I could have. When they cleared, I was back at the meadow, the colors having retreated to the very furthest corners of my vision. I was in the meadow, and the wind had picked up. I turned my back to the rolling hills and retreated through the meadow at a brisk pace. My surroundings were empty, but I could feel something nearby. Watching or following, I couldn't tell. I just had this feeling in my gut. My mind was racing faster with every quickening step I took, my inner voice talking so loudly it made my ears ring. Silly little color. Silly little color, silly little color. It was taunting me, mocking me. My own mind was mocking me. Stupid little mind, stupid little mind, stupid little mind. Took me a day to get back to this. I would remove that, but I want you to know as much as possible. Plus, now I know it all happened. In short, I made it back to those doors. I remember pressing that button so hard I could feel blood on my fingertip. The doors opened with a soft rumble, and I threw myself inside. I frantically pushed the number 3 and gasped as the doors finally closed. I could swear that the horizon was collapsing in on itself, coming after me. I think I was there for about 20 minutes as the elevator rumbled and shook. When I finally came to a stop, I looked at my watch. 8:30. I could have cried. I cannot describe the relief when I saw the tattered carpet of the corridor when the doors finally opened. I rushed out of that fucking compartment and found my door. I skipped work, called in sick for a few days. It'll probably fuck me up later, but I really don't care. I sat on my couch, staring at the TV for hours, going over what I had just been through. I wanted to call my mom and tell her how much I loved her. I wanted to call my dad and ask him to take me home. But I didn't. Instead, I remembered this sub, and how people can give advice or explanations for things like this. But I'm not looking for explanations. I just needed to tell someone to get it down and hope someone sees this and just listens. So there you go. Make of this what you will. Most of you will probably call me crazy, saying I was on something, but I know I'm not. I know what I saw was real. I know it because, after all, I'm smarter than everyone else. Then again, maybe not. Because I'm going to go back. I don't know when. Fuck, I don't even know why. But there's something in the back of my mind urging me on. The same curiosity that made me such a genius my whole life. I have to find out what the other buttons mean. Fuck it. I'm going now. Wish me luck. I guess before the story even starts, I should introduce myself. My name is Danny Hager. I used to love exploring abandoned buildings with my friends, Stacy, Johnny, and Tyler. Well, used to is kind of a strong way to put it, but nonetheless, it's the best way I know how. My friends and I basically grew up together, and we're friends since the 3rd grade. Abandoned buildings and places rumored to be haunted always intrigued us ever since we watched videos on the internet. I always used to say to my friends, hey, I think it would be cool if we could explore places like those for ourselves. But where we lived, there wasn't many abandoned or haunted places to explore, so we really didn't get to. We all graduated high school around the same time, and we shared a college dorm in the town of Smethport, Wisconsin, which was about 3 or 4 miles outside of our old town of Bakersfield. Exploring abandoned and haunted buildings was actually pretty fun for a while. We would even find things we wanted that were cool enough to take for souvenirs. There would even be times when we would legitimately get frightened out of haunted places and the next day laugh about it. We were having the time of our lives. One day, however, that all changed when Johnny came running into our dorm with an extremely huge grin on his face. Johnny then proceeded to shove his phone into Stacy, Tyler, and I's faces. I may have found the perfect place for us to explore, Johnny said with pure excitement. What are you talking about, John? Stacy and Tyler asked in unison. Me being a little skeptical, I took Johnny's phone and proceeded to read aloud the news article that he had found. Collinsworth Insane Asylum that was shut down in 1956 is the supposed new hotspot for horror seekers and ghost hunters alike. The details of the article were brief. It was shut down because of allegations of inhumane research testing and treatments that were spreading like wildfire. And finally, the government saw that they were true and cut the facility's funding, and within a year, they were shut down for good. Sounds too good to be true, said Stacy. Tyler and I nodded our heads in agreement, but Danny's always said that we should explore abandoned and haunted places. Well, this place sounds like an amazing combination of both. I even took the liberty of looking this place up. He pulled out a printed image of the place, and from the looks of it, it was huge. How far away is it from here? Tyler asked. Johnny thought for a moment. It's only about 10 miles from here. I know because I drove by there when you 3 went to Stacy's parents' new house to help them move in. It looks way creepier in person. I even heard it has a graveyard with unmarked graves. He said the last part as creepily as he could. I also thought it would be even cooler if we were to spend the entire night there as well, Johnny added. We looked at each other for a moment. Finally, after thinking it over for a couple minutes, we agreed to go with Johnny that weekend. On the days before the big adventure we planned, we went to our local supermarket for a few things. Flashlights, lanterns, batteries, snacks, and some sleeping bags. Then the day finally arrived and we loaded up the van with all our gear and we set off. I checked the time as we pulled out of the university parking lot and saw that it was exactly 7:30 p.m. and the sun was already setting. By the time we got there, it was 9 o'clock. The sun had gone down and it got dark rather quickly. For the life of me, I don't know why we left the van at the beginning of the asylum's driveway, but I guess Johnny wanted to amp up the creep factor, which worked, by the way, but we walked down the dark entranceway that was lined with big oak trees on either side, blocking out the moon. As we expected, and like Johnny said, it was huge. We walked up towards the giant's iron gate that was slightly ajar and creaked and groaned as it slowly swung back and forth. I don't think we should do this, Tyler said quietly. Stacy shook her head in agreement but managed to choke out. But we're already here. It would have been a waste of fuel to come here. Look at the building. Only to call it quits and go home. In hindsight, I wish we had listened to Tyler. We all picked up our things and with a loud and terrifying creak, We opened the huge iron gate and made our way to the front of the asylum. The first thing that kind of caught me off guard was that the front doors were knocked clean off their hinges and laid on the floor, as if someone or something big slammed through them. We turned on our flashlights, and we all slowly walked inside the dark room. I shone my flashlight around and noticed we were standing in the reception area of the asylum. The walls were white in color, with a peeling red line in the middle. We should find somewhere to bunker down for the night, before we start our exploration. Stacy said. We all agreed to use the medication office on the second floor, so we all started towards the stairs and started to climb. After climbing 2 flights of steps, we finally made it to the second floor and made our way inside the medicine office. We then laid our sleeping bags on the floor in a circle, lit the lantern, and placed it in the middle of the floor. So where do you think we should explore in this place first? Johnny asked. We all shrugged our shoulders and asked Johnny if he had a map. He pulled it out and we looked it over and decided to just go ahead and explore the entire facility. After all, the night was waning and we wanted to see as much as we could before we had to leave in the morning. So we agreed and we set off. It was about 11 p.m. when we got to the main holding cells of the insane people. Other than the lights of our flashlights, it was pitch black and quiet as could be in there besides our breathing. We explored that building from top to bottom. Well, almost the bottom. With Johnny disappearing and jumping out at us, scaring the living shit out of us. We'd laugh it off. Hell, we even tried to get him back a few times, but it never really worked. We even heard weird and spooky sounds. Even though they frightened us, we tried to debunk them as wind or things like that. I wish that were the case. I even wished I could say that this exploration went without a hitch, but I'd be lying if I said that it didn't. When we all got to the basement level of the asylum, which is where the complicated systems of winding tunnels were, I immediately felt as if someone or something was watching the 4 of us and didn't want us there. Stacy must have picked up on that as well as she started to shiver. I think we should go back to our sleeping area and start getting some rest before we have to drive another 10 miles back to our dorm. Johnny just huffed. Oh, come on, you 3. Stop being such babies. I want to see where these tunnels go and find out what's in these different rooms. He then laughed. I even suggest that we split into teams of 2. I'll go with Tyler. And Stacy, you and Danny go together. Tyler and I'll go right. And you 2 will go straight. Stacy, Tyler, and I dreaded the idea of splitting off. I could feel the presence of something that didn't feel quite right. Johnny, you're absolutely nuts. You've watched countless horror movies with us to know that it's a fucking horrible idea to split up, even into teams of 2. What if there's something unnatural and evil down here that wants to eat us? What if there's a killer? What if... Stacy was cut off by Johnny's uproarious laughter. Really, Stacy? Are you serious? Those movies are fake as fuck and you know it. There's nothing down here but us. You'll be fine. You're not gonna get killed or eaten. Quit being a little bitch. And with that, Tyler and Johnny disappeared into a tunnel to our right, while Stacy and I went down the tunnel in front of us. Stacy and I walked for what felt like an eternity. I checked my watch. It was 3 o'clock when I heard a clang as I walked into a big steel door. I rubbed my head as I shined my flashlight on the door. There was a placard above the door that read, Morgue. And spray painted on the door was the words, Warning, stay out. I looked at Stacy, who was still shaking slightly. I reached my hand towards the handle and turned it with ease, opening the door. The smell of death and sharp smell of blood filled our nostrils. I shined my flashlight into the room and almost vomited. Bodies and blood were everywhere and looked relatively fresh. Some of the bodies were mutilated so badly that their blood and entrails were scattered all over the floor, walls, and ceiling. I shined my light over to the corner of the room where the freezers were. Hunched over in the corner, tearing in two, one of the many fresh corpses was something that looked like a tall man, about 7 to 8 feet tall, wearing a deer's skull. Only it wasn't. The jaws of the skull were moving while it devoured the corpse's flesh. I tried to move, but I couldn't. This thing stopped, and suddenly, with movement too quick for anything natural to move, it stared directly at Stacy and I, its teeth covered in bright crimson gore of its victims. Then with a loud, terrifying shriek, it suddenly jumped up and charged at us. I quickly closed the door as fast as I could, grabbed Stacy's arm and ran down the dark tunnel, listening to the steel door being knocked clean off its hinges, followed by another piercing roar and thunderous footsteps as the thing chased after us. After running for what seemed like hours, we finally ran into Johnny and Tyler, who were exploring the asylum's hospital wing just off of the tunnel they were in. "We have to get out of here now," Stacy screamed. I turned to her and covered her mouth with my hand. "You need to be quiet, or else that thing will attack us and we'll never get out of here." Johnny looked confused. "What the fuck has you two so riled up?" I told him about the morgue, the fresh corpses with their blood and entrails strewn around the room like twisted piñatas. I then proceeded to tell him about the monster that chased us. Johnny looked as though he understood. Then he began to laugh loudly. "You're just trying to scare me back, right? I'm gonna walk outside this door and prove to you that your so-called monster isn't real." Stacy and I desperately tried to warn him to stay in the room, but to no avail. He stepped out into the hall and shined his light all around. We hid in the old lockers when we heard that thing give off that damn shriek. The monster tackled Johnny to the floor as we watched helplessly inside the lockers as it tore through his stomach with its claws, pulling out Johnny's entrails. Johnny screamed in agony as the thing was tearing him apart, eating what it could. Poor Tyler was next to go. Tyler tried to run from the room, but his efforts were quickly shattered as the monster lunged at him, ripping his head from his shoulders like a sickening ripping sound. As I saw that it was distracted, I told Stacy that we were going to try and make a run for the exit. We quickly got out of the lockers and we ran past the beast and ran for our lives down the dark corridors. As we ran, we could hear that the thing was no longer distracted with its latest meal. It was now chasing us down once again. Every door me and Stacy ran across during our escape attempt, we would slam shut behind us, only to hear them get busted down. We ran up the flights of stairs as fast as we could until we finally made it to the first floor we entered the building from. Stacy and I slammed the stairwell doors shut behind us and ran through the non-existent front doors and through the gate. Stacy and I made it halfway down the driveway when Stacy stopped. I stopped and turned to see what she was doing. "Run, Danny, run!" She screamed, but before I could say anything, I heard the shriek again as the beast quickly made its way to her and immediately started to tear her apart. I ran as fast as I could, her devastating screams echoing behind me. When I got to the van, I started it and immediately floored it as fast as I could back to the university. The next day, everyone was wondering where Stacy, Tyler, and Johnny went. I lied and told them I didn't know where they had gone. One day while I was studying for the upcoming exams, a news bulletin came on saying that numerous bodies were found inside the asylum. Most were the ones inside the morgue. My friends' bodies were all found inside the hospital wing where we were hiding. After seeing them all dead again, filled me and continues to fill me with sadness. Especially Stacy. I wish I could have helped her, even though if it weren't for her sacrifice, I'd be dead along with them. But to anyone who's reading this, I ask that you please stay the fuck away from Collinsworth Insane Asylum. There is an evil presence that lurks there, and it will stop at nothing until you or anyone else you're with is dead. I survived because of Stacy's sacrifice. If you do decide to go there to see for yourself, Don't say I didn't warn you. It all started about a month ago, after I'd moved into my new rental house. I was in my living room, reclining on my thrift store couch while surfing the web. I happened to glance at the floor for a split second and saw it. A small bulge in the center of the living room rug, about the size of an apple. The room was an ugly thing. A circular wool affair about 10 feet in diameter and a deep yellow in color. I don't mean a happy shade like sunshine or lemon. This was a festering, nauseous, putrid yellow. The kind of yellow you'd see in the pus that forms around a grievous open wound, or in a stagnant puddle of piss in an unflushed gas station bathroom. I don't know how anyone could have looked at that thing and thought, yeah, I want this rug in my home. The only reason I'd kept it was because it was one of the few furnishings the house had come with, and I needed something to cover the scuffed wood paneling of the living room floor. Frowning, I got up and pressed the bulge down, feeling my toes hit the floor underneath. I ran my foot across the rug, the wool fibers brushing the sole of my foot as I searched for anything that might have caused the bulge. Nothing. Must have been an air pocket, I said to myself. Shrugging, I plopped down on the couch and went back to what I was doing. Before long, I'd completely forgotten about the bulge. 2 weeks passed, and it happened again. I had just gotten home from a grueling shift at work and was in the process of hanging up my coat when I saw it. The bulge was back, in the exact same spot as before, only now it was the size of a grapefruit. Frowning, I walked over to the rug and pressed my heel against the bulge. As it sank down, I felt something shift beneath my foot, accompanied by a brief sound like a wet gurgle. I jumped back with a start. I stood there for a good minute staring at the now flat rug, feeling my heart hammer in my ears. Finally, I knelt down and lifted the rug. Only the hardwood floor greeted me. I felt around for any kind of hole or hidden door or anything that could account for whatever created the bulge. Nothing. It was just another air pocket, I told myself as I put the rug back. Just an air pocket. That's all. And that gurgle I heard was probably just something in the pipes that ran under the house. Yeah, that was it. Satisfied with my explanation, I fixed myself dinner and went to bed. As I lay there in the dark waiting to drift off to sleep, I tried to ignore the faint gurgling coming from my living room. I stayed out of the living room from then on out, only passing through when I got home from work, or when I needed to get from my bedroom to the kitchen. Each time I walked through, I kept my eyes on the rug, watching for the bulge and listening for a gurgle. When 2 weeks passed without incident, I felt my anxiety slowly draining away. Then one morning, I awoke from a restless slumber. As I walked out of the hallway into the living room, I stopped dead in my tracks, feeling my blood turn to ice. The bulge was back. This time it was the size of a large dog, so big that it threatened to tip over the couch that sat on the edge of the rug. From beneath I heard that distinctive gurgling sound. I didn't dare move. I stood motionless for several minutes, paralyzed by dread. The rational part of my brain tried telling me I had to be imagining this, but it was drowned out by my primal instinct screaming at me to run. "What are you?" I finally whispered. The bulge shifted in my direction. I screamed as I turned on my heels and bolted back to my bedroom. I slammed the door shut behind me and pushed my bed up against it. I sat down with my back against the wall and my head in my hands. My heart hammered in my ribcage as I took several deep breaths, desperately trying to rationalize what was happening. "I'm crazy," I said to myself. I found myself nodding frantically. Yeah, that had to be it. Clearly I'd suffered from some sort of psychotic breakdown and was hallucinating that there was some kind of horrible monster under my living room rug. It was the only explanation that made sense. But how could I convince myself that I was just imagining things. Because going out and lifting up the rug myself was out of the question. My shattered mind would surely conjure up another hallucination. No. What I needed was a third party. Someone to confirm the bulge wasn't really there. That it was just a product of my delirious mind. Whipping out my phone, I sent a text to my landlord, Martin. Hey man, got a problem. Pipes are backed up and the toilet is overflowing. The reply came a few minutes later. Well, shit. Hang on, I'll be right there. Satisfied, I put the phone away and leaned back against the wall to wait, ignoring that horrid gurgling from down the hall. 10 minutes later, I heard the sound of a car pulling into my driveway. I pushed my bed aside and crept out into the hall, staying low to the ground. Peeking around the corner into the living room, I saw the bulge under my carpet was still there, waiting. That damned gurgling assaulted my ears. The handle of my front door jiggled as my landlord let himself in. Martin was a portly man in his 50s with a mop of greasy black hair and a thick caterpillar mustache. A tool belt hung off his waist as he stepped over the threshold. This was it. Martin would clearly see that there was no bulge. That it was all in my head. I'd probably have to see a doctor right away. Get professional help. Maybe even spend time in an institution. I'd worry about that later though. Right now I needed to see Martin walk right past the rug like the bulge wasn't even there. Which it wasn't, obviously. Alright, I'm here. Martin called as he shut the door behind him. Where are... His voice trailed off. I felt my heart sink as his eyes settled directly on the rug. On the bulge. The gurgling sound came again, making me flinch. Martin clearly heard it too, from the way his brow furrowed in confusion. He saw it. He heard it. What the hell? He muttered as he approached the rug. Hey, you under there, kid? This some kind of prank? 'Cause I don't get it. The bulge shifted slightly towards him. I wanted to jump out, scream at him to get away, but again I found myself paralyzed by fear. Frowning, Martin dropped to one knee, kneeling close to the floor as he lifted the edge of the rug. For a split second I saw his face change. Confusion was replaced by stark terror. Then he was yanked under the rug, vanishing beneath the diseased yellow. Martin screamed, a primal sound of horror and pain, his legs flailing wildly as he was pulled under. Gurgling filled the air, and Martin's scream was abruptly cut off by a new sound. A horrible cacophony of violent crunching and wet ripping. And just as quickly as it started, it was over. The living room was silent as a grave. The rug laying flat on the floor. I stood up slowly, pulse racing and body coated in sweat. I forced myself to step around the couch and kneel beside the rug. My hands were shaking as my fingers gripped the edge of the rug, whipping it up in one swift motion. Just a normal floor. No trace of a monster, nor of Martin. Just a floor. I numbly set the carpet back down and returned to my room, locking the door behind me. From behind me, I heard a brief gurgle. That was a day ago. I haven't slept, haven't eaten. As I type up this account on my phone with trembling hands, my bloodshot eyes keep wandering to the missed call notifications. Calls from work, probably wondering why I haven't showed up. Calls from Martin's wife, no doubt wondering where he is. I've only set foot outside my room once, to quickly use the bathroom when the pressure of holding it in became too much. As I bolted back to the bedroom, I stole a quick glance down the hall. There's an enormous shadow on the living room wall, the size of a car. Gurgling fills the air. The thing under the rug is back. I used to live on a patch of farmlands. I'm only writing this now as I have experienced something last week that has reminded me of what I've come across and denied, and one that nearly cost a life or two. The backstory is largely irrelevant, as the incident was sudden. This starts when I first had the experience to see it unfold in my childhood. Where I lived, there was a large rural patch of lands, and I was an incredibly outdoorsy type of person. I resided in a small cottage that rested on fresh grass the animals would feed on. My dad owned a flock of healthy sheep, who provided us with good quality milk, mutton, and wool. The typical day was me going out in the creek to collect and release the minnows that darted in the clear water. I was fascinated by everything, and I'd rush to the wildflowers and observe as the bumblebees buzzed around them, with their pollen baskets full to the brim on a bright sunny day. Occasionally I would see the swallowtail as it fluttered across the weeds which grew, and I was also keen on watching the rabbits and hares leaping across the pastures. My passion for the outdoors and nature was something that caused me to form some extremely pleasant memories, where I'd exhaust myself out inside the day, and return with the family to hydrate myself with fresh, pastured milk from our big ewe. When I was about 5 years old, an unusual occurrence began to unfold. Every now and then, we'd find a sheep that had been attacked and mangled. We'd assume it was a canid or perhaps a bear, but something about the way these particular sheep were killed seemed odd. Throughout my stay in the old area, we'd come across 18 sheep that died in the exact same way. They'd been eaten from the inside, and for each one, the back of its head was stabbed, as if whatever had killed them particularly targeted this location every time it attacked a sheep in the flock. These weren't old deaths. Very recent, in fact. We'd still see the blowflies swarming around the recently exposed flesh, their bright metallic colors glistening in flight. A month after these occurrences came a day I'd never forget. I remember this night as clearly as the date had happened. My parents, uncles, and aunts gathered to discuss what's been going on with the lambs. It started off as some disease or a loose bit of machinery that these unfortunate creatures caught themselves in, but the discussions became dark, including topics about wild beasts or a dominant ram killing the younger lambs. My dad then dismissed me and my siblings, ordering us to go to bed. Thus, I never knew what they discussed fully, but that wasn't important to the events that unfolded. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I'd woken up to use the restroom and I'd come back to lie on my bed. We had a window in our little cottage which I'd always peek out of before sleeping, and today was no different. I watched a young lamb walk into the scene. It scratched the ground under it to create a comfortable place to rest. There were no other sheep, and it was the only animal at this location. I watched with a warm smile on my face as the lamb rested on the depression in the dirt. It was a pleasant sight for me, and the half moon was bright enough for me to see. After what was about a couple of minutes, I saw a shadow loom behind the lamb. I was overwhelmed with confusion. Dad and Mom were asleep, and my uncles and aunts had returned to their homes. I felt the thumps and my heart begin to speed up. It moved forwards, revealing its hands. I may have been a child back then, but I knew this wasn't human. I couldn't really describe it back then. It was long, spindly, and the arms were equipped with talons. Within seconds, my confusion had formed itself into fear. The thing stepped into frame, and when I saw its face, I covered my mouth as I was about to scream. It looked human, but twice as large. It was bald, stooping, and had a large frowning mouth with its teeth hidden within. I watched it approach the sheep, and it brandished the talons on its arms. Without making a sound, it plunged them into the back of the sheep's head. Its neck went limp and outstretched its legs, and I watched as the sheep's nerves kept firing. After a few seconds, the sheep had become completely motionless. The hunched creature sliced an incision in the sheep's stomach and began to feed. I trembled in my bed. I could not describe the horror I experienced as I watched this monstrosity commit this carnage. in pure silence as not a single noise was made. It had finished feeding, and it raised its head, turning away to leave. I suddenly, without any warning, sneezed. The beast abruptly stopped and turned to look towards me. I felt my heart literally stop. The creature's eyes glowed as it stared at me for a few seconds. It walked towards me, and as I opened my mouth to let out a scream, lunged forwards and bit the neck of the sheep, carrying the cadaver, and then walking away, only to disappear. The encounter wasn't very detailed, as I'd been a kid, but it haunted me. I hadn't been able to sleep for a full minute. The next day I narrated the whole thing to Dad. However, he dismissed it as a dream. He'd never believe me, and had what happened last week not taken place, I would have believed him fully. The killing of sheep stopped there, and we'd never seen a sheep go missing when we lived there anymore. 6 years later, we moved to an urban town, and the encounter with the thing had been buried in my memories, something I denied and eventually forgot. Upon moving, I'd met one of the neighbor's sons with whom I'd become great friends with. His name was Henry. We were both boys, and he was a year younger than me. He was somewhat frail, with light brown hair and gray eyes with a hint of blue. He was slightly shorter than me, and I was a year older than him. We shared very similar hobbies, which helped in us becoming the friends we are. When I was 16, I thought it would be nice for us to visit the old cottage for a week. The location was somewhat far, but the road was isolated, and it wasn't too rocky. I figured out we'd be there by bike. We packed our supplies, which included a fishing rod, a lighter, a few blankets, squeezable shampoo bottles we'd fill with water and use to wash up after doing our business, a few water tanks, a pot to boil the creek water so we don't ingest any dangerous pathogens, a bar of soap, and a shovel. I almost took my pocket field guide that I'd made myself back when we lived there. I divided the supplies between me and Henry, and packed them in cylindrical bags, whose straps wrapped around our chests. Before leaving, I went to my dad's basement and fetched an old, slightly rusted pistol and a tin which contained its bullets. Henry looked at my hands as they brandished the weapon. "What's this for?" he inquired skeptically. I, who lived in these lands for years, answered almost instinctively on the spot. "Lest we find a hare or two to eat," I replied. The look on Henry's face seemed to relax, and within about an hour we departed. I waved goodbye to my father, and thanked him as he gave us the supplies. He also provided us with 2 sheepskin jackets, warning us that it's been cold back there. It was a long and tiring journey, but it was safe. Henry and I rested our bikes on the walls of the cottage, which was fared well through all the years. We rested our exhausted legs and soon made our way into the house. We chose to stay in my bedroom, as it had 2 beds and plenty of space. We unpacked and discussed about our plans for the week. The day was relatively bland in relation to the story, and so were the days leading up to the event. For the sake of the story, I will only talk about the days it happened. In the afternoon, I'd requested Henry fetch some water from the creek, and if he needed anything, he'd call for help. He was back in about a minute, clutching the full water tank in one hand, and in his other hand was something. "What's that?" I asked. "I don't know," he exclaimed. He ran to me and I held my hand out for him. He loosened his grip and I observed the thing. It was a glossy black creature, which looked like a centipede with front legs, and they were long. It was about twice the size of my middle finger. It had powerful jaws and a flattened head. As I watched the creature writhe, I was overwhelmed with a sense of nostalgia. I looked up at Henry, who was staring at me expectantly. "That's a hellgrammet," I told him. "It turns into a Dobson fly, and it looks like no other bug you've seen." I immediately reached for my field guide and flipped to page 59, and there it was. A crude illustration, but recognizable nevertheless. Henry stared at the illustration of the full-grown animal. I would describe it as having the large wings of a dragonfly, ash gray with a brown shade, a strong, robust body with a dragonfly's abdomen, and the thorax and head of a carabid beetle. Its mandibles were long, like scimitars that clashed together. The drawing didn't do it justice. It's an indicator of good water quality. They don't tolerate pollution. I continued. Henry then returned the insect back to the creek, and the day went on normally, until night fell. Deep into my slumber, I felt something crawl on my back. I dismissed it as some sort of weird dreamlike event. Eventually, it felt unbearable. I jolted out of my bed and looked at what was causing this itching sensation. It was Henry, his hand tapping at my back. Recently, he'd been increasing physical with me, and it felt off. I never asked him what was going on when he did, but now I was immediately asking. "What are you doing?" I asked, irritated. I was tired and beyond confused. He hesitated, looking at me before he began to speak. "There's something that doesn't make sense here." He replied with equal confusion, ushering at the window. I got out of bed and looked. It had begun to snow. We were in the middle of spring. What was going on? Henry stood next to me in utter confusion. My irritation formed itself into a sense of interest. "Perhaps it's a weather anomaly," I said with uncertainty. "They were common here. Sometimes it'd pour buckets in summer, and sometimes we'd have scorching days in January." That seemed to reassure him, and soon enough, he was fast asleep. The next day went on as usual, until the sun set. We went to sleep, or more accurately, I did. I woke up from thirst, but before I got up, I saw Henry lying next to me. I was enraged. "What's the meaning of this?" I yelled. Without any hesitation, Henry got up from my bed. "I'm genuinely frightened." He began with an audible tremble in his voice. "I know you have different creatures in the rural lands, but I'm not sure if you've ever seen it." "What do you mean, it?" I asked. My rage began to subside, and again I was confused. "The thing," he replied. "What thing? Could you describe it to me?" I demanded. He immediately listed the creatures of what he saw out that window, and as he did, my heart sank. He talked about a gray, human-like creature. He said it stopped over with a hunched back. It was bald and twice the size of a human. What got me was how he described its hands as having talons. I came to my realization and what happened a decade prior. "What's wrong?" he stammered, looking into my visible expression of fear. I grabbed my father's pistol, loaded it, and gestured him to come with me. We ran into the now snowy landscape. We wandered into the night with my pistol locked in my right pocket and a few provisions in the other. I made sure Henry was always alongside me. I needed to find the answer to this. I needed to know. What I saw at the age of 5, the thing that haunted me for a year at most, has returned to my mind. All I could think of was the thing Henry had described to me. What stood out the most were its talons and hunched back. He'd also told me about its long neck, like a swan with the head of a withered man. My mid was so focused on the thing I had forgotten I was able to defend myself against it. We had wandered about a kilometer from our cottage, and then without warning, I fell to the ground. I helped myself to my feet and glanced behind my back. I only saw it for a split second, but that image was something I could never find enough words to describe. It was monstrous in proportions. Its long arms possessed more muscle power than any human being's entire body. Its legs were bent like that of a human, and its feet resembled hooves. Its hands were plunged into the snowy ground, and I had not seen the talons. It had a long neck, like a swan's, just the way Henry had described it to me. Its head was bald with a huge frown, a gaping black mouth which hid the teeth of the beast. Its eyes were like flashlights, radiating a bright, white, reflective sheen. Henry was calling for me. Using my footprints as a guide, I sprinted in their direction. I yelled for Henry to follow me. I sprinted through the snow, and soon enough, I began to hear his shoes crunching against it as well. I felt relieved, knowing he was fine. However, the thing had begun its pursuit of us. I could not see how it ran, only the softness of its sprinting. That thing had never made a sound in its life, not when it killed a sheep before my very eyes, not when Henry saw it, and not when it chased us through the snow. That's what I found the most horrible. The fact that it does not go all out on you, but does what it can to ensure you go without emitting a whisper. I felt the cold air rushing into my lungs, and its temperature is causing them to feel as if they'd been encased in a packet of ice. I ignored the pain. My body began to ache and my legs weaken, but we continued to sprint, and then I pointed towards a standing wooden wall. I ran to the refuge behind it. Henry then came next to me, lacing his fingers between mine. I didn't care at this point, but then it hit me. "The pistol," whispered Henry, his voice tired from the cold. The pistol. I thought to myself, how could I forget? I immediately took it from my pocket and unlocked it, ready to fire at the thing. With Henry's hands clasped in my right and the pistol ready in my left, I vigilantly peeled behind the wooden wall. Before I even reacted, the wooden wall shattered. The thing kicked at me with its leg, slamming my back against the sharp splinters. I collapsed to the ground and it swung its neck towards Henry, and its jaws shot out like a shark's does when it reaches out to bite out of the corpse of a deceased whale. It threw him without effort, and I saw his body get tossed at least 10 meters away. It then slowly walked towards Henry as he struggled to lift himself. I could barely move and watched as the creature looked at me, as if to say nobody is going to save you. It turned its head to Henry, and then everything went black. I believe I'd gone unconscious for a few seconds, but I was suddenly woken up as I heard Henry's screams. It was heartbreaking. I have never heard such a sound of fright and despair come from anybody. I tossed my hand against the snow, desperately prodding, until I felt a short metal rod. I threw myself forwards and grabbed the tossed pistol. The thing was too preoccupied with Henry to even notice I was getting up on my feet. I looked and raised the firearm, clenched in both hands. It had begun to use its talons to claw at the cloth that covered Henry's calf and was getting ready to tear into the muscles in his legs. I felt my own legs. I could not describe the agony I was enduring. I felt as though there were wasps in my knees, stinging my vulnerable joints. I felt as though my tendons were being poked at with pins that have been held over a fire. My legs buckled as I struggled to hold the iron ring of the gun at the body of the beast. I tried to aim it away from Henry and close my eyes, pulling the trigger as much as I could. I heard several gunshots and then my body fell to the ground, giving up in exhaustion. I opened my eyes, and the thing was looking at me. It lumbered away from Henry, whose screams faded as he looked at the thing. I watched it, and red pools began to form at certain parts of its body, before it turned to streaks, which ran down its grayed out, wrinkled skin. I had shot the thing at least 5 times. It let out an exhale before it turned from us and limped away. That was the only sound I ever heard come from it. There was a silence for a few minutes, and then Henry got up. However, I myself was still lying down on my back, supported by my arms. I saw a few scratches on his shin, and the snow had seemed to absorb the impact of the throw. He trudged in my direction, and once he was close enough, hurled himself at me. Henry told me in a tight embrace, and with a voice filled with horror, exhaustion, and pain, uttered these 2 words: "Thank you." Henry laid his head on my chest and broke down. I felt my eyes sting along with immense pity, but also relief. I raised my back and threw my arms around him. I felt my shirt soak, hearing nothing but Henry's sobs. It went on for a few minutes. "Don't worry, it'll be alright," I said, feeling a lump in my throat. Henry began to calm a bit, and soon enough, I began to see the rays of sunlight peek over the horizon. I managed to get up, holding my hand out for Henry. I helped him on his feet. "It's gone. We know our way back, and we'll be home early," I reassured him. He wiped his tears with the sleeve of his shirt, and a subtle smile crept on his face. Our journey back home was, again, long, but we never encountered anything like it again. I narrated the story to my relatives, of whom nobody believed me with the exception of my dad. As for me and Henry, it strengthened our friendship and we became inseparable. Considering all this happened just a week ago, I don't know what's going to happen with this in the future, but one thing I'm grateful for is that it did have some good results on me. I, however, would never forget the night. I stayed up 2 separate nights just by thinking about this encounter. Did you know that most networks across the country do not have a Channel 37? The reasoning behind this has to deal with the search for life outside of our universe. When the television networks were being set up, the Federal Communications Commission had designated Channel 37 in every city, state, and town to be allocated for radio telescopes. These radio telescopes searched the galaxy for signals from intelligent life. All of this information was found out after the fact, and if I had known this then, maybe my predicament could have been avoided. This all started around 4 months ago, as our typical Saturday night ritual had gotten cut short by my friend Mike. He stated he had an emergency that he needed to tend to, but we all knew it was his girlfriend being extra clingy. This killed the entire buzz of the evening, and we decided to go our separate ways. Instead of catching a ride or a taxi, part of me was thankful my apartment complex was within walking distance from the light rail. Back in my apartment complex, my intoxicated mind started manually flipping through the channels. When I had gotten to Channel 37, instead of there being static, there was an actual show playing. The scene resembled something out of a bad horror movie, as this was shot in someone's basement. There were crude Halloween decorations scattered on the walls, as well as some unidentified stains on the gray concrete blocks. A man stood in the center of the frame clad in something that was akin to tactical gear that either SWAT or Special Forces might wear. Every part of his body not only hid his physique, but gave him a sense of anonymity, as he was dressed in black from his boots to the tips of his gloved fingers. The only thing out of place was a white hockey mask that adorned his face, as the areas around his eyes had been blackened out in the shapes of triangles. A blackened, stitched smile stretched from edge to edge of the worn mask, completing his look. Looking at the camera, he greets his audience in a voice that is a cross between gravelly and smooth. My first thoughts were that his voice should be muted, but he must have a small mic hidden behind the mask. "And welcome back, my maniacs. We will get back to Invasion of the Blood Farmers in a bit. For those that are tuning in for the first time, I am your host, Skullface. Welcome to the Skullface Spook Show that starts every Saturday at the stroke of midnight. So this is the part of the show that I know a lot of you love. Yes, my lovelies. It is time for the Wheel of Punishment." The camera pans to something out of a bondage's lover's dreams, as a man in his late 30s is chained to the wall. He tries to speak. However, there is a gag pushed deep into his mouth as he looks at the host with fear in his eyes. This, my lovelies, is Miguel. He is a drunkard and a womanizer, as he has repeatedly hit his wife and his kids. He is a really horrible person, as he barely supports his family, and while he was out in the world, I offered him a drink. Unfortunately for him, it was laced with a drug, and he was out in a matter of minutes. So I dragged him back here to face the Wheel of Punishment. Muerta, can you please spin the wheel? A black and white spinner wheel fills the screen as various words are written upon it as a beautiful young woman walks into frame. She is dressed in all black from the bustiere to her miniskirt, as her face is painted in a variety of colors. Her makeup resembles those sugar skulls that are meant for the Mexican Day of the Dead. As she spins the wheel, it clicks on and on as it lands on 2 words. Slit throats. Giving a feral grin and taking out a straight razor that was tucked in her bustier, she opens the blade and stalks up to the tied-up victim. With one quick motion, she slices through his neck as blood begins to pour from the wound. Crying out in anguish. At this point, I was bored and was thinking of turning in early, so I clicked off the television and went to bed. This was an old trick that special effects guys used to use with a dull razor and a squeeze bulb filled with fake blood. One of the books in my collection was Grande Illusions, written by the great Tom Savini, and he showed how to do this trick. There wasn't a real horror movie I couldn't pick apart, either through cheap CGI or practical special effects. Next Saturday, most of my friends went to a local sci-fi con, and I had zero interest, as well as funds to go. Most of the day was spent either doing chores, playing video games, or looking at weird stuff on YouTube. After getting some takeout from my favorite Chinese place, it was around 10 p.m. and part of me wondered if that channel would come back on. Turning to channel 37, there was nothing but static right now, but Skullface said it would start at midnight. Finding a movie to watch to occupy my time until the watching hour was easily settling on some early Jackie Chan flick. The movie was still going at 11:55 p.m., and not wanting to miss a second, I decided to turn back to cable. Punching in the number 37, static was still there until 2 minutes to midnight, when that was replaced by a test pattern with a typical high-pitched whine. As the stroke of midnight, the Skullface Spook Show roared to life, accompanied by Rob Zombie's Super Beast. The visuals were various horror movies ranging from classics to forgotten horrors, interspliced with shots of the host and co-host. The credits didn't run for long before the same interior showed up from the last time. Skullface stood there motionless as he seemed to look directly at me through the television. Welcome to another episode of Mayhem here at the Skullface Spook Show. I am your host, Skullface, along with the beautiful Muerta. Come and say hello, my dear. She steps from out of frame, dressed in a dark red bustier and matching short skirt. Her makeup, while it was in the same style, was in different colors to accentuate her look. She looked more devious in this makeup rather than beautiful, as the reds played off the ones of her outfit. Muerta looked at the camera and gave a sly smile, waving her right hand in a greeting. Folks, we have a great show for you tonight, as we are premiering a new movie with Nicolas Cage. Cage is forced to work in a rundown children's restaurant while animatronics try to murder him at every turn. Yes, folks, strap yourselves in for a wild ride as we take a journey to Willy's Wonderland. Bolting up in my seat, my mind couldn't comprehend what I had just heard. This movie hadn't even made it to the theaters yet, and somehow this low-grade show managed to snag a copy. At first my expectations were going to be it was some other ripoff or something else, however. When the film started, those suspicions were laid to rest. They were really showing this film, and without giving away any of the plot or story, this is a film that needs to be experienced. Interspersed between the movie were short segments that cut back to the studio. Skullface would give his opinion on the movie, riffing off on what happened before the last break. Other breaks would be filled in with either short horror films or cartoons that fit in that genre. Recognizing some of the shorts from YouTube coming from Crypt TV, and the cartoons were pulled from Hell of a Boss. At around halfway through the film, the camera cut away to a view of the floor of the studio. The camera quickly panned up to see a young woman strapped to a hospital gurney. She was bound and gagged as she squirmed against the worn leather restraints. As the camera turned to a fixed position, Skullface stepped into frame, addressing his audience. Welcome back, friends. For those of you watching for the first time, I am Skullface, and you are watching the Skullface Spook Show. We will get back to more Cage carnage in a few moments, but for right now, this is the parts I know most of you sick fucks love. It is time for the Wheel of Punishment. Moving over towards the gurney like a big cat stalking his prey, Skullface looks down at his captive. This here is Alyssa. Her boyfriend Sean was loyal to her without a fault. However, she was less than faithful. So much in fact that she had gotten pregnant from another man and then lied to him about it being his. The father wasn't the most stable of people, as they were being treated for a few things including suicidal tendencies. This was enough to push him over the edge, and he shuffled off his mortal coil. Alyssa wasn't remorseful at all. In fact, she gloated about getting a hefty insurance payoff as she managed to con her way into being his beneficiary. So what fate is in store for dear Alyssa? Well, my dear psychopaths, it is time from where it's at to spin the wheel. Sauntering up to the wheel, she mimes an exaggerated pull as the wheel spins before clicking to a halt on one word. Disembowelment. Skullface produced a very sharp knife as he seemed to leer at his captive. With one quick stroke, the knife cut deep into her flesh, exposing her guts as blood sprayed the white linen laid upon the gurney. The blood looked fake, of course, and I had seen this gag done twice in Day of the Dead. What happens is there's a fake part of the body with fake guts. So when the knife cuts, it looks real. I thought it was real for a few seconds, but then laughed, repeating the mantra of Last House on the Left. It's only a movie. It's only a movie. It's only a movie. As soon as the body finished thrashing, screams of anguish muffled from the gag, the screen faded to black, and the movie started up once more. The last half of the show was only interrupted twice more. Once for some more commentary, and the last with announcements including a sneak peek at next week's episode. At that point, I was hooked. This became my weekend ritual as I tuned into the Skullface spook show every time. Each weekend a different movie, as some were schlocky messes like Plan 9 from Outer Space or Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. Others were either classics or modern horror like Night of the Living Dead or Color Out of Space. It would be the same thing each and every weekend as the Wheel of Punishment was spun each and every time with different victims. Robbery, murder, kidnapping, torture. Each of these crimes were dealt with in the same way. The wheel was spun and it landed on a different punishment each and every time. Chainsaw, acid, mummification, embalming, decapitation. Part of me stopped wondering how this was being done and just went with it. I knew it was fake and there was always an explanation to how this was done. However, the weird part was that this show wasn't available anywhere else other than Channel 37. There weren't any partial broadcasts on YouTube, Twitch, Dailymotion, or Vimeo, and not even torrents of the show existed. Google searches either brought up local festivals or makeup tutorials on how to do a Halloween makeup. There were times that I wanted to record this show, however, I would either forget or something would go wrong and it wouldn't show up on my DVR. The last episode I watched was last week, and it never made me want to tune in for another episode. At midnight, the show started as it usually did, as the movie was announced. I think it was Hellfest, and things progressed normally. That is, until the Wheel of Punishment. Strapped to a wooden structure in the shape of an X was someone that I recognized almost immediately. However, before I could speak, Skullface appeared on screen. And welcome back, my lovelies. This here is Sam, and he has been a real bad boy. Sam works for a major multinational corporation, and he has been embezzling from them for at least 3 years. My jaw hung open as we had gone to the same college together and were roommates for a semester. He was a good kid, never getting into trouble or getting out of control at the various parties that we went to. How much did he steal from his workplace? $10 million. And he wasn't going to stop there as he used this money for drugs, women, and partying. He did not care that he was stealing from other people who worked harder than he had. All he wanted was to have a good time, and now he is here. Muerta, please spin the wheel for this thief. Muerta seemed to glare at Sam as the wheel clacked by the various outcomes that would befall my friend. I even saw one of the spaces go by slowly that just read, go free. However, it did not land on that space. The space it did land on had only 2 words. Nail gun. Skullface's voice picked up an octave, as if he was an excited kid on Christmas morning. Oh my, this is a rare treat, folks. Usually we use maybe 2 or 3 nails to take care of our guests, but for someone this naughty, we're going to use 10. 1 for each million he had stolen. Sam's whimpering was cut by the clack of the nail gun's clip behind slammed home. Frozen in my seat, all I could do was watch Skullface come up to him and push the nail gun against his calf before announcing, 1. The nail gun jerked as Sam's muffled screams could be heard as the nail was embedded deep within his calf. Before anything else happened, I scrambled to reach the remote to turn off the television. Now flooded with adrenaline, my mind whirled with the possibilities of what just happened. Picking up my phone and calling Sam only resulted in it going straight to voicemail. This was all real. It had been all along. I was just blind to see the truth. Storming out of my apartment, I ran the 4 blocks to the police station, fueled by both fear and rage. Busting into the lobby at around 1 a.m., the front desk clerk looked at me with a mix of horror and confusion. "You have to help my friend." It's the only thing that I managed to blurt out. He motioned for me to have a seat and stated that someone would be with me shortly. After 30 minutes, part of me wanted to leave and go back home and sleep the rest of the night off and forget this ever happened. A detective from the back offices motioned for me to follow him back. Winding through rows of cubicles that were mostly empty, we came into his office as he asked me to have a seat. He asked me what had happened. What was I going to say? That my friend was on some type of pirated broadcast torture show? They would lock me in here with the rest of the crazies, so I made up an explanation about how I had not seen my friend in days. "This isn't a joke, is it, son?" Stated in a gruff tone. "No, sir." He then pulled out a folder and spread a bunch of photos out on the table. Each of these people were victims on that accursed show. "All of these are missing person cases that we are currently working on. Do you recognize any of the people in these photos?" My eyes went wide as I had recognized some of these as victims being on that accursed show. All of these people had gone missing, that spanned from a few days ago to weeks and months. The detective saw that I was shaken. He also believed the lie that I told him that was so convincing that I believed it myself. "No, sir. I was just worried about my friend. I'm sure he'll turn up soon. Sorry to waste your time." He nodded me, giving me one of his business cards on the way out. "If you think of anything, please give me a call. There are a lot of missing persons in this part of the state." Wandering home in a daze as all of this hit me hard, I collapsed onto my bed a little before 3 a.m. The alcohol-fueled haze allowed me to drift into a deep sleep that lasted a little past noon. Not knowing what to do next, all I could think about was all those missing people. Didn't their families deserve to know what happened to them? Maybe I could decipher where this show was and assist the police in capturing these murderers. The next week vanished in a blur as part of me dreaded what would happen on Saturday at midnight. I managed to set up my laptop to my television to record everything that was seen and accumulate it as evidence against this skull face. At 11:58, I waited for the test pattern to appear, and there was nothing but static. What the hell? Was my only thought as I continued to watch nothing for a half hour, somehow waiting for this show to magically appear. It never did. Not that week, or the week after that, and for at least 2 months I had tuned into Channel 37 to watch that twisted show. There was nothing. Maybe this was all in my head and there was never a show to begin with. Sometime during the next week, I had seen a plain, padded, white envelope propped up against my front door. The envelope had no postmarks or addresses, so I thought it was something that was ordered and left at my doorstep. Opening it revealed a clear DVD case along with a disc that only had 2 words on it. "Watch me." To this day, there is some part of me that wishes that I turned in that envelope to the police. I could have gone to the main office and asked where this came from, or snapped it in half and never watched it. Watching that disc has made me move from state to state and not live anywhere for more than a few weeks. Jobs have ranged from construction to line cooks, as all of my pay is in cash as I am trying to live off the grid. What was on the disc was the following. The set of the Skullface Spook Show was in the background as he stepped into frame and started talking directly to the camera. Hello there. I take it you didn't like our last episode, and while we can accept criticisms, we cannot accept you going to the police. We know you live at... As you can see by this disc that we had left at your doorstep, we will always be watching you and waiting for you to slip up. After all, everyone knows. The camera pans to a corpse on a table that has been stitched together from various body parts. Sam's head sits on top with a nail driven right between the eyes as the arms and legs have come from various people that were executed on the show. All I could do is look in horror as the disc finished as it panned up Skullface's mask, taking up the entire frame. Snitches get stitches. I rushed in my front door and sprinted up the stairs. I stopped for a moment and tried my best to compose myself, but I took one look at the bedroom door and I was off like a raging bull down the corridor. I burst through the door. I know he's in here, goddammit. Where are you hiding him this time? My wife Susan was shocked to see me back from work and was sitting in bed reading a book. I don't know what you're talking about, honey. I've been here all morning. You know what I'm like on the weekends. I dismissed her pleas of innocence and began tearing the room apart. I know that fucking scumbag is in here. I can still smell his stinking aftershave. I grabbed the blankets and ripped them off the bed. Susan tried her best to cover her naked body. When did you take to laying around all day naked? You barely get naked from me. Susan looked like a rabbit caught in a headlight. She stuttered as her brain tried to make up a plausible answer. If you must know, I was doing this for you. It's a surprise for your birthday. I hate to break it to you, but my birthday was 3 goddamn weeks ago. Susan jumped up on the bed and threw her arms in the air. Surprise! As I drove back to work, I couldn't get the image of Mason Bradley and his fat gut on top of my wife. I knew he was sleeping with her, but I couldn't prove it. Intrusive thoughts about my wife, infidelities, permeated my mind as I drove my truck. At 37, my life wasn't where I expected it to be. My dreams of running my own company and having a beautiful wife with 3 daughters were as broken as the beat-up pickup truck I used to get me to a job I only had because my boss was secretly fucking my wife. My truck rumbled to the gates of the steel mill. The security guard on the gate barely acknowledged my existence as the truck roared past him. As I turned into the car park, I noticed my boss, Big Ed, waiting for me. As I got out of my truck, Big Ed came scurrying over. For a man who ran a $1 million company, he always looked as if he was out panhandling for his next meal. His slacks were 2 sizes too big, and he wore the same t-shirt every day. What are you doing tomorrow, Jack? I hated how Big Ed spoke to me. Big Ed had a habit of spitting after every sentence, and would sometimes spit directly at me. I was going to surprise my wife tomorrow and take her somewhere nice. Big Ed hitched his slacks up into his gut. Listen here now, Jack. Big Bertha has been giving me some trouble, and I need you to service her. Couldn't you get someone else to do it? Big Ed was getting annoyed with my attitude. If you want your job Monday, you will do what you're told. He had me over a barrel, and knew I couldn't afford to lose the only job the town had to offer. I'll be over first thing tomorrow. I arrived at Ed's dilapidated mansion. Ed was outside with Bertha, swooning over her like it was some beautiful young woman. His face lit up as he ran his hands over the bonnet of the truck. Be gentle with her. She's all I got, said Ed with a look of concern on his face. Ed looked slightly smarter than his usual unkempt manner. "You got a date, Ed? When the cat's away, the mouse will play," said Ed as he gave me a mischievous wink. Ed pulled a red handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I see one scratch on her, and I will snap your neck." I was weary from a long day babysitting Big Bertha. All I wanted to do was throw my feet up and have a nice cold beer. I stepped in my front door and was suddenly hit by a familiar smell. It smelled like Big Ed's nasty cologne. But I was too tired to take much notice. My body ached as I grabbed a beer from the kitchen before collapsing onto my chair. As I sat there, sipping beer and reevaluating my life's predicaments, I noticed something sticking from the armrest of my couch. I walked over and picked up the red piece of cloth. The same red piece of cloth Big Ed used to wipe the beady sweat from his grubby forehead. I unfolded the cloth, and to my dismay, there was Ed's name embroidered in the hanky. I was heartbroken and furious. I knew what it meant, and all I wanted to do was tear the house down with my bare hands. But I knew better than to let my anger get the best of me. My eyes welled up as I sped down the country road. I turned the radio up full blast to drown out my intrusive thoughts. I screamed and cursed as the speedometer hit 90. I was too embroiled in a battle with my consciousness to notice the dark figure walking in the middle of the road. By the time I noticed, it was too late. I slammed on the brakes and covered my eyes before the car came to a halt. I jumped from the car in a state of panic. I wasn't sure what I hit as I searched around for a body. To my relief, I couldn't find any signs of someone injured. I convinced myself stress was making me go crazy. As I tried jumping back in my truck, I heard something approach from behind. "You look troubled. I might be able to help you with that," said the strange voice. Felt a cold tingle creep up my spine as I turned to see what was behind me. An old man in tattered clothes stepped out from the darkness. I reached into my pocket to get some change. The man looked at me and smiled. "I'm not looking to sell you anything. Put your money away." "What do you want? I don't know you." The old man reached into his pocket and pulled out Big Ed's red handkerchief. "You know me, Jack. I'm always there with you. Whenever you feel that anger inside you rise up from the pit of your stomach, that's me." I started getting annoyed with the old man. "Whatever it is you want, I don't have it." The old man started laughing. "If you could have any wish, what would it be?" I paused for a moment. "I wish whoever sleeps with my wife gets sick and dies a slow, painful death." The old man smiled and nodded as I jumped back in my truck and drove off. I reluctantly drove into work after spending a night in a dingy motel. All I wanted to do was punch Big Ed in his fat face. But with my marriage on the rocks, I knew I couldn't afford it. When I arrived, I was surprised to see Mason Bradley wasn't at his station. The guy was a workhorse and never missed a day. I didn't give it much thought until I saw Big Ed coming from the bathroom, looking like death warmed up. "Hey Ed, you don't look so good." Ed stood there looking pale as a ghost, trying to keep the contents of his stomach from ejecting from his mouth. "I think it was something I ate." I took a step back. "Has this anything to do with Bradley being out?" "Yeah, he was too sick to make it in today. Must be a bug going." I still didn't give the events of the other night much thought. I didn't believe in fairy tales and always sided on logic. "I called to your house yesterday, and your lovely wife said you were gone. Got a bit worried about you." I knew Ed was just fishing for information. The one thing that concerned Ed was Ed. I had to get away to clear my head. I just needed to be alone. Ed gave me a distrustful look. "It wasn't a total waste. Your beautiful wife was more than accommodating." The distrustful look was now replaced with a lustful glint, and it made me pause for a moment. What if the old man was for real? I continued to go to work, and Big Ed continued to get sicker until I got word that Mason Bradley had died, and Big Ed wasn't far from behind him. I was racked with guilt as I drove home. I couldn't stop thinking about the old man and the wish I had made. What if it was real? I thought. I stopped to get some beers at the local shop. I grabbed a six-pack and brought it to the counter to be greeted by Phil. Phil wasn't looking the best. His face was gaunt and sweat poured from every orifice. You okay, Phil? You don't look too good. Phil covered his mouth from spewing all over the counter. I'm after picking up this bug that's going around. Everyone seems to be getting sick. I cautiously grabbed my beers from the counter. Mind yourself, Phil. Get yourself a doctor. Phil covered his mouth. Will you give my love to that beautiful wife of yours? And tell her I'll drop over her magazines once I feel better. As I drove into my driveway, I noticed Mrs. Stevens standing outside her house looking distraught. You alright, Ann? You look upset. It's Mike. They took him to the hospital. Who took him? Mrs. Stevens was too distraught to get her words out. Men in hazmat suits. Everyone's getting sick and dying. It might be you next. I felt the familiar feeling of despair rise from the pit of my stomach. Who else got sick? Bob, Tony across the road, Mary's husband, the guy who delivers the milk. The list goes on, Jack. Days went by and news of men getting sick and dying all over town continued to trickle in. I knew my wife was a bit flirtatious and keen, but didn't realize she was the town's bike. I wrestled with the guilt of everyone dying and the heartbreak of my wife's infidelities. I sat watching the news for more deaths when I heard some commotion outside the house. I looked outside to see an angry mob of women calling for my wife's blood. The women threw rocks at the house while chanting "Burn the witch." All the women who suspected Susan of sleeping with their husbands had got together and came up with the conclusion that my wife was poisoning all their men. The only things the women were missing were pitchforks and flaming torches. You could see the bloodlust in the women's eyes as they chanted for Susan to be hung in the street. I knew it was only a matter of time until the women came through the door, all hungry-eyed and vicious. I got my wife out of the house and into the car, drove to a motel out of town to be safe. Susan wasn't sure what was going on. She was an unintentional participant in the deaths of hundreds of men and knew there was some truth to the women's anger. Why me, Jack? What did I do to deserve this? Susan did what she did best and clung on to the lie in the hope it would all fade away. A small part of me wanted to throw Susan to the women, but I still loved her. I paced the room, trying to think of a way out. I couldn't bear listening to Susan wailing and crying in the bathroom. I decided I needed to clear my head. As I drove, the thoughts of all the people who died and the thoughts of all those men with my wife became too much to bear. I screamed at the top of my voice in a display of extreme mental anguish. The truck went swerving across the road as I slammed on the brakes. I jumped from my truck and fell to my knees. Tears flowed from my eyes as I prayed for a truck to come in my pain. As I begged for it all to end, I heard a footstep approach me. I looked up to see the old man standing in front of me, smiling. My pain quickly turned to anger at the sight of the old man's grinning face. It's you. You did all this. This is not what I wanted. The old man looked confused. What is it you want? I broke down in a heap of spit and tears. All I wanted was for my wife to love me. The man put his hands on my shoulder. All you had to do was ask, said the old man. And by the time I had gotten up off my knees, the old man was gone. On the drive back to the motel, all I could think about was my wife. I still loved her and still wanted my marriage to work. A new start in a new town is all we need, I thought as I raced back to the motel. I was feeling unusually optimistic. As I put the key in the door of the room, I'm back, Susan. I have a plan. I think you might like it. I stopped by the foot of the bed and was suddenly struck by how eerily quiet it was. I looked around the room. Susan, you in here? Panic was setting in as I walked over to the bathroom door. I knocked nervously on the door in the hope she was just angry. Susan, if you're mad at me, I'm sorry. I just had to clear my head. Everything's all right now. I turned the door handle as panic turned to terror. I slowly opened the door and stepped into the bathroom. The shower curtain was drawn and I could see someone behind it. Susan? It's me. My hand quivered as I pulled back the curtain. I recoiled in horror at the sight of Susan hanging from some bed sheets. Her face was blue and I knew it was too late. I cut her down and frantically tried to revive her, but from the feel of her skin, I knew she'd been dead for a while. As the grief washed over me, I looked around the room for an answer, when I spotted a message written on the mirror in lipstick. I found myself overwhelmed with a sudden feeling of love for you. I'm so ashamed of what I put you through, and the heavy burden of guilt that weighs me down is too much to bear. I love you with all my heart. When you hear of Texas, you might be inclined to think of rural countrysides and cowboys. And outside a large couple cities, you'd be right. I'm here to tell you a story that happened in one of those remote areas that I'll never go back to. Wait. I should first tell you who I am and how this began. My name is Aaron. I'm a geneticist, and I'm from California and spent most of my time studying there. This all started when I was 25. I was getting to the point where people were starting to recognize me and my work in the lab. I then got a call. Hello, Aaron. Would you mind having a meeting tomorrow? Yeah. What time do you want me to be there? Be here by 5 p.m. sharp. I was so excited I thought I was about to get a big opportunity related to my work. Was I right? Well, technically yes, but at what cost? Hello, Aaron. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please sit down. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Why did you all call me in for a meeting? We have seen your work gradually get better over the years, and we wanted to call you in for an experiment. What type of experiment? Before I tell you anything, sign this NDA, please. Basically, we have an experiment facility in the outskirts of San Antonio, Texas, and we want you to go there and experiment on people. Again, I'll ask, what type of experiment is this? We'll want you to inject certain substances into the test patients. Will it be safe? It's uncertain. This will be our first trial. That's why I asked you that you oversee the NDA to understand what this is not public whatsoever. I apologize, but I think I'll pass, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The man now hands me a sticky note with the number 2 million. I of course didn't question anything else after that point. I took my cash and signed all the contracts. The saying everything has a price is sadly true. I got prepared to head to Texas in 2 weeks. 3 days later, I was flown from San Diego to a small airport in the middle of nowhere. When I arrived, there was a man in an older pickup waiting outside as I stepped off of the plane. Miss Aaron, I presume. Right this way, please. As we drove, I looked out the windows and attempted small talk, but this man was very short in his responses. After about a 2-hour ride, we pulled onto what looked like a ranch or farm. Again, I'm from the big cities, so I'm not sure what you'd call it, but anyways. We drove about another 15 minutes and he pulled over and hopped down. He pulled a keycard out of his neck and pushed it against a large tree. I was very confused, but when I felt a strong vibration slowly going from my feet to my chest, the ground opened up in front of what looked like a ramp going underground. He got back into the truck and drove down it saying, "Welcome to the San Antonio Research Facility." I was amazed at the size of this complex hidden under a field in the middle of nowhere, and as we pulled up to a stop, I was in awe. This man now escorted me to a room. Another man now comes out of one of the rooms to greet me. Hello, Aaron. I've heard great things about you. Thank you very much. Where do we get started? I want you to have a meeting real quick with the people in the room ahead of us. I then walk in to see that I wasn't the only scientist there. 8 other scientists, or doctors, were here as well. 2 of them were geneticists like me. 3 other ones were neurologists, and 2 of them were regular doctors. We all greeted each other and got to know one another. After a good 30 minutes of talking, the same man that led me into this room now puts a file on the table and asks us to oversee it. The file explains the goal of this project and each of our roles. The goal of the project is to inject a modified version of LSD into the patients to see what will happen. My role was to check the patient's genetics after the project. The neurologist's role was to monitor the brain, and the doctors were there to just inject the substance and make sure the patients are unharmed. We all then got our equipment ready and waited for commands to head to the room where we would see the experiment. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please follow." We were then led to a room with a glass window separating all of us and the patients. The patients are now called in, and this sight still haunts me and fills me with anger to this day. Walking into the room were children. Goddamn children. What kind of fucked up shit was this? I turned to look to all of my associates with shocked faces as well. You ever see those pictures posted at Walmart saying missing kid? Well, guess what? Most of them are probably abducted by the government for experiments like this. The two doctors now walk into the room injecting the 3 children with the substance. We then waited for a good 30 minutes until we noticed changes in the way they spoke to each other. Instead of regular common use English, they started to use a modified and more efficient version of it. Or at least, that's what we think it was. At the hour marker, we started to see changes in the color of their eyes. All of them had brown eyes, but now it seemed to be turning gray. This experiment was only going to last 13 hours, but at the rates it already reached, I was haunted of what other things may lie dormant. Hour 2. The neurologist concluded that the substance is causing a resetting of the brain, but now one of the children mutters the word safe. We were all left in puzzlement of what that was supposed to mean. Hour 3. One of the children, Cindy, starts portraying strange behavior. She starts off by staring at her hands and moving them in unnatural movement. At this point, I was really starting to question what type of modification was taking place in that LSD, because in my teen years I've tried it, and what was being displayed with these children was not even close to what happens. Safe, Cindy said. "Cindy, is everything alright in there?" One of the doctors speaking through the speaker. She goes on to repeat this word for a straight 30 minutes until she decided to scream it out loud, eventually losing the ability to speak. The doctors at this point had enough and attempted to open the door up and grab the children. But as soon as they tried, many guards came in and grabbed both of them. Something was strange though. Cindy was the only child showing odd behavior. Rick and Gabriel just stood there almost completely fixated on the wall. I assumed they were amazed of what was appearing on the wall, because from experience, anything on LSD can look unnaturally intriguing, but this was something modified, so I had no clue of what to think. All I could do was just assume from past experience. Hour 5, Gabriel suddenly gets up and speaks to Rick with their new version of English. After the sentence was muttered out of Gabriel's mouth, him and Rick pick up Cindy and completely beat her up. At this point, all of us had had enough of this, and we all wanted out. But the man reminds us that if we break a contract, certain things can happen to us. And if they were crazy enough to do shit like this, they could certainly get rid of us. So, through fear, we continued. After a good 5 minutes of them beating up on Cindy, they both in sync said safe. At this point, I had come down to 2 conclusions. Either this drug caused them to believe in a structured religion they created, or they just outright lost their minds. Well, you could say there's the same thing, but I hope you understand that this wasn't easy to decipher. June, what do you see on their brain scans? Basically the same thing from hour 2. What seems to be a brain resetting. Hour 6. They are speaking in a language that hardly sounds English. After a good 30 minutes, both of the boys pick up Cindy's beaten up body and now start to attempt to crack open her skull. At this moment, everyone in the room had to find something to vomit in. After a short period, they were successful in grabbing her brain out. Both of them now seem to be studying every aspect of the brain. Maybe they were able to see things we couldn't. After 10 minutes, they looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They both started breaking bits and pieces of her brain apart. They now both took a handful of the brain parts and ate them. Now, this wasn't making them the typical zombie, but it was certainly giving them a cannibalistic trait. A brief moment later, one of the neurologists yells out, "Hey everyone, come check this out. The brain scan shows an abnormality accruing in the brain." After they ingested those brain parts, there was a spike of neuron chemistry in the brain. So you're basically saying through eating Cindy's brain they were able to gain more neurons. I'm not saying. That's exactly what happened. Hour 7. The boys continue to speak to each other in the unknown language. Rick now walks up to the window. Even though he couldn't see us, he knew we could see him. He then gives us this eerie grin. With his gray eyes staring deep into all of our souls, he then says, "Safe." Gabriel now seems to be in pain. He yells out in excruciating agony. But from what the neurologist said, there seemed to not be any sort of physical pain produced from this substance. So if anything, Gabriel was yelling in a mental frustration of some sort. Hour 8. Gabriel and Rick sit in front of each other and stare at each other with the complete concentration. They both, after a while, started to laugh. But this laugh wasn't anything natural. It was completely not human in any way. I assumed that whatever this shit was, it gave them the ability to use telepathy. So one main thing all of us understood was that the main thing this substance caused was language adaptations. Hour 9. Gabriel gets up and starts to get frustrated. Rick tries to help him, but Gabriel, outraged, and started to attack Rick. Both of them fight for at least 30 minutes straight before exhausting to the point where they couldn't physically get up. But once every couple of minutes of rest, they continued to go at it. Towards the end of the hour, they had gained somewhat of a mutual acceptance that something else was more important. Or at least that's what it seemed like. Hour 10. Out of the blue, Rick starts to speak regular English. "Can you please send in a doctor? I don't feel so well." We all know better to even send a fly into that room. It was clearly a trap we weren't gonna play into. After we had refused, Rick dips his fingers into Cindy's blood and writes "safe" on the wall. While all of this was happening, Gabriel never took his eyes off the window. He knew we were behind. Hour 11. Gabriel stands up to get Cindy's body and slams it into the window. He continues this for 30 minutes. All of us turned the other way and covered our ears. We all likely were saying to ourselves, "What have we gotten ourselves into?" Rick then laughs loudly in an unnatural way until he broke his vocal cords like Cindy had at first when she continually screamed "safe." After Gabriel had grown tired, he started to look at Rick with desperation. Hour 12. Rick started to touch the wall in a very peculiar way. He kept on muttering "safe" as he touched the walls. Gabriel then creeps up behind Rick and chokes him with every ounce of strength he had, with bloodlust like I've never seen before. He then proceeded to break his skull open and eat certain parts of the brain. Like before, he again gained more neurons in his brain. Hour 13. Gabriel has never once kept his eyes away from the window. He gave us this stare as if he wanted us to experience the worst pain imaginable. The man who seemed to be in charge of this experiment then walks in. He goes up to the speaker and says, "Gabriel, why have you done all of this?" After a brief pause of him trying to remember the ancient language English he once used, he responded, "Because I'm safe now, and I lust with every soul in my body to make all of you behind that window safe." The man now makes a command into his phone, and shortly after, guards open up the door and shoot the boy with darts. This is where I came in. I was forced to examine his body after. What I found out was shocking. Once the substance was injected, it sent a code to all of his genes to redirect a certain way, still unknown. The neurologist noticed that this substance completely changed his perception of reality. That's likely what caused him to act so inhuman. After we turned all of our reports in, we were told to head back to the room we all first met in. There, all of us looked at each other in complete shock of the events that just transpired. I was the first to speak up. What did we sign up for? I just can't believe they convinced us to do something so horrible. One of the scientists said. The other scientists couldn't even mutter a word. They were completely horrified. The man now walks into the room. Thank you for y'all's work. You will be shortly escorted out of this facility. Change into a more serious tone. But just remember this. Everything that happened here today will never be spoken of. And well, let's just say, we have tabs on y'all. After a couple of hours, they finally escorted me into a hotel nearby. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Matter of fact, till this day, I can barely sleep or socialize with other people. The $2 million wasn't worth it at all. I was now a rich man with a fucked mind. There wasn't a point. What really messes me up is that those were kids, no older than 12 years old, and they had to endure such a horrific experiment. And I played a hand in this. Even if I wasn't aware of the magnitude, I still had a hand in this. I write to you all here to finally let go of this burden that's been weighing me down for the past 2 years, hoping that this may help. Just know this. In the shadows lies nothing but pure evil. There is certainly messed up people out there that will do anything imaginable. Be safe and just know next time you pass by a farm, it might just be a government facility that houses down to the bone evil experiments. The night I got the specimen was hot. Humidity hung on the breeze, weighing it down, a telltale sign of the coming summer storm. Wind slithered through the palm fronds outside, and faintly, the waves crashed into the shore, gnawing at the land. I had been working nights at the lab. Now the new kid being made to lock up might not have flown back to the mainland, but out here the laid-back atmosphere of the tropics had permeated even the dusty halls of academia. For some of us, at least. One last sample to prep and preserve, and then I could doff my coat and slink away to the bar, get a Mai Tai, and wait for the coming storm in a haze of pot smoke and Jimmy buffet. I pushed the trolley over to the counter and placed a cloth-wrapped jar on a waterproof mat. It was about a foot tall and half that in width. Before getting my hands dirty, though, I took a look at the field notes that accompanied its recovery. The specimen was found on Dive 4, right from the heart of the reef, or it would have been if they had found it in the water. Apparently it was clinging to Danny's BC rig where he got back on the boat. When they tried to pry it off, Professor Adams lost a finger to it. When they subdued it, and then they got it into a jar. It had been on ice for about a week, so I figured my fingers would be safe. Hell, maybe the professor would let me go home while the sun was up if I got their wedding ring back before setting this little fella up for a permanent stay in the archives. Due to the urgent nature of its capture, the scientists in the field didn't get a chance to even begin IDing the thing. So that would fall to me too. That Mai Tai was looking even further away now. I undid the string, holding the jar's cloth covering together, and got my first look at the thing. It was for the most part pale and translucent, nothing like the colorful reef fish that we usually cataloged. Large, bulging eyes and a mess of tentacles sagged out of a pearlescent, nautiloid shell that glimmered remarkably under the fluorescence of the lab. Its shell was lined with ridges and lacked the darkening associated with thicker shells and keratinous beaks seen in other mollusks, and yet it must have been at least half an inch thick at the opening. Sitting between its eyes and atop a bulge of flesh sat an operculum, so thick I couldn't imagine any kind of sea creature getting past it without great difficulty. I gloved up and cracked the lid. The stench was awful. The week on ice had done nothing to slow the buildup of sulfur and decay. I equipped a face mask on the off chance that there was a little extra stink waiting to pop out of some gas-filled tract and removed it. It was heavy and required 2 hands to hoist it onto the mat. When laid out, the creature appeared to be a cross between several cephaloid species. A bulbous head with large eyes like an octopus, but with the shell and ring of many smaller tentacles around the beak. I counted 60 or so. Of a nautilus. I parted them and found the beak, a deep red of all things, indicating perhaps a different structural protein than other mollusks or the incorporation of a mineral. I turned away from the stinking mass and peeled my gloves off. My hands sweat in gloves even in an air-conditioned lab, but here in the tropics, and that special kind of summer, heat that lingered long into the night, and that was compounded by the humidity of the looming storm, well, my hands were gross, to say the least. I wiped them down and grabbed a few keys to mollusks of the region and laid them out opposite the specimen. 4 years of undergrad and 1 of honors, and I had never seen anything quite like the specimen, but all science is done on the shoulders of giants or something, so it was with that in mind that I thumbed through the worn pages of taxonomic keys and field guides. As I consulted the literature, the specimen began to warm up, and slowly burbled a sulphurous gas from deep within the shell. The stench was wretched, like seagrass rotting on the shore after a storm tore up the meadows. I couldn't handle it, and figured inviting in the light rain that had started spattering the window of the lab was worth even a moment of relief from the sensory assault that was my evening. Curiously, by the time I sat back down, the burbling had stopped. Instead now, something was happening that threatened to bring even greater punishment to my olfactory senses. The exposed body of the beast was swelling, presumably with more gas. As it expanded, it strained against the confines of its shell until, with a wet snap, the entire creature slid free of the iridescent shell. The full length of the mollusk lay there on the table, with one large, distended bulge. I figured this gently pulsing bulge to be the stomach and remembered the professor's ring. After all this trouble, the professor may even trade 2 nights off for its return. I hopped over to the window and leaned down, breathing deeply and holding it. I returned to the table, moving the keys to one side and fetching a scalpel. I wiped sweat and rainwater from my brow and pressed the steel into the pale flesh of the specimen. Gas hissed from the cut, and even with my breath held, I couldn't help but tear up. Still I persisted. As I ran the specimen, though, rain hit the window with vigorous strikes as the storm neared. I opened the creature's stomach, and what I saw next took me some time to process. Inside the stomach of the specimen, I saw the professor's finger, their dark skin now a pallid, almost alien gray, as if the person whose finger this was had lived their entire life underground, or at the bottom of the ocean. The gold of their wedding band glinted in the glow of a lightning strike, and then my eyes took in the full picture. Tiny white veins extended from the creature's stomach lining and into the finger, pulsing steadily. I couldn't tell if they were vascular or something different entirely. The fingernail was bright red, in the same fashion as the specimen's beak. As I saw the severed end of the finger, I gasped in horror, inhaling a mouthful of the putrid gas. My head was spinning as I struggled to comprehend what I was looking at. Hanging off the severed end of the professor's finger was a tiny, white, shriveled humanoid connected to the finger by the same white veins that connected the finger to the stomach. No. The womb. I locked eyes with the creature. Its tiny black beads felt as if they were burning as they saw me. It gasped for air, perhaps its first breath of anything other than the sulphurous gas of its mother's innards. and with this first breath of air, it let out a piercing shriek. I cupped my hands over my ears, still gripping the scalpel. The shriek made my head throb until something snapped within my mind, activating my fight or flight response, and I screamed in horror back, driving the blade into the creature with a nervous swiftness. The last thing I remember is a stream of metallic, blue blood spraying over me as I blacked out. Sometime later, I was woken up by the thunder of the storm. Now hanging low over the island, the floor of the lab was wet with rainwater. I propped myself up against the bench and looked around. The specimen was gone, save for its heavy, gem-like shell. A trail of the same thick, Hemocyan-rich blood that coated me led off to the sample tray and down onto the floor next to me, and then up the bench near the windowsill, and outside off of the second-story window of the laboratory. I peered out into the darkness and saw only the palms, undulating as the wind slithered through the fronds, lit by the warm street lamps and cool blue flashes of lightning. The storm's breeze carried the sound of waves still gnawing away at the shoreline and, faintly, in the distance, that same piercing howl. I'm Tyson, a former student of Hawkins High School for Boys. From day one, a lot of us knew something was off. We just weren't able to put our finger on it. My friend Aaron said, "Feels like a murderer is here." Don't know why, but if I remember correctly from Friday the 13th, someone died and haunted the grounds. Maybe that's what is happening here. Boy, I wish that were true. I hope that he was joking, that this was a perfectly fine school. But after a few of my friends went missing, the school cracked down hard to keep us safe by writing rules. We were given a paper with said rules on them. 1. If you see a custodian with the name tag of Bob, do not interact with him. He might try to interact with you. Don't. We never have had a staff member named Bob. 2. Never look at the riverbank between the times of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. You won't die, but you will wish you did. 3. If you open your locker and see a decapitated head, shut the locker and go to class. Do not touch the head or anything in the locker. 4. Do not open the doors at the end of the lunchroom. 5. If you see someone and they have no head, turn around and turn back. It will revert back to normal. Do not do a prolonged stare. 6. If lights start to flicker, hide under a table until they return to normal. This rule is very important. 7. The third floor may appear to have 2 sets of stairs. Always take the stairs on the left. If you don't, you will be stuck on the 4th floor for the rest of your life. 8. You might see drunken humans near the forest. If they start chasing you, ignore them. We don't know whether or not they are real. It is best not to find out. Being someone who doesn't believe in ghosts, I disregarded these rules. I never believed in them until it happened. I opened my locker and saw the decapitated head. I wanted to touch it pretty badly, but I didn't. I slammed my locker and went to class. That day an announcement came on. Students of Hawkins High School, there has been an emergency. Rule number 8 has been broken. The student interacted with the figures and faced a fate worse than death. Before that announcement, we started with 50 students. Before Thanksgiving, it hit a very low total of 13. I remembered the rules and marked how many students died not following a rule. I also put down the numbers of how many survivors of each. Rule number 1, 7 deaths, 0 survivors. Rule number 2, 3 deaths, 4 survivors. Rule number 3, 1 death, 0 survivors. Rule number 4, 3 deaths, 3 survivors. Rule number 5, 8 deaths, 6 survivors. Rule number 6, 5 deaths, 1 survivor. Rule number 7, 0 deaths, 3 missing. 8, 7 deaths, 2 survivors. Those survivors were mutilated to the point they were on life support for the rest of their lives. There were multiple students who broke more than one rule and lived. And some did it and died. I broke one rule. Rule 6. I was looking for some kind of pattern. Something that might be able to tell me what the hell was going on. Why so many of my peers were dying. Then it hit me like a truck. The suicide of a teacher. Possibly. Hey Aaron, what did you see when you broke Rule 2? I asked, hoping for an answer. He turned as white as a jar of mayonnaise. He started to say something but turned back around. He put his hands over his head. Was it that fucking scary? Scary enough that Aaron, a horror enthusiast by the way, was scared shitless from it? He broke down in tears. The teacher comforted him and glared at me. How was I supposed to know how bad it was? I mentioned that, but I was sent to the principal's office. Then I saw him. Bob, the custodian. He looked up and said, "Hey, you know where the 3rd floor is?" I ignored him and kept going forward. I heard a groan and the mop. Once I got to the office, I saw the lights starting to flicker. There was a table nearby with a few boxes underneath. It happened. It was bad. Creatures came down from the ceiling. Creatures I can't put my finger on. Think of a pitch-black entity with huge claws and a mouth. It screeched and tore through the room, ignoring the tables. A few minutes later, it was gone. I heard cries and sobs from the principal's office. I went in there and... no head. I turned away and blinked, then turned back. It was back to normal. I encountered 3 rules on my way down. 3. He was there, crying. Blood was everywhere. The vice principal's head lay there, on the ground, nothing else in sight. His eyes, open in terror. His mouth, shocked. He looked up, saw me, and cleared up. I can see his urge to cry again. "What happened?" he said, voice breaking. I asked a friend what happened when you broke Rule 2, and the teacher made me come here. I didn't know it would be that bad. I responded, still confused. He handed me a note. "Meet me here, at midnight sharp. No earlier, no later. Set your phone alarm. The minute it vibrates, yell out, 'I'm here.' I will be there. That is how I will know it is you." I nodded and left. When I got back, 2 students were missing. There were 2 more deaths to Rule 6. I remained to be the only person to not hide and live. Aaron was there. He was mortified. A long claw mark set itself upon his chest and his arm. I didn't know a human had that much blood. There is another survivor to 6. The teacher knew the look on my face. A look that said, "I know what happened, but what the fuck happened?" He yelled, "Get out. Get the hell out of my classroom." Then the Bob guy appeared in the room, the back corner. The teacher said to him, "Get this kid out." He caught himself, his face filled with horror. The custodian killed and gutted him faster than some kids can scream. 1 student died when he tried to intervene. We're all gonna die here, in this hellhole. I asked Aaron, "Hey, want to escape this shithole?" He nodded. "Midnight tomorrow. Meet me outside the doors." He responded, "I have to escape, and I have a plan." At exactly midnight, I met with the principal. 24 hours until I leave. The principal whispered, "When you are ready, turn around. Do not scream. That is how people die." I turned and saw the fear of my life. I swear my heart jumped out of my chest. I felt the fear around my entire body. I can feel the fear radiating off of me now. If you want to know, I wish I can describe it. It's not that easy. A humanoid figure, I think. 4 legs with deformed limbs, head stretched out height-wise. 4 eyes, one set on top of the head, and the other at the bottom of the face, eating what looked like a human corpse. 2 small holes for a nose, a mouth filled with hundreds of sharp and long teeth, drool dripping from its mouth, a color that I cannot describe. I blacked out. I woke up later that day with a splitting headache. This was in the principal's office. He said, I had a feeling that would happen. Then I blacked out again. I woke up again later that day sitting in class. The teacher said, why did you do what you did last night? You could have died. Fuck, I thought that was a dream. Unfortunately not. The image is now burned in my head. I couldn't try and get the image of that thing out of my head. I needed to get the fuck out of here. That night I packed up my stuff and got out of there. That night at exactly 11 at night, I woke up. My alarm clock was beeping. I had to unplug it and turn it off before someone heard me. I grabbed my shoes and my coat. I didn't need much. Going down the stairs was easy. Rules 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 cannot be broken. The lake is easy to look away from. I won't need the locker. I'm leaving from the front doors. Nobody to see or talk to. No lights. That night I saw Bob the custodian. He was mopping. Get back to your room. Want me to call security? I ignored him. I took a glance at his face. I really wish I didn't. He started transforming into this creature. He got taller and his fingers grew into claws. His arms grew longer. Then he let out a loud screech. I ran as fast as I was able to out of the front doors. Bob hit his head on the door frame and fell. He didn't move or get back up. The time was 11:55. Did 55 minutes really pass that fast? I saw Aaron facing me. He shot his hand up. I ran to him. So what's your plan? He asked. 20-foot tall wire fence. Not electric. It will take a few hours, but we can dig out. I responded, eyeing the shovels near the bike racks. Alright, grab a shovel. How wide should it be? He replied, alert for staff members. I calculated how wide and deep it should be to fit one of us with room to spare. About 2 feet and a foot deep. Anything less and we won't have room. You can get in, but not out, I said, being serious. We started digging. I checked my phone. 6:30 a.m. 30 minutes until teachers started arriving. I crawled through and looked back. School looked abandoned. Aaron followed me. The outside looked different than it did when we left. Everything felt more alive. I finally got away. I did it. Aaron was behind me, pumping his fists in the air. We survived. Cassette tapes. My dad died 3 months ago, and we recently found out what he was leaving behind for us to inherit. My mother got the house, as was fair. She had cats to care for. Toby got Dad's car, a vintage Mercedes in mint condition, if you didn't count the root beer stain on the back seat. And what about me? What about his oldest son? Cassette tapes. I knew Dad was a strange man, only getting stranger with age. He wasn't that old when he died, just 52 when Mom found him dead as a doornail in the backyard. But when I'm left with the inheritance of over a dozen boxes of useless tapes, I begin to think he must have just went senile early. For as long as I could remember, he'd been collecting them, cassette tapes of every make and model, stuffed into shoe boxes and labeled from A to Z. They aren't just any old tapes, Matthew. These tapes are special. He'd always told me when I asked. But why are they special? I never got a straight answer from him, just a cryptic smile or wink, and I'll tell you when you're older. He would never play the tapes for us. Whenever we'd ask, he'd get this serious look on his face. The expression looked so out of place on him. He was usually so jovial. A party kind of man. A joking kind of man. I got older, and he never told me. He never got the chance to, I suppose. So here I am, stuck with a seemingly endless supply of cassette tapes. They're categorized in his ledgers, titled as incidents, labeled with various numbers, and given a nickname. It always struck me that they were labeled as a set, even with dozens of different brands coming from dozens of different places. It was baffling to me how Dad could go to any thrift store or Salvation Army and sift through the shelves of tapes and find exactly what he was looking for. He'd only find one or two, if he was lucky, which he'd slip into the pocket of his old bomber jacket, before offering to buy me ice cream in exchange for joining him on his hunts. The boxes are stacked in my office, about 14 of them in total, all full of the tapes. Dad's cassette player sits on my desk next to the pile of ledgers, battered and scratched in places. A strip of yellowing masking tape with his name written on it pasted to the side. I pull my chair out from the desk and sit down on it heavily, letting out a long sigh. I take off my glasses and set them on the table, pinching and massaging the bridge of my nose. My headache has only gotten worse since this morning. Where am I supposed to put the boxes? I don't have any use for them. But I can't bring myself to toss them. Not when I know they meant so much to my dad. My housemates have been understanding enough, giving me the space I need to process my father's death. But I can't exactly ask them to let me use the limited storage space we have to stow 14 boxes of junk. I lean back in my chair, leaning my head against my hand. I regard the stack of boxes like I'm trying to win a staring contest. Why tapes? Couldn't he have collected something more useful, like vintage toys or antique books? Something interesting. A conversation starter that didn't involve me explaining my father's unique kind of crazy that led him to spend most of his disposable income on tapes. After a long, quiet moment of giving the stack of boxes my best rendition of the Kubrick stare, I finally stand up, picking out box A. I set it down on the desk and remove the lid. They're just how I remember them, neatly placed in the cardboard box, in 2 rows going down the box lengthways. They fit snugly, without any space to shift or rattle about. I run my fingers down the row of tapes, making that pleasing zipping noise of nail against plastic. I pick out a random one and flip it over. Incident number 038, Box A. Aurora Borealis, 1968. I sit back down and shift to face my desk. I fidget with the tape in one hand, tapping my thumb against the side of it as I crack open Ledger A. It's cataloged on the second page. Aurora Borealis, 1968. Confession of Sam Ketterman. Transcript from page 40 to page 42. I flip through, finding the page quickly, then turning my attention to the cassette player. The lid of it pops open, and I insert the tape with a soft click, watching the player whir to life with a sizzling crackle. Is it on? Okay. The man's voice is hoarse and tired. My name is Sam Ketterman. I was told to, record this tape by Dr. Leith, my therapist, as a way to process my trauma. There's a long pause, the sound of shuffling papers. This tape is in regards to the incident that occurred during my hiking trip in Alaska in 1968. He clears his throat. Phil and I were hiking near Fairbanks. It was a clear few days out in the woods, snow coating the ground and our bags heavy on our backs. It was just going to be a 2-day camping trip to hike out to where the light pollution wasn't so bad and we could see the stars and the lights. I was a little younger than Phil. I was in my early 20s then, and Phil was in his 30s. He was more experienced with the trails than I was, so he took the lead, helping us get up the foothills surrounding Mount Hayes. The first day passed without incident, but then I started getting the feeling we were being watched. When we were trekking that day, it got so quiet, just the sound of wind in the trees and the crunch of snow under our boots. When I brought it up with him, he said it was just in my head, but I didn't buy it. There was just something wrong to me. When we found the wrecked tents, we should have turned back, but we didn't. It's probably just a bear or something, or they left it behind. We made camp a few miles away from the wrecked tent, lit a fire, and got ready to sleep. I only got about an hour of rest before Phil shook me awake. "I want to go for a walk," he said. "Just a little walk to enjoy the lights." I agreed. They were really beautiful, flickering and shimmering overhead. The woods were calm and quiet, until they weren't. We heard the footsteps through the trees first. I was on edge, so I immediately turned to look. It looked like a person at first. A shadow. Phil spoke up first, calling out to it. "Nice night for a walk, huh?" He was always a friendly guy. I think maybe if he didn't say anything, he would still be here. It shambled out into the beam of Phil's flashlight and... The man takes a shaky breath. It hurt to look at. Even now it hurts to think about. It was like an empty snowsuit, but where the person inside should be, there was only light. Glowing, bright lights, shifting in color like the northern lights up above. I stumbled back and Phil stepped in front of me, holding his hands out as if he could stop it. I hate to say it, but I ran. I turned tail and ran as fast as I could back to the campsite. Hearing Phil screaming only made me run faster. I grabbed my bag, half full, leaving the tent behind. I didn't stop running until I passed out in the snow. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. Some hikers had found me, luckily before frostbite could set in. They never found Phil, just his flashlight, right where he'd been when it showed up. That's all. That's it. There's a click, and the tape is over. I feel a pit in my stomach as I close the ledger and set it aside. There's a morbid curiosity brewing in me. I'm hardly even paying attention when I pop open the cassette player, take out the tape, and put it back in its place in the box. I don't know what to say, other than that I'm going to have a lot of listening to do. A few of you showed interest in learning more about my dad's collection. It's a pretty formidable amount of tapes. I counted about 30 in each box, except for box N, which I suppose he was still working on when he, died. I've been avoiding going in my office, since it's where I'm keeping them, but I'm honestly too curious to keep it up. One of you suggested I perform a blessing before playing any more tapes. I'm not a religious guy, but my housemate Raph is, so I've borrowed one of his crucifixes, which now sits on my desk next to the cassette player. I did give the first ledger a read-through. At least, just through the names of them. Some are labeled with town names from around the States and Canada, but a lot of them don't have that information to go with it. An even smaller amount of them have addresses to go with them, but when I looked into them, they were all different therapists' office or psych wards. So then now what? I'm looking at the desk with the ledgers, my laptop open to Google Earth, and the cassette player. My head hurts just thinking about the stupid tape. Some of you suggested that my father had been living some sort of secret double life, but I just can't wrap my brain around that thought. By all accounts, my dad was a normal guy. A father of 2 living in a suburban neighborhood with his wife, happily married, working as a librarian. He was just normal, boring even, except for those tapes. I finally get up and walk over to the stack of boxes. I pick up box B, along with its corresponding ledger. I don't waste any time futzing around. Picking out a tape. Incident number 228, Box B, Backyard. I find the transcript. Incident number 228, Box B, Backyard. Testimony of Amara Walsh. There we go. Okay, so okay. It's a woman's voice, fairly young. I'm Amara Walsh, recording this statement as suggested by Dr. Umbra regarding my previous place of residence. It feels like she's reading from a transcript there, just like Sam. So, about a year ago, I moved into an old house with my boyfriend and his roommate. It was a pretty nice place, all things considered. A pretty home on a pretty big plot of land. My boyfriend and his friend are lawyers, and I work as a pediatrician, so the three of us make a decent amount of money. At the time, though, I wasn't able to work because of an injury I sustained during a car accident 2 weeks before. It was a broken arm and concussion. Nothing fatal, but enough to keep me from going to work for at least a little while. It was for the best, seeing as it meant I could spend the time making the house nice. The house was on a hill, backing onto an acre's worth of land for the backyard. There was a flower bed with lilies and tulips, an old bird bath, a rusty set of wings. It was like a fairy tale dream come true. And then my boyfriend and his friend had to go to a conference in Ohio, and I was alone for a few days. It wasn't anything I couldn't handle. I was an adult, but I got the feeling I wasn't alone. On the second night, I went downstairs around 11, I think, just to get an ice pack for my head. There's a window in the kitchen that faces the backyard, and on my way to the freezer, I passed by it. Something caught my eye out there. It looked like... I nearly jumped out of my skin as someone knocks at the door to my office. I quickly pause the tape and get up to check who's there. My roommate Dan stands in the doorway, holding a letter in his hand. "It's for you," he says. A slight quizzical tone to his voice. I rarely receive physical mail. I thank him and take the notes. He closes the door behind him as he leaves. I sit back down and hit play on the tape. Like a figure, almost. Like a person standing in my backyard. I held the ice pack against my head while I looked out at it. It was like a person wearing a bed sheet, like a cartoon approximation of a ghost. It didn't move, just stood there, sheet blowing in the wind lightly. I reached for the light to the backyard. I flicked it on and it was gone. It must have been my imagination, just my nerves about being alone in the house. I decided to just forget about it and take my ice pack back to my room. I flicked off the light. I started walking back towards the stairs, and then I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. When I turned, it was... Her voice falters for a moment. It was standing at my back door. Its arm was lifted up from under the sheet. It looked... Makes me sick just thinking about it, but it looked like someone had peeled the skin off of their arms as if it were an orange. But it wasn't flesh. The muscles were rotting, turned gray and blackened at the fingertips, all smudged with dirt like it had just crawled out of its grave. I screamed. I didn't know what else to do, but my closest neighbor would be too far away to hear me. It just kept tapping. Not even aggressive, just tapping. I started to hear it breathe too, labored and desperate, like his throat was too tight to drag in enough air to keep it alive. I yelled at it, asking what it wanted, why it was there, but it just stood there. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I don't know how long I was standing there, staring at it. It felt like hours. Finally, I worked up the courage to step forward, and I turned on the backlight, and it was gone. It didn't give me any relief. I knew if I turned off the lights, it might. She lets out a choked noise. I don't want to think about it. I went back upstairs, leaving the lights on. I couldn't sleep that night. I didn't even think about telling my boyfriend. I knew he'd just call me crazy. We stayed in that house for 2 years, and every time I was there alone at night, I could hear it tapping. I am not crazy, doctor. The tape clicks off. The pit in my stomach is back and my head hurts, but the only thing I can think of is why. Why were these important enough for my father to pass them down to me? Why did he collect them? And why do I feel like there are eyes on me right now? Every time I come into my office, I feel it. Like the tapes themselves are staring at me. I feel as though the answer to why my father kept these things is just out of reach. Like if I could only remember, everything would be made clear. I take the cassette out of the player and put it back in the box, setting it back with the rest of them. I close a ledger as well, and then I look at the letter. It's a white envelope with an address and name written on the back. Birchwell Street, from Mr. Pleasant, head of the PSO Trauma Initiative. It sounds familiar, but the pit in my stomach only grows. I open my desk drawer and put the letter inside. I don't think I can handle reading it yet. If any of you know what that initiative is, I hope you'll let me know. I've been having trouble sleeping now. It's not surprising. Listening to people's trauma has always been tough for me, especially whatever kind of inexplicable fuckery is going on with those tapes. But it's less about not being able to sleep. Sure, it takes some tossing and turning, but it's more about staying asleep. I keep having nightmares. One's bad enough to wake me up in a cold sweat, but when I wake up, I can't remember what happened in them. All I know is that my hands are shaking and it feels like I didn't get any sleep at all. I suppose you could tell I was losing sleep. Seeing as I made a mistake in my last post when I was transcribing the incident, I didn't catch it. I was half falling asleep writing everything down. But that's not relevant, I don't think. I don't want to believe that the last thing I have of my father is somehow doing this to me. Some of you thought that maybe knowing my father's cause of death would help me solve whatever's going on. I figured maybe I could elaborate a little for you. My mother told my brother and I about it a month ago, and she'd recovered from the whole shock. She said it was at 6:32 in the evening. They'd just finished eating dinner, and my dad had gone out to the garden to walk around. He liked to do that when he was alive, just pace around the backyard, so it wasn't strange to her. When he didn't come in after half an hour, my mom got worried and went to check on him. He was laying on the ground face down, bleeding from the nose. His eyes had already gone cloudy, almost white, and there was a shock of hair turned white on his head. One that wasn't there before. His hands were covered in mud. She begged the coroner to do an examination on him, but my mom still refused to tell us what was wrong with him. Something was wrong with his brain, she said. Maybe a tumor or a hemorrhage, but I called her up to ask, and no matter what I said, I got nothing from her. I can't blame her. It still hurts. Try reaching out to the coroner. I looked more into that PSO thing. I found postings about it in a few old internet forums, and one or two on Reddit. Most forums were people expressing confusion about some peculiar advertisements they'd seen posted on bulletin boards in hospitals and universities, posted on telephone poles and sent with flyers in the mail. They were all described in similar ways. A picture of a silhouetted person laying back on Chase Lounge, titled in block letters with the question, "Something keeping you awake at night?" The irony of this title is certainly not lost on me. Usually under the picture was a paragraph asking all manner of strange, wide-sweeping questions, like, do you have something you feel like you can't tell anyone? Or, have other therapists turn you down? Underneath that, there was a phone number, an email address, and another set of block letter text proclaiming, "Don't wait, get matched with a therapist now." And finally, at the bottom of the page, there was that line of text stringing it to the tapes, courtesy of the PSO Trauma Initiative. I couldn't find any posts describing what this place was, nor could I find anyone who knew exactly how long the initiative had been going on. I think the earliest tapes I could find was from 1964, just a year after cassettes were invented. I figured I might listen to it now. It's from Box J, incident number 001. Box J, Hitchhiker, testimony of Franklin Boyd. The click of the tape being set into the player is almost comforting now. At least the oddness of whatever is happening is contained to a short tape, rather than spilling out into the real world like all this PSO stuff. I try to shake the thought out of my head and hit play on the tape. Thank you again, Dr. Lacer. It's an honor to... It's a quiet voice, meek, belonging to a young man. There's the sound of shuffling papers. Right, I'll get on with it. I'm Franklin Boyd, recording this statement in partnership with the PSO Trauma Initiative, as suggested by Dr. Lacer, regarding a hitchhiker I picked up last summer. He clears his throat a little. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers. It's risky to do it. You never really know what someone is going to do to you when you're out driving in the middle of nowhere, but I'm a pretty big guy. I've never fought once in my life, but I'm fairly imposing due to my height and body type. I digress, though. It was about 9:30 in the evening, and I was driving from Brooklyn to Rochester to see my parents over the summer break. It was a pretty warm night, but it was stormy out, so I had my headlights on while I was heading through a long stretch of woods. It was really quiet out that night, aside from the rain and thunder. I was listening to the radio to pass the time. I noticed a figure standing on the side of the road. He was a few inches shorter than me, wearing a gray raincoat and jeans, holding his thumb out into the road. I pulled over to the shoulder to let him in. You can't exactly blame me, right? It was pouring rain. The poor guy was gonna catch a chill. I asked him if he needed a ride, and he said yes. Climbed in the passenger seat, unzipped his coat, and pulled the hood back. He was a normal-looking guy, but he was pale in the face, a wild, queasy look in a pair of eyes that kept darting to look out the window, like he was being followed. So, what brings you out to the forest this late? I asked. He whipped his head around to face me with that look on his face. Made me jump. I was going for a walk, he said. His voice was rough and shaky. I didn't believe him for a second. Where are you headed? I asked. He just shook his head a little and went back to glancing out the window. Anywhere. The nearest gas station, I suppose. I could do that. I prayed I would be there quickly. I didn't try to make any more small talk. I didn't try to speak or engage with him. Hell, I didn't even want to look at the guy. After what felt like hours, but was probably 30 minutes, I finally glanced at the guy. He wasn't peeking out the window anymore. He was staring out the windshield and up slightly at the clouds. There he was. He was bleeding from the nose. And it wasn't just a thin stream either. It was all over his chin and mouth, making a dark puddle on his shirt, but he didn't even seem to notice. He was breathing heavily, throat dry and hoarse as he did. I opened my mouth to tell him he was bleeding, but before I could, he grabbed my wrist. His hand was cold as ice. Pull over, he demanded. He didn't have to tell me twice. I did what he told me, and he let go. He slammed the door open and rushed out into the rain, thunder cracking overhead as he stumbled into the ditch and fell to his knees. He started screaming, laughing, looking up at the sky, yelling that he knew it was there, that it could kill him, all it wanted, tear him apart until nothing was left. You're going to think I'm crazy, but when he was shouting up at whatever it was, I saw the forest move. It was like a warp in my vision, like a mirage, a movement in the shape of something gigantic. It was like seeing something that was there, but that I wasn't supposed to see. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, and I saw him crumple forwards, hitting the ground with a splash as he laid there in the mud. The thing. It turned to me, and for just a moment I could see its open, glowing orange eyes staring me down. I closed the door and hit the gas as hard as I could and didn't dare look back. I still think about that guy sometimes. He left a bloodstain on my passenger seat. Just a drop, but sometimes it feels like he's still sitting there. The tape clicks off, and once again, I'm sitting in a silent room. My head hurts again, and my hands shake as I take the tape out of the player. I feel sick to my stomach when I put the tape back into the box. I clench my hands a little before opening the drawer and pulling out the letter. I reach over to my cup of pencils and take out the letter opener. The paper slices open easily, and I unfold the pieces of paper inside. It reads as follows. Mr. Bradshaw, I would like to express my deepest condolences regarding your father's death. Deaths in the family are difficult to overcome, so I thought I might reach out to you on behalf of the PSO Trauma Initiative. However, there is a pressing matter I would like to discuss with you. Your father was in possession of some missing property of ours. As we understand it, he was making a collection of some very pertinent documents that are strictly confidential to those working at the initiative. We would like them back, Mr. Bradshaw. You are a smart man, so you can likely understand that keeping these would be detrimental to your health. Please respond to this letter as soon as possible to negotiate a drop-off point for these tapes, and perhaps schedule a session with one of our psychiatrists. I will offer for you to have this session pro bono, as a token of my appreciation of your cooperation. Regards, Mr. Pleasant. I fold the paper back up and set it back in the drawer. I eye the stack of boxes, feeling them stare back at me. Was that a threat? If they're confidential, what if I've listened to them? I don't know what to make of all this. I only know I'm not going to be giving those tapes back. I think I've only scratched the surface. If any of you can make heads or tails of this, I'd appreciate your help. My sleep hasn't exactly been improving since I opened that letter. If anything, it's only made things more complicated. Every time I try to get any rest, that stupid letter pops into my mind. That thinly veiled threat, all over some weird tapes. I tried to keep my mind off it for a day or so, spent some time with my friends and stayed out of my office. It brought me some relief for a little while. I was starting to think I could just ignore the whole thing. And then I went on a walk. It wasn't too long or anything, just up and down my street. You know what I found? Flyers, over a dozen of them, all just how I'd seen them described in those posts, down to the phone number. Felt like I was gonna be sick. They were posted on telephone poles, in the window of the convenience store, glued to walls and alleyways. They were everywhere, mocking me. I've lived on that street for 3 years, and never seen a single one of them, and yet, overnight, there they were. I took one down to bring it home with me and get a closer look. It's laying on my desk as I turn on my lamp. When I unfold the flyer and smooth it out, it feels as though the tapes are looking at it over my shoulder. The paragraph is different from the ones I saw online. Are you losing sleep? Do you feel like you can't tell anyone what's happened to you? Does your heart feel full of cold lead? Do you know what you've done? Do you regret ever accepting that gift? Do you feel them looking at you while you sleep? Do you remember what they look like in your dreams? Can you see them? Can you hear them? Are you listening? Are you listening to them? Do you wish you could just forget? Don't wait. Get matched with a therapist now. Call. I know why they left them for me. I know what they want. I know they meant to scare me, to intimidate me into giving them back, but my fear is crushed down by my anger. They're taunting me. It feels like they're laughing at me. I listened to what you all said. I bought enough cassettes to copy them all over, different kinds from different eras, just to get the variety of them right. Spent a small fortune on them. After reading that stupid flyer, I know what I have to do. It takes a long time to do it. I've spent hours doing it. Putting the tapes into a cassette deck I found at Goodwill, then the blank tape, copying it, and then writing down each of their titles. Some of you said I should keep the copies, but I'm too sentimental to do that. As strange as my father was, I loved him. He was a good dad. I can't just give the originals up, knowing my dad wanted me to have them. I moved the originals to the cassette racks my dad left me to store them in. Up until a few days ago, I was planning on just leaving the tapes in their boxes, hiding them in the attic or basement. They deserve better than that. While I'm pushing them away, my mind wanders back to thoughts of my dad. I remember when I was younger, I spent a lot of time with him. I always got along better with him than my mom. We were both a couple of Poindexters. We could spend hours just sitting in silence near each other, doing our own thing. Usually I would read, and he'd be writing in his ledgers. I remember one day when I was around 9. My mother had taken Toby out to a movie that I didn't want to see, so I was staying home with my dad. I was reading an old comic book that my dad had gotten me, and he was writing in his ledger when the landline started ringing. I hardly even looked up when he went downstairs to answer it. I only really started paying attention when he started shouting. I walked down the stairs, still holding my comic in my hands as I peeked around the corner into my kitchen. He was holding the receiver up to his ear, listening to someone talking on the other end. After a long moment of quiet speaking from the other end, his hand began to shake. He balled it into a fist and slammed it on the counter, making me jump. I swear to God, James, you stay the hell away from me and my family. Don't bring my goddamn kids into this. Whoever was on the other side, James, I guess. He laughed at that. My dad's shoulders stayed tense when he talked. You're a fucking monster, Jim. You should have left when I did. Now, look what's happened to you. His voice was cold and full of anger. He slammed the phone down onto the receiver and turned. When he saw me, he was startled. He asked me how much I'd heard. I lied to him. I told him I'd only been there for a few moments. He said he was sorry for yelling. I remember lying awake in bed that night. We lived in a forested area on the outskirts of town, so I'd go to bed to the sound of wind in the pines and owl calls. That night, I didn't hear any birds. If I focused hard enough, I could faintly hear the sound of whistling. Not like bird song, but like a person whistling. I didn't look out my window, but it felt like something was waiting for me to see it. I called the coroner yesterday, after another sleepless night. I dialed him up, hoping to get a little closure. When I told him who I was, Dr. Peterson's tone changed on a dime. A note of reservation in his voice, like he knew it was coming. He asked me if I was sure I wanted to know. Part of me wishes I didn't say yes. He said he'd never seen anything like it before. When he'd done an autopsy on my father, outwardly there were no wounds, no bruises, no punctures or bullet holes anywhere. In his stomach there was his dinner, only partially digested. No poison, no alcohol or drugs. It wasn't a heart attack. It wasn't a tumor or a stroke. His eyes were completely shut, like something had blinded him. But the thing that really causes death, supposedly, was in his head. When they opened it up, what greeted him was a pool, fleshy, pinkish sludge that was once my father's brain, like someone had taken it out and put it through a blender before pouring it back in. That's how he described it. He couldn't think of anything that could have done that. Neither could I. I slide the last cassette into place and let out a deep breath. Looking back at the waiting boxes of copied tapes, I take a seat at my desk and pull out my phone. Takes a moment of psyching myself up to key in the phone number on the flyer. There's a long beeping sound before someone picks up. Hello, this is Mr. Pleasant speaking. How can I? He doesn't get to finish before I speak. I have the tapes. He's quiet for a moment before letting out a little laugh. Good. I'm glad you came to your senses, Matthew. You have my address. Be there at 9:30 p.m. on Friday, and I'll take them off your hands. Will I have you? Did you want to schedule an appointment? You sound like you need one. His voice is dripping with a smug condescension. I swallow thickly, my throat feeling dry. No, I'm alright. I'll be there. I hang up the phone and set it down on my desk. I don't have the willpower to listen to a tape today. Once I get these PSO people off my back, maybe then I'll start listening again. Maybe then I'll be able to get some rest. Calling the coroner, and talking to this place, have only left me with more questions than answers. If I could just pull all of this together, I could see the full picture. I don't know where to look next, but maybe you do. I need all the help I can get. Thank you. I'm sorry for leaving you all hanging for so long. I should get you up to date on what's happened in the days I've been missing. He wasn't lying. The building was just where he'd said it was. A tall office building on the 7th floor, past cubicles of people hunched over their desks talking smoothly into their phones. In the office with a brass nameplate on the door. He was there. He stood, looking out the window like he owned the city below, with his hands folded behind his back. Good evening, Mr. Bradshaw. Why don't you take a seat? He said without even turning to look at me. I did what I was told, finding no comfort in the blocky, unyielding armchairs that his office had to offer. He turned away from the window after a moment, taking a seat behind his desk and steepling his fingers. He was maybe in his mid-50s. There was something wrong about him. His smile lines a little too deep, hands too spindly, his teeth a little too white in his mouth as he grinned welcomingly at me. It was less like a greeting and more like a threat. I cleared my throat to speak, but as I did, he cut me off. I'm so glad you had a change of heart. You really did the right thing by handing those over, he said. I'm glad to give them back, I said, reaching into my pocket. I could feel the weight of the tape recorder in there, felt reassured by the click of the record button. I was curious about them. I didn't get the chance to listen to them when I was a kid. I just wanted to ask why they're so important. Mr. Pleasant smiled broadly, even wider than he already was. It made my skin crawl. I thought you might ask that. They're recordings of our patients' therapy sessions. Very personal. You know how it is. Client confidentiality and all that. Do you mind if I ask why you record them? He was quiet for a moment, smile deteriorating ever so slightly. Then he chuckled softly, sardonic and charismatic in a way that made me want to hit him. You're a very curious man, aren't you, Mr. Bradshaw? He said, reaching across his desk and adjusting a stapler. It's just part of our special kind of therapy. We find it's easier for patients to forget their trauma through recording these tapes. In the past, our patients have found them very useful for processing their issues. In fact, I know you asked before, but perhaps you'd like to book a session for yourself. When he said it, my stomach dropped. I could feel sweat beating on the back of my neck. I opened my mouth to reply, but before I could, he cut me off again. It really is a shame what happened to your father. All that work for a futile goal. It really is disappointing, isn't it, Matthew? He didn't give me the space to respond, continuing as he got up from behind his desk and walked around towards me. It's difficult to put myself in your shoes. Losing your father so abruptly and with such a strange cause of death. How did he? You must be holding that weight with you, Matthew. I felt myself nodding before his words even registered. I shook my head, feeling stinging pain pushing in against my temples. It's all right, Matthew. You're probably very stressed. Maybe it would help you to let your emotions out. I can get Dr. Ilio to come right away if you need. I got up to my feet quickly. I didn't even notice how close he'd gotten until he was resting his hand on my shoulder. When I looked at him, I could feel my ears start to ring. He had that smile on his face, wide and white, and too many teeth. I felt sick, like having him so close was hurting me. You're bleeding, Matthew. His mouth didn't move, lips drawn tight over rows of snowy white teeth, too defined, too perfect, too straight, too perfect. I heaved weakly, managing to tear my eyes off him and down to my shirt, blood staining the fabric and dripping over my lips and chin from my nose. I stumbled backwards, shoving his hand off my shoulder and holding my head. The ringing stopped. His face was normal again. I swallowed thickly, staring at him. My throat felt like sandpaper. I need to go. His smile waned again, but he nodded, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. I understand. Here. He reached behind him and picked out a small calling card, presenting it to me. We should keep in touch. Any family of Julian is a friend of mine. I took the card. When I walked out of the office, holding a hand up to my bleeding nose, the room of cubicles was silent, all sitting facing the wall in front of their desks, holding their phones up to their ears but not speaking a word. I ran. I took the stairs, not wanting to wait for an elevator, rushing down the steps, through the foyer where I'd left the boxes of copies with the receptionist and out the door. That was about as much as my stomach could handle, so it seemed. I threw up in the nearest bush as soon as I got out of the door. I'm not ashamed to say that doing it gave me some sense of retribution. My car wasn't parked too far away. I was thankful for that. Climbing into the driver's seat, buckling the belt, and hitting the gas. I drove until I was far from that place, until I was out on the outskirts of town, pulled over onto the shoulder of the road, and I broke. I curled in on myself, leaning my forehead against the steering wheel, breathing shallowly as my heart tried to climb its way out of my chest. It felt like being squeezed into a shoebox, like the world was too close around me, pressing the breath out of my lungs and making me panic. I've had panic attacks before, more frequently in the months since my father's death, but there were none like this. They never made my skin crawl and my stomach churn as badly as this. Never made my ears ring so loud I could hear the cars passing by. This couldn't be happening. This whole conspiracy, this whole delusional initiative, it couldn't be real. But it was. It was, and I jumped in head first without noticing how murky the water was. It took me a long time to calm down. I stayed like that, curled up in the car for almost half an hour. I remembered the recorder in my pocket and turned it off. It brought me comfort to know that what had happened had been documented. I drove home in silence, and all the while my frustration overcame my fear and anxiety. When I reached the driveway, there was a package on my doorstep, a padded envelope. I picked it up, taking it inside with me and locking the door. I tried to be quiet when I walked up the stairs to my office. When I enter it, it feels like home. It feels like the tapes there have been waiting for me patiently, knowing I'll be there eventually. I open the package. I'm not surprised to see it's a tape. Written on the side, though, it's not an incident number. It reads, "To my eldest." My hands only quake slightly when I put it in the player and press the play button. There's the familiar buzz of an old cassette tape. The click and a light shuffling. Is it? Oh, good. Perfect. My dad's voice, light and jovial. This tape is recorded for my son, Matthew Bradshaw, and only Matthew Bradshaw. I hope you're listening to this, kiddo. I wanted you to receive this tape after you got the other ones, so I hope my friend listened to my instructions. I want you to listen very carefully. If you are hearing this tape, then it means I'm already dead, and I failed what I'm planning on doing. In that case, I want to say I'm sorry. And I truly wish it didn't have to be this way, but it is. I don't doubt that you've taken the liberty of listening to the tapes. Maybe not all of them, but at least a few of them. You might already know about the initiative. These tapes are recordings of the victims of the PSO Trauma Initiative, or Paranormal, Supernatural, or Occult Trauma Initiative. This organization seems well-meaning at first, but their mission is to help patients with trauma from unexplainable or supernatural forces forget their problems. They pretend that they offer these services out of kindness or charity, but they are lying. The initiative is using those tapes and the traumatic events recorded on them for a different purpose. When patients at this initiative give their statements, they truly do forget their trauma. The cassettes hold whatever event they witnessed, taking a piece of their memory and leaving a blank spot where it was. The initiative is an elaborate cover-up for the existence of unexplainable and dangerous creatures that exist in and around our reality. Before I met your mother, before we had you and your brother, I was an archiver for that place. We were supposed to keep those tapes. Over the time I worked there, I became close friends with James Pleasant. He was higher up the food chain than me. I was supposed to just keep my head down and work, but he took a shine to me. I remember him telling me things that I wasn't allowed to know. Little things at first, but after a long while he got comfortable. He took me aside one day and asked me if I knew why we were keeping the tapes. Why we were really keeping them. I told him I didn't. He asked me if I could keep a secret. Of course I could. I still remember the smile he got on his face when I said that. He leaned close and whispered it to me. Food. I didn't understand what he meant. So I told him and he just laughed. It's food, Julian. Eternal food for something bigger than us. Bread goes stale, milk goes sour, meat goes rotten, but fear will never expire. He told me. If we feed it what it wants, if it lives forever, so will we. I didn't believe him at first. I thought he was crazy. But then I began to see it. Movement just out of the corner of my eye. Just behind that tree. Just behind that corner. A mirage. Like something is there, but you aren't supposed to see it. It got to me and I knew I had to do something about it. Late one night, after everyone in the office had gone home, I went into the archives. There were thousands of tapes, all neatly tucked away into file cabinets with their transcripts. I tried to work quickly, piling them into trash bags and skipping town in my shitty van. I knew I couldn't keep them all in one place. They'd find me that way, and all my work would be for nothing. So I did what I could. I spent a year driving around the continent, leaving the tapes in small bursts in secondhand shops and Salvation Armies, pawning them off where I could, leaving a trail of cassettes all over, hoping it'd keep them at bay. Things were alright for a while. I settled down with your mother, got married, had you, and then I moved on to the second part of the plan. With the tapes spread out, I had pulled the rug out from under them, keeping whatever it is from forming, keeping them as distant from me as possible while I began to collect them again. I wanted to test my theory. I found one of the tapes closest to me and I destroyed it, burning the tape and crushing its plastic casing. The room went cold around me. For 3 days after, I didn't see the mirage following me. I was gearing up to burn the latest batch again. I do them in small increments so your mother wouldn't get suspicious. When Pleasant called, he threatened to hurt you and your brother, threatened to kill you both if I didn't stop what I was doing and give them back. You were too precious to risk. I stopped burning them. For a month, I stopped collecting them. And then I had an epiphany. I didn't have to destroy them. Just collecting them would be enough at first. You were always a curious kid. I remember how badly you wanted to know about the tapes. I kept collecting, knowing that eventually you would grow up. You would know how to protect yourself. When you moved away, I redoubled my efforts, writing the transcripts and leaving breadcrumbs for you to follow just in case I failed my plan. The plan was to burn them tomorrow night, to deal our first big blow to whatever this thing is. Clearly, since you're hearing this, I failed. The mirage caught up with me and, well, I'm dead. I need you to carry on what I've started. You know what you have to do. In 2 days, you will receive a box with the supplies you will need and the instructions to do what you have to. I know you can do this. I am so proud of you. I love you, son. The tape ends with a muted click. I rub at my teary eyes with the back of my hand, taking a shaky breath that rattles in my chest. I clear my throat as best I can and gingerly remove the tape from the cassette player. I know what I have to do now. I had trouble sleeping those nights. It's unsurprising knowing what I have to do. I want to hold on to my father's memory more than anything. He was always there for me, no matter what, so burning what I have left of him is painful. But it has to be done, so I'll finish what he started. The package arrived right when he said it would. It wasn't huge. A little smaller than a shoebox. In it were more tapes. My dad's old aviator-style glasses, a set of car keys including a labeled key to a storage unit, and a beat-up old journal. The address to the storage unit was scrawled on the bottom of the cardboard box. I loaded the tapes into the back of my car in boxes, and followed the address of the storage unit to find what my father had left me. During the drive, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. The number displayed on screen being from exactly who I'd expected. It seemed like the initiative wasn't keen on giving up yet. They could call me all they wanted, but I paid them no mind as I pulled into the parking lot of the run-down Excalibur storage units at the outskirts of town. The garage-like door rattled as I unlocked it and pulled it up manually, wincing at its squealing groan. It wasn't cluttered, just my father's old van from when he was young and 4 gasoline tanks. In a neat row next to the car, there was a Polaroid taped to the van, with an address hastily written on the bottom. It was a picture of a wide-open field, someplace nobody would look to find burnt cassettes. I was glad he knew a place. I wouldn't have known where to start. I shifted all of the cassette boxes into the back of the van, followed by the gasoline tanks and then me. The drive to the field was less like a drive and more like a funeral march. After weeks of torment and anxiety and sleepless nights, tonight it had to end. In some way or another, no matter how small, tonight was the night it would end. I thought about my father, thought about how the initiative had taken him from us, all for whatever thing they were serving. When I was in that van, listening to the gasoline tanks clunk against each other and the cassette tapes chattering in their boxes, I wasn't afraid of anything. For all I cared, I could die just like my dad, as long as I took down at least a portion of whatever that stupid initiative was with me. It was dark out in the field where I parked the van. The moon high above and the stars shining in the sky were the only things there to light the way. The tape stacked up nicely in a wide patch of dried dirt, a pyramid of boxes jutting up defiantly towards the sky. The tank was heavy in my hands when I poured the gasoline onto the pile. It felt surreal. I found myself laughing deliriously when I looked at the stack before me. I was staring down again, just as I'd done in my office. This time with no curiosity or fear or dread. This time with a knowing, superlative hatred that churned in my stomach and made me grit my teeth. I found a lighter in the glove box of my father's van, right next to his gun, that I held tightly in my hand with assured victory within sight, and... "I don't think you want to do that, Matthew." My hair had already stood up on end before he even spoke. I didn't turn to look at him. I didn't have to. Far away, across the field, his master was there. There in a way I didn't see but felt, like the drop of your stomach before the plunge of a roller coaster, but 1,000,000 times worse. "I think I do," I said. He walked towards me slowly, and I turned only slightly towards him. It's not the man I met in that room. He smiled wider than I'd ever seen anyone stretch their lips, teeth like piano keys, or like the tines of interlocking forks. He was taller than I remember, stretched like taffy with hands hanging limp at his sides. "Just give them back, Matthew. You've come so far. Just give up," he hissed out, mouth not moving but beady black eyes squinting at me with unfettered malice. My hands were shaking when I reached into the pocket of my coat, pulling out my father's revolver and pulling back the hammer. The sound of the gunshot was deafening, ringing out like a cannonball. I thought I was going to vomit when it hit him right between the eyes. An easy shot. He was so close to me. He reeled backwards and I snatched up my lighter, frantically attempting to flick it on. Across the field, the creature wailed like the sound of rending metal, an echoing fury. I flicked and flicked and flicked, and then Mr. Pleasant tackled me to the ground, sending my lighter bouncing away over the uneven dirt. I tried to roll over, feeling his arms wrapping around me like boa constrictors as his neck popped and cracked behind him. I screamed. Nobody would hear, writhing in his grasp until I could worm my way free. I kicked at him, slamming my boots into his face and rolling to the side. When I finally caught sight of him, I felt my ears begin to ring. He'd gotten even worse, where he was hunched over on the floor, grunting and panting, his neck ballooning and stretching up and outwards, thickening in the middle as his jaw unhinged, teeth like razors lined all over, as long, spindly, fleshy legs worked their way out of his mouth. I didn't have time to dwell on this horror. That was once Mr. Pleasant's. I had tapes to burn. I lunged for the lighter, stumbling to snatch it up. The cold metal in my hand was comforting as I righted myself on my feet and tried to flick it on again. "Matthew!" Mr. Pleasant roared. I didn't dare look, but I began to run, stumbling through the grass, away from him out of instinct, cupping my hand around the flickering fire of my lighter. I could feel blood running down my lips and chin. I could see the tall grass bend and bow, where the creature in the field ran, its glowing orange and yellow eyes staring me down with a hateful glee that made my stomach churn. Finally, the fire flicked on, bright and warm in my hands. I let out a triumphant laugh, making a U-turn to run towards the pile, before I felt long, clawed hands grab me by the shirt. Mr. Pleasant's body was hanging by a group of 6 spider-like, creaking, spindly legs, his long, squirming fingers gripping me tight as he laughed, voice echoing like there were 3 of him behind me. I wanted to cry. I was so close. I was so close. The creature came to a halt in front of me, laughing at me like a pack of hyenas. Mr. Pleasant's other hand shifted up, tangling in my hair and retching my head back to stare up at the creature's eyes before me, and the only way I think to describe it is, when you're a child and you're in a dark room, it's less the fear of what the room is and more the fear that the room is full of something you can't see that wants to hurt you. I hadn't felt that type of fear in a long time. It towered over me and didn't. It was there, and it wasn't. It was going to fucking kill me just by being in my line of sight. Look at it, Matthew. The thing behind me howled with laughter, yanking on my hair and forcing me to look every time I tried to turn away. I could feel bile rising in my throat, blood cascading from my nose. I heaved, my eyes burning with pain, and in that moment I saw white. My ears stopped hearing, my eyes stopped seeing, from the burning hot pain that rose into my head, and there was peace for a long, deathly moment. It was a fig tree in the eye of the storm, a moment's silence before the worst came, and in that moment, I squeezed my eyes shut, and with a certain flick of my thumb, I felt the lighter ignite, and I let it fall from my hands. To say that those monsters screamed would be like calling a rainstorm a typhoon. The lighter hit the gasoline and the boxes went up in a split second. I felt the thing that was once Mr. Pleasant drop me to the ground and begin to convulse, shaking and shuddering and screaming as its legs began to crack apart, falling to the ground along with its master like a puppet with cut strings. I heaved, vomiting all red and shaking from head to toe. I couldn't bring myself to get up and run, so instead, I rolled over onto my back and looked up at the dark night sky. There was a seam in the sky, like someone had slashed a long, curved line in it. It opened, and I felt the breath leave my lungs. An eye as big as the world itself slid open, glowing orange with a pupil full of all the stars in the sky, lined with teeth that made up its mouth. It shifted to look down at me, blinking once before letting out a long, bone-chilling, whistling tone. I wanted it to kill me. I wanted to die so I didn't have to see it anymore. But it wouldn't let me. Instead, the monsters that lay around me began to crack and convulse even worse, screaming out in a language I didn't know, but could understand perfectly. They were forsaken by it. Their trust turned against them as they compressed and compressed and compressed, until there was nothing left of them but the scars they had left on my psyche. And then it slid shut, and the seam in the sky was gone. I lay there in the field for hours. I didn't move until the fire had burned away all that was left of those tapes, until I knew that there was nothing around me for miles but grass and ash and my van. When I got to my feet, I was shaking, drenched in blood and sweat. All the stars in the sky were golden orange eyes, peering down at me with judgment for what I had done. The sound of the van door closing behind me is like a coffin being closed. I start up the car with a sputtering noise and fix my father's old glasses where they sit on my nose. I take a deep breath and my hands shake on the wheel, but I don't break. I don't cry or scream or panic, despite the pounding heartbeats in my chest. I pull out of the field slowly, trying to keep my breathing even though he isn't here to say it. I know that my dad is proud of me. Wherever he is, I wanted to thank you all for your help and your interest in my research. There's a lot of work ahead of me if I want to try to keep anyone else from succumbing to a fate like my father's. His journal should hold the answers to what I have to do now. There's a lot I still don't understand, and your input has been life-saving on a few occasions, honestly. But all I know is that I'm going to have a lot of driving to do. I looked at that damn phone every day. At one time, it was as yellow as the sun, but from all the years surrounded by cigarette smoke, it's now almost like a faded mustard-colored yellow. I know I'm the only one in my zip code that still has a rotary phone, but I have it for only one person. I wait for a phone call. A phone call that I haven't received in close to 10 years, but I know is coming any day. The phone call that will warn me that they are coming. The ones that I owe millions upon millions of dollars to. The ones that I thought I could just win one more game to be even. I was a high roller, and at one time, I lived the high life, but for the last decade, I've been hiding out in this dank 1970s, horribly decorated house, knowing the one person on the inside of their organization would tip me off if they found me. You see, he's my father, and though he's close to 80, he's still my father. A father who didn't know me growing up and only found out through Ancestry.com that the fling who is my mom unknowingly got pregnant and learned that his son is a degenerate gambler. To make things worse, I live alone with my 13-year-old daughter Grace, whose drug-addicted mother left when she was 9. I know this organization and what it's capable of. I've made a fool of them, and they will kill me and my daughter in a heartbeat if they found out where I live. I was fortunate that my father gave up this place to hide out. It was actually his mother's, who was my grandmother, that I never met. He told me the organization will never look at this house because they don't know our relation. My father has done well for himself. He has many soldiers that report to him, and my father reports to an underboss. But as high as he is, and given that he is a made man, they will also kill him if the organization finds out he's hiding me. I had done too much and shamed the organization's reputation. My daughter's name was once Sophia, and I had to train her to go by Grace, which is really hard for a 6-year-old kid to do, especially considering that her crack-addicted mother left us a few years later. I guess there's an argument who is a bigger degenerate between my gambling self versus my crack-addicted wife. So I sit in this old house every day, and I never leave. I get everything delivered to my front door. Grace goes to school every day and is a good student. I warned her that we might have to move any day, if Pop ever called me. My father won't come to this house with me here. Once a week, Grace goes to visit my father at his house. It's a pretty elaborate setup where Grace purposely walks the long way to the subway to see him. She doesn't know everything regarding my situation, but she knows that if she doesn't follow Pop's directions, then her and I will be harmed. So every day, I watch the same damn TV programs. I can't even go outside because if one person recognizes me, then I'm done, and I have to be close enough to answer that phone. That phone will work under just about any circumstances. It will last another 50 years if need be. I know if Grace was 18, my father would just have me killed for her sake, but with his emphysema, he doesn't have long to live, and she doesn't have anyone else but me. But I know she would be better off without me. All I am is a ticking time bomb, an unpaid debt to the most savage organization in North America. But if I don't leave the house, they won't find me. I keep telling myself that. My poor mother knows what I have done, and she knows that she can't ever see me again or Grace. I eventually hang out in the kitchen or in the living room where I can hear the phone ring. About once a week I have a mini heart attack because a telemarketer will call. I usually yell and scream at them, and I tell them I'm on every do not call list, but they still call. I sleep on the couch every night. I've been doing it for so many years that I'm used to the couch. I'm sure my grandparents purchased the couch sometime in the 1970s with its Halloween orange faded tone, which feels like wool against my skin. I could hear the phone from upstairs, but I don't want to chance it. I don't want Grace to wake up with a knife to her throat, so I sleep on this uncomfortable 1970s couch. My father could upgrade the couch, but in a way, it's almost a punishment and I deserve it. As long as he takes care of Grace, I'm fine with whatever. I'm a different person now. I don't have to gamble 10 times a day anymore. I don't have to gamble on Sunday football all day, then watch international soccer and gamble on sports clubs that are probably fixed to win or lose regardless. I'm just not that person anymore. I feel like I was when I was 16, when the world meant something more than a quick $5 bet here or a double or nothing there. I feel like there's so much more to this world that I'll never have a chance to see. I sometimes wonder if prison would be any better, because then at least I would get to socialize with others, but if the organization didn't get to me on the inside, then one day of my release, they would off me. But I have to do this for Grace, because this life isn't for me anymore. I chose my lot, and I have to live with it. Every time she comes through the door, that's my sunshine, and every time she leaves for school, then I know she's growing. Sometimes I have panic attacks, and I have to remind myself that nobody knows I live here, and Grace is just a child of an unknown tenant whose landlord just happens to be a capo. The worst part is I can't even watch sports anymore. What the hell is the point of January without football playoffs, or March without basketball playoffs, or February without the start of baseball spring training? I live in a living hell. I'm just trapped in here all day. If Grace brings one of her friends home, I hide in my room so they can't see me, but I make sure I can still hear the phone. I've become an expert on World War II movies. I know everything from the battle to the Bulge to D-Day. I've seen every black and white and modern day war movie. I guess there's no harm in wars because the winners and losers are already known, so I can't gamble. Most of the times, Grace will just see me for like 2 minutes out of the day. She's busy with her own social life. I cook her whatever she wants, and she likes me for that. We can't go shopping, so my father just gives me his Amazon card for her. He's really specific for me not to buy anything for myself, and I wouldn't cross him. Even as old as he is, he has that certain toughness. He was a Marine in the Korean War. You just don't cross him, but in the Sicilian tradition, family comes first, and that's the only reason why I'm alive. Grace is actually the only reason why I'm alive. My father knows I'm a dead man. When he dies, he knows I'll be killed. My father has been creating a smokescreen for me, and any credible leads on my whereabouts, he just squashes it. I'm just a headache for him, but there's no alternative for him because of Grace. I could tell every week that my father was getting closer and closer to death because on Grace's description of him. Then one day I heard that sound that haunted me for years. The sound that would wake me up at 2 a.m. in the morning, but to find out it was just a nightmare. It was that damn yellow phone ringing. So I ran from the couch to answer the phone. I reluctantly picked up the phone, and with no greetings, my father gave me an address to meet him at, this old abandoned warehouse. This is the most horrifying scenario because I knew he was going to have me whacked. But what do? I can't refuse to go. I haven't left the house in years, so just the thought of that frightened me. I had no choice, so I got on the subway and headed towards the abandoned warehouse by the river. I know he made an arrangement for mine and his life to save Grace's. It was the only logical solution, considering that once he died, I couldn't support her. But taking the subway to my own execution to save my daughter didn't make my nerves feel any better. I was given no information, but logically, Grace would just live with my mother and my father, and I would be tortured and mutilated. It has to happen. If not now, then her and I would be essentially starved out of the house. As I sit on the subway, I look at all the beautiful houses and trees and remember what the world once was. It kills me that I can't even say goodbye to Grace, but it's for the best because I would start crying and she'll remember me in that state for the rest of her life. I know my stop is close. I wish the subway would go slower, but the inevitable is approaching. I hear the automated conductor announce the next stop, and I know I have to see myself as a piece of meat void of all feelings. Like a pig who is being trucked into the slaughterhouse. I cause enough grief and potential harm onto Grace, and this is one of the last things I can do for her. I know I only have to walk one more block. I see the warehouse. My mind blocks out the weather because it just doesn't matter. If I get hyper or hypothermia, it just doesn't matter because in 30 seconds some olive-skinned man with a 5 o'clock shadow is going to shake my hand and rip out my bowels. I see 4 cars parked outside the warehouse and I head for the only door that I can see. I take a deep breath and then I step inside. I close my eyes briefly as I open the door almost to brace myself for impact. As I open the door, Some man who looks to be about 46 with some kind of unknown accent, maybe Norwegian, says to me, "I'm Special Agent Olsen with the FBI, and we're here to offer you safety in the Witness Protection Program." In the corner of my eye, I see my father, and I know that Grace and I will be safe. About 6 years ago, I first started having migraines. It started out as just a bad headache, but it grew increasingly worse over time. Sometimes I would start waking up in the middle of the night, my head pounding so bad it made my neck twitch. I would just lie there, bobbing my head to the beat of the pain. It would come about once every 2 or 3 months, but it would incapacitate me completely. Sometimes my vision got too blurry to work. Other times I could just do nothing but vomit. Once, my hearing was impaired for several days. The pounding in my head just got so loud that I could actually hear it. I tried everything. First, I thought it was just dehydration. I started to drink a bottle of water every day, just in case. The headache still came back. This time so strong that it actually woke me up several times at night. Then I cut out caffeine. For 2 months, I didn't even have a Fanta. Not the slightest hint of caffeine. The headache came back anyway, so the problem was neither caffeine nor dehydration. I tried several other things. Regular exercise, a better pillow, cutting out sugar, massage, documenting my sleep cycles. Nothing worked. As I started having more regular headaches, I lost about 10 pounds just from loss of appetite. Sure, I could use the weight loss, but it was getting ridiculous. About 4 years ago, I talked to my dad about it. Apparently violent headaches runs in the family. He's a regular tough guy who wouldn't go to the hospital for no less than a stroke or a broken bone, so he never really thought about it. He just recommended me some over-the-counter migraine pills, lots of sleep, and trying not to think about it. I took his advice. About a year ago, just before the lockdown, I was at a party. One of the other guests happened to be a doctor. She mentioned having a headache earlier that day and not being sure if she should have gone to the party at all, so I mentioned my own experience with headaches. The more I explained my symptoms, the more she just looked at me. She seemed confused. It might be tension related, but no, that doesn't make sense, she said. You should probably check that out. So I did. I live in a town that fortunately has a very good hospital, one of the best in the country. I explained my symptoms to a nurse and got to speak to a doctor shortly thereafter. I'd brought my notebook showing I'd tried pretty much everything I could think of, and the doctor agreed that we should take it serious. I got a remission to a specialist at the neurology department 2 weeks later, and was told to keep taking notes. They were especially curious about my pain levels. When I finally met the doctor, Kenneth, I was nervous as hell. I'd been keeping this quiet from my family and friends, not wanting to worry anyone, but when you're there, standing next to medical professionals that think something might be seriously wrong with you, you want someone there with you. I'm a grown-ass man, but I would have loved to have my mom there. I was put through several tests. I had to fill out several health declaration forms, then test blood, urine, and get an ECG. It was over pretty quickly, and Dr. Kenneth promised to keep in touch. It took 8 days, and those were some of the longest days of my life. Of course, it all turned out to be nothing. I had surprisingly good blood values, no heart problems, and no substance irregularities. There was a slight suspicion of lead poisoning. I had to come in for some more tests. I came back, and we sat down in Kenneth's office. He seemed uncomfortable. He told me he would be prescribing a more powerful migraine medication. It came in a syringe form, and that he wanted to run a scan on me first to eliminate worst-case scenarios. So I had a CAT scan. I kind of blacked out. I don't remember anything about it, apart from a feeling of unease. A few days later, he called me back. I had to come in for a second CAT scan. I was really weirded out about it. Apparently the first test was inconclusive. They ran another scan, and I had to lie in a different position. This time I didn't have to go home afterwards. I just had to wait for a few hours. I sat in the waiting room, trying to figure out how to tell my parents that I might have a serious brain condition. I had the bullet points written out on the back of a receipt. Then I got called back to Kenneth's office. He seemed frustrated as he closed the door behind me. "I don't really know what to tell you," he said. "We thought it was a reading error at first." Then he showed me the pictures. At the very front of my forehead, there's a shade obscuring parts of my brain. At first, it looked like a tumor. It scared me shitless. "It's not a tumor," he explained. "I'm not entirely sure what it is." He then showed me the second set of pictures. Now it is clearer as I lay on my side. It is not a tumor, but it kind of looked like a cloud on the front of my forehead. Some kind of disturbance. I've never seen this, but looking at it made me realize the issue is not part of your brain, but the front part of your cranium. Look at this again. I took another look at the first picture, at the very front of my forehead. If you looked closely, there was a pattern. Small circles. Some full, some empty, some half full. Geometric lines, all contained within a square, about 3 inches across. It didn't look organic. "It is metallic," Kenneth explained. "At first, I thought it was some sort of cyst just under the skin, but it is not that simple. It is not entirely iron either, as it didn't react to the scan." He tapped the side of his head. "It is on the inside of your cranium, sort of like an iron tattoo on the inside of your skull." Of course, there was no explanation. How the hell do you explain something like that? Ever since I got the results, I've been doing chelation therapy. Even though the tattoo isn't completely iron, it gave me the same side effects as that of heavy iron poisoning. Chelation therapy really helps, even though the side effects are bullshit. I don't really get those migraines anymore. I still get sensations in my head, but they're no longer headaches. I can feel a warmth from my forehead at times. It can be so strong and so precise that, once, I actually managed to draw the lines and patterns from tracing my fingers across my forehead. It's hard to explain what it looks like. Sort of like a circuit board, but made of worms. I still have regular checkups with Dr. Kenneth, but there seems to be no more that can be done. As my symptoms have evened out, there is little reason left for me to come in. I just have to live with it. It just isn't worth the risk of invasive brain surgery, even though it might be an option in the future. It's so weird living with this. I can feel it, and as soon as I start to think about it, I just feel it more. I get this awful claustrophobic feeling, and I've started to get panic attacks. Whenever there's sunlight directly on my face, that small part of my head gets warm real fast. I no longer have headaches, but I sometimes feel very weird sensations. Last week, I woke up in the middle of the night trying to scratch something that felt like a phantom limb coming out of my head. Like there was supposed to be something there. I don't even want to think about where it came from or what it means. I know it's there, and no matter what I do, it'll stay there. I sometimes smack my head with my hand as if to realign my head, but I don't think it does anything. I don't know what this is, and I don't know if I can live with it. Even if I can, I don't know if I want to. The work order said Dramenika Place. Dramenika is an odd, old neighborhood. It's a combination of well-maintained mansions from the 1800s, abandoned single-family homes from the 1900s, and overpriced condos built within the last 10 years. The building I pulled up to was truly an overwhelming display of wealth. It was built in the 1800s when an old German family struck it rich selling booze to the huddled masses in the New World. 3 stories, stonework everywhere, and the basement had full-size windows poking up out of the ground. The Metzgers wanted everyone to know that they were doing well, so they built a home almost as big as an IKEA. The mansion had seen more than its fair share of tragedies. A kidnapping and a string of suicides in the early 1900s had people saying the old house was cursed. But even with all the sadness associated with the mansion, it was a local favorite for date nights. A few years back, the family that owns the house converted a large section of the first floor into a restaurant. They also allowed tours of the upper floors on weekends. So this wasn't my first time at the mansion. A couple of years ago, my wife Katie signed us up for one of the romantic ghost tours for our anniversary. We spent 45 minutes walking up the upstairs halls, learning the tragic story of Arthur and Elle Metzger. We learned 3 things in that 45 minutes. Ellie Metzger was kidnapped but escaped. Arthur Metzger drowned in the bathtub just before Ellie returned. And Ellie shot herself a week later. Then we had pasta in the restaurant. Katie thought the night was romantic, and I liked my baked potato. I parked my van in the restaurant parking and took one more look at the work order. It said the building was having water pressure issues, which were not surprising given the weather. Once the temperature hits freezing, half the houses in the city end up with broken pipes. "Are you the plumber?" I looked up at the large house, but didn't see anyone. "Over here, to your left." A slight woman with brown hair and a long wool coat waved me over as she bounced up and down on her toes, trying to stay warm. "I'm Miss Wright. I'd shake your hand, but it's too cold for that. Let's go inside." I laughed and she led me around to the side entrance. "I'm Gary. The office should have sent you a text message with my picture." "Smartphones," she said with wide eyes. "What interesting little devices those are." I didn't know what to say to that, so I got straight to business. "The ticket said you were having some trouble with water pressure. Have you noticed any leaks?" "I haven't noticed any yet, but I haven't been searching for them either. We have an event tonight, and so much needs to be done before the restaurant opens." "Well, I can see if I can get this straightened out for you. I didn't see the water meter when I drove in. Do you happen to know where the main water line is?" "It's behind the carriage house." "I'll get to it then. If you need anything, just yell. I'll hear you," she said. Then Ellie glided down the hall, muttering to herself about napkins and gift bags. First, I checked the water pressure. There wasn't any. Then, I hustled behind the carriage house and found the meter. Water was flowing, which meant that there was a significant break. I shut everything down and started looking for water damage. I checked the yard, the carriage house, and eventually found my way back inside the main building. I figured that since there wasn't any water pouring down the stairs, the break must have been in the basement. I looked all around the first floor for access to the basement and was about to call for Miss Wright when I heard, "Can I help you, Gary?" from just behind my right ear. I jumped and squealed a little, which I felt was a perfectly acceptable response to have in a mansion that gives ghost tours. "I saw you walk past the library and it looked like you were searching for something," she said with a grin. "I'm looking for the basement. With the amount of water that went through there, should be a swimming pool somewhere, but I haven't found it yet." "This way to the cellar," she said and led me through the restaurant to a paneled wall that disguised the door. The basement was a huge open space filled with all manner of detritus. Barrels, old furniture, and racks of wine bottles created islands in a sea of emptiness. The one thing I was trying to find wasn't there. The whole space was bone dry. With Miss Wright's help, I found where the water line entered the mansion. The pipes pierced the top of a bricked-up, painted-over archway. I turned to Miss Wright. "Bet you the leak's in there," I said, gesturing to the wall. "You wouldn't happen to know how to get behind that arch?" Her mouth lit with a mischievous smile. "I do," she said. "But it's kind of creepy, and there is a ladder." I followed as Miss Wright marched us out of the basement towards the carriage house. The closer we got to the building, the more excited Miss Wright seemed. She was absolutely bubbly by the time we crossed the threshold of the carriage house. Without any hesitation, she walked to the back corner of the building and pulled up a trapdoor. "These are the caves," she said in a ghostly sing-song. Then in her normal voice she said, "We don't allow tours down here, but the caves are without a doubt the spookiest place on the whole property." Then with a grin and a wink, the young lady disappeared down the ladder. The ladder passed through a thick layer of stone before it opened into a cave the size of a small strip mall. I swept my flashlight around. It was obvious that this space had been used for storage in years past, with shelves and grooves chiseled into the rock. It was also obvious that this area had a water leak. Miss Wright flipped an old breaker, and a line of lamps lit the ceiling with a sickly yellow glow. "This is the way back to the house." We walked on as she gave me the guided tour of the cave. The Metzger family originally made its fortune selling beer. They used the caves as cold storage to keep the barrels fresh. Eventually, the house was built at the cave's mouth. "Why did they block the entrance?" I asked as I scanned a pipe with my flashlight. It was assumed that the caves were sealed because of Mrs. Metzger's kidnapping, but there are some that believe the whole story hasn't been told. My wife loves a good ghost story. The beam of my flashlight landed on the break in the water pipe. "Found it." I pulled out my cell phone and took a picture of the hole. It was one of the strangest breaks I'd ever seen. It was almost as if the pipe had been melted. "Do you think you'll be done before sunset?" "It'll be close." We began to walk back to the entrance under the carriage house. The good news is that I have everything in the van to fix it. The bad news is that after I fix it, I'll need to pressurize the line to make sure nothing else in the house broke. That can take some time. Before we climb out of here, I should show you the surgery. It will only take a moment, and I'm sure your wife will love the story," Miss Wright said as she walked past the ladder and pushed deeper into the cave. I was apprehensive, but Miss Wright assured me the surgery room wasn't far. After a short walk past the ladder, an inlet hid a second smaller cavern. Nestled against the cave wall stood a stout wooden lean-to. After some prompting by Miss Wright, I took pictures of the structure. I didn't touch anything. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was the first person to have seen this building in a very long time, even though Miss Wright was standing next to me. Inside, a bronze table with wooden legs was the central fixture of the room. Jars and linens sat decayed but untouched as shelves that had not seen sunlight in decades. Pans of instruments were left on tables, waiting for a surgeon that never returned. We walked back to the ladder and curiosity got the best of me. Why would anyone build a room for surgeries in a cave? I asked. That is a very good question, Gary. Miss Wright's son. Are you interested in ghost stories now? Well, I'd rather stay away from the spooky stuff. But I just can't imagine someone coming down here for help, and certainly not so many people that they built a room for it. It is a mystery, Miss Wright explained. The only Metzger in the family that we know had training as a surgeon was Arthur Metzger. Unfortunately, Arthur's journals were destroyed by his brother after his death. It's one of those things lost to time. Perhaps. Oh well. I started to climb up the ladder. That pipe isn't going to fix itself. It took a while climbing up and down that ladder, but I got the main leak fixed. Unfortunately, there was a second. I tracked it down to the bathroom just off the master suite. The bathtub had a fixture on an exterior wall, and the cold weather must have cracked in. I was a little stumped. How was I going to open that wall without ruining it? Then I noticed an odd lip in the wainscoting. With a push, it opened up to reveal a hidden cabinet. I immediately noticed the broken pipe. It had the same strange wear as the pipe in the cave. I took a picture of the pipe. Then I saw the book. The book was in fairly good condition. I pulled the book out of the cabinet and studied the cover. It was small with a yellow leather flap cover and a daffodil embossed on the binding. It looked like something my wife would put in her purse. I stood up to look for Miss Wright, and she was standing in front of me when I straightened up. I didn't squeal this time. I was too tired from climbing that cave ladder. Gary, I wanted to let you know that Mr. Metzger is on his way. You might have some questions about the plumbing, she said, and then quickly walked from the room. I called after her. I found a book next to the pipe. Put it on the table and I'll have a look at it while you finish up. I put the book on the table and got back to work. I had just finished replacing the pipe when a man yelled from downstairs. Are you up there? Just wrapping up, I called back. I slid the panel back in place, grabbed my duffel, and went to introduce myself to Mr. Metzger. We met as he crept cautiously down the side of the hallway. He was a heavy-set man in his 60s, and he looked legitimately frightened. Who are you? You're not you, are you? He said as he gestured vaguely in my direction. I'm Gary. I'm the plumber? A plumber? What a relief. He said and stood up a little straighter. What are you doing here? You had a couple busted pipes, but we got it taken care of. As soon as I turn the water back on, your kitchen should be ready to roll. Oh, we don't open tonight. It's the anniversary of Ellie Metzger's death, he said in hushed tones. Then he narrowed his eyes at me. What do you mean by we? Is someone else here? Just your assistant, Miss Wright. You are here, he bellowed at the ceiling. Then he stomped from room to room, waving his arms and screaming nonsense. The only words I could make out were, "It won't work, whatever you're planning," and "No one will ever know." I left. I had pictures of the work I did, and I could invoice him after he was done doing whatever it was he was doing. I went to turn the water on at the meter, and Miss Wright was standing next to the carriage house, bouncing up and down in her long wool coat. That Metzger guy is throwing a fit in the main house, I said. Are you going to be okay? I could stick around if you want me to. Miss Wright stopped bouncing, and for just a moment she looked like she'd won. It was the same look my grandma used to give me right before she cleaned me out playing gin rummy. You don't have to worry about me, Gary. I'm about to leave. You did a great job today. Thanks. I'm glad I was able to get it straightened out for you. Miss Wright laughed and walked towards the parking lot. Good night, Gary. Say hi to your wife from me. When Miss Wright said, say hi to your wife from me, I didn't think much about it. It wasn't until I was home that I knew what she meant. I was looking for a pen in my duffel when I discovered the book. The book was small with a yellow leather flap cover and a daffodil embossed on the binding. My wife Katie convinced me that we should open the book. This meant that I looked over her shoulder while she opened the book. Ellie Wright Metzger was printed in block letters on the inside cover. Katie was excited, and I was nauseous. Katie gently flipped through the book, reading passages here and there, but I found it hard to concentrate on her words. My mind kept reliving the moments of the day. After a last passage dated March 4th, the day of Ellie Metzger's death, today's date. A typed letter was folded and tucked between the pages. Katie read the letter out loud. It was hard to hear. Afterward, my wife asked if I'd like to see the painting she found on Ellie Wright Metzger. I declined. I'm pretty sure I know what she looks like. I typed out Ellie's letter and included it below. Dear Belva, I'm writing to you for 2 reasons. 1, you are a friend, and 2, you are a lawyer. You have always been kind and circumspect regarding the lives of those within your circle, and I would value your advice in the matter of my husband's death and his foul legacy. Arthur may have been a trained surgeon, but he thought of himself as a student of natural philosophy. It was important for him to observe the natural world firsthand. He also admired that dubious Dr. Sims. I have learned that Arthur perfected his trade on vagabonds in the caves under the carriage house. He has an operating room, and I have been a patient in it. I should start from the beginning. Arthur was such a well-respected surgeon that I did not suspect his family's fortunes had taken a major blow. Our marriage was a saving grace for the estate. I truly thought at first that he loved me, but once the marriage was finalized and the honeymoon over, he threw himself into his practice and his nurse. I confronted him with my suspicions of infidelity. He denied them. He told me I was irrational, that I was emotional. I began to doubt myself. For a short while he was attentive again, loving again, but when I learned I was pregnant, I almost wonder if they realized before I did. I don't know which one of them decided that I shouldn't keep the child. I just know that when I woke up in an operating room, anesthesia is such a fickle thing, I could hear their voices and feel the sharp pressure of them cutting out pieces of me, but I couldn't scream or beg or cry. They left me on the operating table and I listened. They were so pleased with themselves. They were going to wake me up in my bed, tell me I had been in an accident, tell me I lost a child, tell me how normal it was to not remember trauma. Somehow, I summoned the strength to stand. I stole away into the cave. They looked for me, and every time I heard a voice, I pushed myself deeper into the dark. It was days, but I found my way into the city sewer, then out. Fever was burning through me by then. It didn't feel like there was much time left. I don't remember why I decided to return to the mansion. I walked through the side door. I was quiet. No one heard me as I tiptoed up the stairs and into our suite. He was soaking in the bathtub with the wash rag draped over his forehead when I dosed him with his own ether. I watched him sink into the water before I rang for the servants. Everything was so busy after that, but I did have the presence of mind to tell Gerald, our butler, that Arthur's nurse had kidnapped me. I thought I was dying. Hell hath no fury. Isn't that the phrase? Finally, I took some time to rest, but healing has been slow, and I have had bouts of fever. However, during my convalescence, I confiscated Arthur's journals. He wrote everything down. Every experiment Arthur performed is described on those pages. The callousness and injustice of it all revolt me. To think I loved that monster. I need your guidance, Belva. I believe Arthur's brother may have known of the experiments, or maybe he's just worried about his inheritance. I don't know. He has tried to call me on many times since Arthur's death. I'm just at a loss. What should I do next? Please write me soon. Yours dearly, Ellie Wright. When I turned 16, I claimed my first car. A 2004 Hyundai Accent from my parents. They had bought it from some shady dealer downtown for $800. The vehicle was beat, having close to 230,000 miles. The paint was a faded yellow, with a replacement maroon rear door. Third gear was choppy, but a new transmission would cost more than the entire car. My family wasn't the richest on the block. Despite that, I was content with the vehicle. I would be able to go anywhere my heart desired. At age 19, the accent still ran barely, and decided I could make a quick buck by working for Uber. Over the past few months, I've gotten used to driving people around downtown. I was the type of driver to not talk the entire way and respect whatever the person in the back was doing. All that mattered to me was I was making decent money. With 2 jobs, pretty soon I could buy myself another car and ditch the old clunker. It was Friday night. I had gotten used to driving around, waiting for calls. It was prime time for drunk people needing to get home. Eventually I got a call to pick someone up at an unmarked location. What was strange, however, was that when I was about a quarter mile from the location, I had recognized it to be the Old Market train station, which had been abandoned since before I was born. I pulled up near the boarded-up entrance to the station and saw a tall, Hispanic man waiting. He looked very professional, wearing an expensive-looking suit and held a slim, black briefcase. I wondered why he was at the old station. The location didn't suit him, since it was the rundown part of town. He opened the door, and we greeted each other. He spoke in a strict, but rather kind and assuring voice. I took off, and asked him where he would like to go. "Take me to hell, please," he spoke, which completely caught me off guard. I didn't really know how to respond, so I just peeped out a quick, "Huh." His face remained straight. "All seriousness, man, where do you want to go?" I asked. "You'll know sooner or later." I assumed he was drunk, but his voice and tone were completely perfect. "I'll just take you to McDonald's, buddy." He didn't reply. "I'll take that as a yes," I said awkwardly. We were almost at the restaurant. All I had to do was take a left. What the fuck? I instinctively turned the opposite direction. It was like someone was controlling my mind. I tried making a U-turn, but I just couldn't. The man in the back just kept quiet. What the fuck's happening? Is this some kind of joke? No answer. I knew deep inside that this was something supernatural. I tried to resist the feeling, but I couldn't get out of it. It was like I was in sleep paralysis. I made hundreds of turns, eventually not knowing where I was going. I didn't know where I was. By that time, the streets were completely empty. I took a right turn on an unmarked street. It was surrounded by trees. I couldn't see more than 100 yards in front of me. The road was completely straight with a constant downward slope. I floored the vehicle, shifting through gears faster than I could imagine. I wanted to stop, but I couldn't. I looked at the speedometer. The accent couldn't make it past 80 on the highway before, but the needle was topped out at 140. Soon, the needle made a full 360-degree rotation. I was going at least 200, and the engine was roaring louder than I could have ever imagined. I was so fixated at the speed of the vehicle that I didn't notice that the sky had turned red and was going downhill even further. It started getting immensely hot. My body had heated up to the point where I thought my face was on fire. I was going to hell. I looked back at the man in the back seat. His face remained still, looking at me with lifeless eyes. Suddenly, I slammed on the brakes. I was used to the shitty brakes of the accent, thinking that would slowly come to a stop. But I was jolted forward. The road was flat now, and we had come to a complete stop. "Thank you," said the man as he left the vehicle. I wasn't able to get a complete look at my surroundings, but I remember seeing the bodies, piles upon piles of people, still alive, screaming in agony. I yelled out to the man and he turned around. "Are you Satan?" He looked at me and for the first time smiled. Then I lost consciousness. I woke up, terrified that I died and went to hell. I checked my surroundings. I was at the old train station. I soon realized that I could move freely. I quickly opened the door and got out. The sky was normal. It was a cold summer night. No more screams. Had it been a dream? I looked back at my accent, horrified to notice what was in the back seat. It was the man's briefcase. Attached to it was a post-it note reading, "For a new car." I opened it, and inside the briefcase was $500,000. On an early spring Saturday morning with having nothing else to do, I took my wife and daughter on a drive up to the Poconos to do nothing more than some sightseeing. My daughter Grace, who is 12 years old, really hated the idea and thought it was pointless, but nonetheless she was bribed with being able to play with her phone for countless hours, and the less popular idea of us just spending time together as a family. I worked at the Cold Springs Lodge Resort in the 1990s in the Poconos before it became a casino, and when I worked there, it was definitely on its last leg. With spring in the air, we started the 2-hour trek from Philadelphia to the Poconos with light rain in the Philadelphia region. As the trip progressed, the rain clouds got darker and darker, and I thought about turning around and going back home towards Philadelphia, but we made it so far on the turnpike already that it seemed pointless to turn around at this point. The heavy rain made it really difficult to see, but the constant barrage of thunder and lightning made it even more terrifying for the three of us, to the point where I had to pull over several times on the side of the road. It was just one of those once-in-a-lifetime types of storms, which was somewhere in between a tornado and a hurricane. What was supposed to take us about 2 hours to get to the Poconos took us close to 5 with the heavy storms. But once we reached the Cold Springs Lodge Resort, there were no clouds and just the sun was out. It was really odd because it seemed like not a single drop of rain had hit the resort. Of course, none of us had cell phone reception, which wasn't overly surprising considering we were in the mountains. But I was just completely shocked that the resort looked exactly the same as it did in the 1990s as we pulled into the parking lot. Prior to taking this trip, I looked online and saw picture after picture of how the resort was supposedly torn down and rebuilt. But I'm looking at the same resort that I worked at in the 1990s. In its heyday, this resort would get all the big-name celebrities like Rodney Dangerfield, and television advertisements would run hundreds of miles away, as far up as Canada. So the three of us got out of the car, and we headed towards the resort. I automatically got a sense of nostalgia of just walking from the parking lot to the main building. I pictured myself as that awkward teenager who would make alcohol deliveries around the fledgling bars that were scattered around the resort. I tried to point things out to my daughter Grace, and she was really bored and she just wanted to go home. My wife Allison seemed much more interested because she always heard of the resort, but she never saw it with her own eyes. As we continued to walk around, one thing became perfectly clear, in that I haven't stepped foot in this resort in over 20 years, and not a single thing has changed. Maybe everything I had read online was wrong, and those were just future plans, because this place looks just as run down today as it did in the 1990s, and there couldn't have been more than a handful of guests staying here right now. Our intentions were just to stay for a couple of hours and drive back home. The car ride was really exhausting, fighting through the heavy rain, so I found a table outside near the spacious pool area on this unreasonably warm day, and Allison and Grace went to buy ice cream. I just wanted to close my eyes for a couple of minutes, and as I attempted to do so, it seemed like I quickly went into a dreamlike state because I started to have a vision of myself making a beer keg delivery. The only problem was that when I completely opened my eyes, I still had the same vision of myself on the opposite side of the pool, slowly delivering a keg of beer on a hand-push dolly. At about the same time, Allison and Grace returned, and I focused their attention on the young man that looked exactly like me. I said to Allison, "That kid over there looks a lot like me." Allison responded, "Yeah, he has that same bad postured walk you have as well." I then say, "Something really strange is going on here. For one thing, there was no way this resort could have continued to operate in this condition for an additional 20 plus years, and now I see someone who is an exact replica of myself when I worked here. Something is definitely not right. Grace is totally disinterested in anything that we're talking about, and I'm not sure what to do. I start to go over everything in my head to when we first pulled into the parking lot, and there wasn't one single modern SUV, and not one car that looked like it was built in the 2000s. So I look over at Allison and I say, "What do we do?" She says, "Why don't you go talk to him?" I respond, "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Just imagine how that will change things forever if I went over and said a single word to him. Haven't you heard of the butterfly effect?" Allison then says, "Should I go over and say something?" I respond, "I think that will be equally as devastating. I think his brain will store an image of you, and years later that might have devastating effects on our marriage." We then both look over at Grace as she is completely oblivious to what we are talking about as she eats the mint chocolate chip ice cream out of a cup. Allison says, "Don't you think it would be awesome if I could get a picture of Grace and your old self?" I ponder that thought and think to myself, with the billions of people on this planet, just about everything has been done. But I've never seen a photo of a 12-year-old girl and her 19-year-old father. I took a few moments to ponder that thought, knowing my old self would be back the same way by the pool after delivering the keg. So I said to Allison, "Okay, I guess we'll have Grace ask him a quick harmless question like, where are the bathrooms located? And take a quick photo of the two of them from a distance, and he'll not have enough time to process everything." I then lowered my voice and leaned over to Allison and said, "Grace has no idea of what we're talking about, so she won't even think that she's actually talking to the younger version of me. And the younger me will be in my own little world to realize the resemblance of Grace to himself." So as the younger version of myself came strolling back, and I said to Grace, "Hey honey, can you ask that guy where the bathrooms are located?" I could tell she really didn't want to be bothered with anything, but with an attitude she got herself up and said, "Fine." I couldn't help but notice that since a newborn, Grace has always looked more like me than Allison, so much so that it used to drive Allison jealously crazy. Grace walked with a quicker gait, knowing she needed to catch up with the younger version of me, which she eventually did, and Allison got a little closer with her iPhone in her hand. I could hear Grace utter, "Excuse me," in her almost teen voice. Then my old self looked into her eyes and Grace said, "Do you know where the bathrooms are located?" My old self continued to look at her for a few moments, and at this point I'm focused on him because I'm putting myself back in time, thinking what he must be thinking. My old self points in the direction to where the bathrooms are located, and amazingly, I can faintly hear my voice from a distance say, "Over there by the elevators." Then Grace and the younger version of myself part ways, and both Allison and I smile in glee. I felt we had our once-in-a-trillion-year experience, and we might as well just quit now and head back home. So we headed back towards the car, where Grace was totally oblivious to everything, and Allison was excited, but her lack of sleep had caught up to her, and she looked exhausted. On the car ride home, Allison and I were going through the million different scenarios of what we stumbled upon in the Poconos, and how we were able to see my old 19-year-old self. She even texted me the photo she took of Grace and my old self. About halfway back home, understandably, Allison had passed out, and Grace was in the back seat listening to music with her headphones on. I was plastered to the road, thinking through different scenarios like somehow that storm rerouted us to a different time zone or dimension, or maybe something else. As I saw the sign for the next rest stop, I broke out of my trance and looked over at Allison and said, "Holy shit," when I realized that she just vanished. I then quickly looked in the back seat, and the same was true for Grace, and my first thought was that they must have fallen out of the car somehow. So I quickly pulled over on the turnpike and got out of the car. I looked back over the road to see if I could see them on the side of the road or something, and then I realized that my 2018 green Honda Accord is now a 2002 Ford Silver Escort, where the interior of this Escort has no personal effects of Grace or Allison in it. It didn't take long for me to realize that somehow I messed with my old self's head just enough that I now have a different car and Grace and Allison are gone. So I eventually continued to drive back home to where I discovered that I didn't purchase that house and actually a different family was living there now. Fortunately, I have the same email address from when I was 19 years old, and I was able to find the one-room efficiency apartment that I currently rent out. I also learned that I still work in a bar-like atmosphere, as I did when I was 19 years old. So for whatever reason, I never really advanced in life. All I really have now are my faded memories of the house I once owned with Allison, my wife, and Grace, my daughter. In addition to the picture on my phone of my daughter who never existed with my 19-year-old self. As I handed over money to the barista, the edge of the note carved into my soft skin, making me grimace in annoyance. A single bead of blood welled on my fingertip. I despise paper cuts. Despise the fact that after the initial sting they faded from memory, hidden until triggered by something sour or something spicy or something salty. A lingering phantom of potential, unexpected pain. Too close a mimic to real life, I suppose. Sighing, I strolled back to my lonely apartment, a repurposed, dingy industrial warehouse on the ground floor, where I both lived and worked. A desk, a bed, a couch, a kitchen, some books, and a few plants. Home, bittersweet home. Picking up the unread mail on my desk, it occurred once more. A paper cut on the fingertip of my left hand. 2 in one day, I exclaimed out loud, cursing my luck. Figures. Increasingly annoyed, I crashed into my work chair, deciding to finish the last dregs of my open project, falling asleep not too long after. I am a creature of habit and schedule. Every morning I wake up at 6:30 a.m., grab a breakfast sandwich from the closest store, get some work done, grab another sandwich for lunch, which I eat on a park bench, back to work, rounding off my night with dinner and Netflix. That morning, however, as I grabbed my paper wrap sandwich, I felt another cut on the back of my knee. At this, both of the paper cuts on my fingertips throbbed in response, like 3 stings of an angry wasp. What the hell? I cursed out loud, getting a quizzical look from the store owner. Storming over, I slammed the sandwich on the counter in frustration. But as I pulled out a note from my wallet, slice. This one on my inner wrist. Yet again, each of the other cuts flared fresh. Startled, I abandoned the sandwich, running back home instead. What the hell was happening to me? Dashing over to my bookshelf, I grabbed a book. Slice. I grabbed a magazine. Slice. I touched photographs, a brown paper bag, fish from my trash, toilet paper, and on, and each time, slice. Each cut somewhere random, each cut triggering the others, each cut welling a drop of blood. Every time I touched paper, my skin tore open anew. Determined to identify the threshold of my predicament, I put on oven mitts and picked up a magazine. Slice. Double-mitted. Slice. I wrapped my double-mitted hands round and round with my bed sheets until it was thicker than a pillow. Slice. 2 pillows. This time, nothing. Meaning there was a limit, but nothing workable if I ever wanted to be both functional and handle paper. Perhaps someone cursed me. I thought erratically. Was it the barista I snapped at for taking too long with my coffee? The homeless man I had escorted away by the police because I was uncomfortable that he used the alley by my house to sleep in. The woman being harassed at the bus stop whose plight I chose to ignore instead of defend. I ran through every scenario in my life, but nothing felt unordinary. It was just my average, tedious existence. I scoured the internet looking for anyone with symptoms similar to mine. searching and researching well into the night until I fell asleep on my keyboard, exhausted. Searing pain jolted me awake, every paper cut on my body burning, droplets of blood oozing from each of them. I looked blearily at the clock. 6 a.m. Why had I woken up so early? My body still felt drained, unable to sleep despite my fatigue. I made a cup of coffee. When my mind eventually settled, something clicked. 6 a.m. It appeared that, for every 10 cuts, I lost 15 minutes of sleep. A slice of flesh traded for a fraction of peace. I told myself I should be grateful. We live in an almost paperless world, one easy to navigate without cash or letters, yet the thought wasn't comforting enough for me to do nothing. So I decided to head to my local clinic. One thing you forget about medical facilities are the forms. Endless pieces of bureaucratic hurdles to fill in with the minutiae of medical life. I refused, of course, and began a heated argument with the nurse about how I couldn't touch paper and had to see the doctor right away as a matter of urgency. My mouth was gaping open to scream in frustration when, just at that instant, the doctor walked out to the lobby. She looked at my panicked face and waved me into her room, ignoring the protests of the reception nurse. "Tell me what's wrong," she said. I took a deep, steadying breath so that I could answer calmly and not appear any crazier than she likely thought I was. "I have paper cuts all over me that never heal. They appear randomly on my body anytime I touch a piece of paper." Much to my surprise, she didn't react or kick me out. Instead, she put on a pair of gloves, asking me to show her a few of my cuts. I pointed to one on my fingertips, one on my wrist, and one on the inside of my knee. She examined each closely, reaching into her drawer to pull out what looked like a magnifying glass. She even swabbed each one of them several times with a cotton gauze, pressing down to pick up blood. Finally, she took off her gloves and looked at me with a serious expression. "I'm baffled. I can't see any cuts, but I can see drops of blood on the cotton swab where I pressed against the places you pointed out," she said, showing me the blood-spattered gauze. "I need to talk to my colleagues so I can establish what kind of tests to run. There's no need to poke and prod you without warrant, even if your case is perplexing. It doesn't appear to be life-threatening, so we can afford to wait." At her words, I began to cry in relief. She handed me a box of tissues as I tried to compose myself. "Come in next week, and hopefully I'll have something more concrete for us to work on. In the meantime, I'll give you a mild sedative to help you sleep. I'm going to, put my numbers in your phone so you can contact me when you need to. Just take it a day at a time. You don't have to do more than that, okay?" It was hard to remember the last time someone had been this kind to me. I nodded, handing her my phone in gratitude. I thanked her profusely. Medication and a plan of action was more than I had hoped for. That night, I took the first pills while I called in someone to check my apartment for mold. I had heard certain types of fungus can cause adverse physical reactions or hallucinations. The consultation fee was exorbitant, but was worth the price of my sanity. They found nothing. So I continued to avoid paper, not wanting to push my luck. Then 2 days later, while sitting on the park bench eating my lunch, it happened again. I felt a cut slice into the back of my neck and I jumped up in shock, frantically looking around to find the culprit piece of paper. I saw nothing but leaves carried on the wind. In a rising panic, I sprinted back home. Dumping my clothes, I curled up in on the floor, trying to soothe my anxiety away. In a short while, feeling a bit more self-possessed and assuring myself it was probably errant debris, I decided to try and catch up on some work in an attempt to distract myself. As I sat down and put my hands on my work desk, I felt the flesh tear upon on the bottom of my feet. I jerked away from the table. No. Oh no. Bench. Table. Wood. I would have screamed if it wasn't for shock. It can't be. I repeated to myself as a mantra, hands shaking uncontrollably. I walked to the kitchen and picked up my wooden salad bowl. Slice. I began to wail. Deep, wrenching sobs at the helplessness I felt. I cried for hours and hours, finally falling asleep on my cold, concrete floor. Upon waking, I steeled myself with new resolve, pulling my mattress off the wooden slats of my bed. I dumped it on the floor instead, repeating the process with my couch cushions. Then I went to the ATM, withdrawing as much money as I had. My regular store had wooden floors, a detail I never noticed, so I kept walking. At a large discount mart a few miles away, I stocked up on groceries and non-perishables, ignoring the judgmental glare of the suburban mom behind me. I insisted on plastic bags at the checkout counter. Then I holed up, surviving, if not living, counting down the days until my appointment. Perhaps she would have learnt enough to fix me. Then yesterday, as I touched the metal handles to open my front door, a thin sliver of epidermis tore open in my inner thigh. I looked at the door handle. Metal. Surveying my apartment, my mind registered my fridge, my kettle, my pans. I thought about the subway and its grimy metal transportation tubes, of crawling cars choking the streets with their fumes, of handrails on staircases, of every door handle in every building. 15 minutes for every 10 cuts. Resignedly, I sat on the floor and called the doctor. I told her what had happened, told her I couldn't come in, told her to call me if she found an answer. Then I hung up. Paper, wood, metal. What comes next is inevitable. Our world is plastic. It is everything, in everything, even us. I wonder how many people know that scientists have found microplastics in human beings, solid particles of man-made chaos creating nano-abrasions as they float in our bloodstream. So here I sit, typing on my plastic keyboard while I still can, waiting. Ever since I discovered this hobby, I had visited every abandoned place my city had to offer. Factories, schools, warehouses, each one stuck in a moment of undisturbed nostalgia, but never bunkers. They were completely out of my area of expertise, deemed dangerous, and made inaccessible within my area. This is why I had to step out of my comfort zone. I had scheduled a meeting with 3 guys in a metro station in Russia. They called it a quick dive. Go in, learn a little about the place as we walk, see everything there is to see, then go out. No harm done. No one gets in trouble. However, when the time came for us to meet, I found out only one of the 3 spoke English at a level where we could hold a conversation. He was an odd guy who stood with his scarred cheek. To add to the intimidating factor, he also had a thick accent, but the message got across, specifically that he was the guide who would show us to the bunker. Grigory. He reached out for a handshake. Follow rule or go home. Okay. I nodded. There were the rules. Then there was the plan. Well, it was pretty much just helping each other. The bunker had a specific list. He would go into detail later. After that, the other 2 came forward to shake hands as well. A blonde guy named Misha, and a tall one named Kolya. Everyone's backpack seemed well prepared, so there wasn't any issue regarding that. As for our introductions, we kept everything short, prioritizing Grigory's plan with the idea of bonding along the way. Wait for train. Empty. He gestured at the people around himself, then pointed towards the tunnel as he continued speaking. Sensor. I go first, okay? I know how not start alarm. Walk. Door 1. No, door 2. He gave a thumbs up. which he also used to point at the ceiling. Vent. Got it, I responded. From what I understood, the plan was to wait for the metro train to clear the platform, mainly to avoid any inquiring eyes. Then, we would walk along the rails, sticking to the wall until we passed one worker gate and met the second. Above it would be a ventilation duct that connected to the bunker. It seemed to be the only way. Most importantly, Grigory knew the sensor blind spots, so we were only allowed to step where he did. 5 minutes in, and the train slid to a stop on the rails, screeching back into the darkness of the tunnel not long after. Being the only people left on the platform, the four of us quickly descended and trailed behind the train in a half sprint, flashlights in our hands, for another 10 minutes. Everything happened exactly as planned. However, seeing the so-called ventilation duct, I would lie if I said I wasn't feeling apprehensive. It looked to be just a little more than a tight fit, yet that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was the sharp turn of the duct, right above the opening. It took a low curse from Misha for Grigory to realize what crossed our minds, so at least we didn't have to discuss who went first. Without another word on our part, Grigory bit into the body of his flashlight and climbed the iron gate, throwing his backpack into the opening while we lit his way. As he squeezed in as well, the duct vibrated a low hum, and only after his body followed into the ventilation duct did he speak. See this? Goes right. Head first, arms raised, okay? Grigory narrated his actions, switching between Russian and English. Go in, rotate right shoulder up, push. No worry, you get stuck, I pull you out. He spoke in a matter of fact and did everything with confidence. It was obvious he had done this before. Having someone reliable was relieving, and it was as if all my worries vanished at that moment. Come, he ushered twice. The three of us looked at each other. Kolya followed suit in climbing the gates without confirming with us first, and I quickly volunteered as he did. Having someone behind to pull me out rather than further in by going last sounded much better. I climbed the gate as well, and as did Grigory as instructed, holding my arms above my head. Over my backpack, I could spot Kolya wiping the dusty insides with his behind, and once I was in, I was no different. The ducts shook at my every movement and sent dust flying into my nostrils, teaching me how useful a mask would have been. Fortunately, the unpleasantness was short-lived, as I saw the exit shortly thereafter. The one thing that hit me was the stale smell with no hints of burnt. The second, the view. There were flower bouquets by the ventilation ducts, and not just a few. I also noticed crates that had been dug through, most of them blackened by an old pattern. Fire, Grigory said, his accent especially noticeable. Everything burned. 1952. 40 dead. 40? I asked, incredulous. Such a number came as a surprise. Any survivors? Grigory shook his head. 0. Quiet. Afterwards, he took the lead once more, introducing the rules of the bunker. No loud talk, only quiet talk, okay? His eyes met mine. I nodded to confirm I understood. Then he continued, using another look to ask for confirmation. No touch, only look. Finally, just before listing the final rule, he made particularly sure everyone was listening. 1 souvenir each, okay? No 2, no 0, 1. We chuckled at his insistence to take some memories back with us, but didn't think twice. Following this, we strolled through the place, passing by multiple things that hinted at what this place might have been used for. As for what I couldn't figure out, Grigory filled in. Crates with cushions of straws made up most of the depository, with gas masks at ready in every room. New pairs of old-fashioned shoes and simple iron tools were also a frequent find, but they were nowhere near the abundancy of Morse telegraphs and radios connected to bulky headphones. Information. Grigory pointed out, bringing the equipment to our attention. I figured as much. Still, unsure of the whole picture, I asked, "What kind of information?" "Anything. Enemy number, enemy weapon, tank, you know," Grigory continued. I nodded along, Grigory's voice replaying in my head. It was a completely different experience having this piece of history before me than having it recounted. I wanted to find out more, what they felt like, what they sounded like. While everyone lit the area ahead of us, I stepped out of the group and took a seat beside the radio. The wooden chair creaked under my weight, and immediately, everyone's flashlights pointed to my location. Just knowing some important figure who had a say in the war had a seat on this chair and replied on the equipment within my reach was an incredible feeling. Sadly, I was discovered before I could probe the radio, so I could only return a pleading look to Grigory. Well, suffice to say, Grigory did not share my joy. "No touch," he scolded. "You want chair souvenir?" I swallowed a laugh at the unintended humor, replying honestly, "Sorry, my bad. Touch souvenir only." My little stunt affected him somehow, because after that he seemed stressed. The frown wouldn't leave his brows, and not only that, just the way he looked around made me feel uneasy. He also kept a closer eye on us. Soon, we arrived by a room that didn't fit the other's theme. Spots of many hues of red stuck to the concrete. Wooden contraptions I couldn't put a name to, similarly stained. Everything in this room seemed tortured and carried a different weight to it. "Torture room for spy and thief, see?" Grigory pointed at a particularly lighter stain. "Took 3 souvenir." Kolya and Misha laughed at the absurdity of his words. The joke came out of nowhere, so of course I laughed as well. Grigory, however, didn't seem in the mood. In fact, I hadn't seen him smile the entire trip. "1 each," he repeated. His stern expression even looked us down. And with our confirmation came confusion. "Yeah, but why?" I asked. The other two understood what was going on and focused on the conversation as well. In turn, Grigory clicked his tongue. His only response was to point around the torture room, some Russian words aiding his explanation. It was obvious the other two weren't buying it. They either raised an eyebrow or chuckled at whatever he had said. As for me, he only had 2 words to share, 1 each. He was definitely frustrated he couldn't put his worries into words, whatever they were. Being my first bunker, I wasn't planning on being too rebellious, but I can't deny it would have helped knowing more about the situation, perhaps to shoulder a little of the burden because Grigory looked far from well. "Okay, done," he stated. "Take souvenir, 1 each." The end came much too sudden. The place wasn't big, but definitely had a lot of picks. On our way back, Misha chose a gas mask, while Kolya picked a simple knife from an open crate. It was a hard choice for me, but in the end, I took one of the Morse telegraphs. Though, surprisingly, I didn't see Grigory take anything. He spent the entire time carefully monitoring us. Still, back at the ventilation duct room, it came as a surprise to see him block the ventilation duct. "Open," Grigory ordered, pointing at my backpack. I looked at Misha and Kolya, who were just as confused, but more than that, fidgety. I didn't see the point in starting an argument, so I went along with Grigory's demand, dropping my backpack on the concrete and unzipping it to reveal its contents. Grigory pointed his flashlight inside and nodded after a quick look, stepping to the side to let me enter the ventilation. I agreed to go first, exchanging a look with the 3. I could feel the conflict that was about to erupt, and I hoped the silent plea in my eyes would have helped somehow since I had no words that could have diffused the situation. I remember pushing my backpack in first while biting onto my flashlight and puffing dust. using my palms to pull myself along. Not long after, my flashlight started acting up, and when it lost power altogether, I could no longer tell left from right. When I finally came to, it felt as if a single second passed. But it was enough to turn the neutral situation horrifying. I was seeing the torture room from a seated angle while leather belts dug into my flesh. My everything from head to toe was bound. Then, I saw them behind a glass pane, in full view of the flashlight by my feet. A group of corpses in military uniforms, charred skins glowing like magma, and clouded eyes inspecting me. "Grigory?" I shouted. "Shh, quiet. No worry." He quietly answered as if to comfort me. "How the fuck can I not worry? Dude, are you seeing this? Where are Misha and Kolya?" I responded. "No, late. Misha, Kolya, thief. No worry. Quiet. Trust Grigory. You good. No worry. Close eye. No worry." He continued almost in a whisper, and wouldn't stop repeating it. He kept repeating the same thing until I finally calmed down the slightest bit. He wouldn't have told me what to do for no reason, so I decided to trust him despite my feelings of being wronged. I wanted to scream, demand who my captors were, what they wanted, but Gregory seemed to know what was best. I heard a door slam, then I heard steps. I did as Gregory advised and closed my eyes, but not knowing what was coming and when made it much worse. My skin turned cold. I was shivering, yet the steps wouldn't stop drawing closer. I was moments away from hyperventilating when they finally passed by me, leaving an intense smell of rot and death in their wake. And right before they stopped, Misha screamed. He cursed and called for Grigory. No answer came, so Kolya responded instead, panic unmistakable in his voice. Then they called my name. My lips parted, yet I couldn't utter a single word. Since Grigory didn't do it, I didn't do it. He asked me to trust him. This trust and reliance were everything I had in the situation. Despite our unwillingness to talk, Misha had already heard us. He knew we were there, and when a crunch resounded and his screams turned pained, his voice became filled with hatred. He called our names, frustrated and angry that we weren't sharing his suffering. I was sure that was the reason. I finally understood what Grigory meant by calling them thieves. The stains of blood inside the torture room. Grigory knew everything. I needed answers, but I was in no position to ask. A metallic clank warned me from behind not to let my tongue loose. Kolya also caught on to something and tried to follow our example, becoming quiet and ignoring Misha, and Misha realized. He had been singled out and knew he couldn't rely on us anymore. The metallic clanks became louder and louder in a tease of what was coming next. He no longer had the time to curse us. His tone, he begged, cried, asked for mercy from whatever was hurting him, though it didn't seem to work. As his voice raised in panic, he screamed once more in fear, and when the metallic clank sounded again, another time in pain, I could feel his scream vibrate my guts. I'm sure the others felt it to some degree as well, but no one dared break the silence. I was certain at that moment that Misha would die, yet I only thought of Kolya. The false feeling of safety he must have felt at that moment. Knowing he would be second was a painful guilt. It was worse than Misha's fate. He would witness his treatment firsthand while hoping otherwise, only to be proven wrong as he goes through perhaps the same torture, step by step. From that moment, Misha's screams could only lose strength. His lungs had already been abused beyond their ability. A hollow strike turned his labored breaths into gurgles, and spitting might have been what brought his salvation. A quick end. Another strike followed, louder, then another, until the only strikes were the drops of liquid on concrete, a suffocating silence pausing in between. I shed a tear. Grigory whimpered. Kolya sniffled, and the creature It walked again, going further behind me. It was finally Kolya's turn. His cries contained no trace of fear, but regret. He asked things of Grigory, crying betrayal at every clank. He blamed him for every strike and shred of pain, all the way to his death. He blamed him not in anger, but betrayal, and by the time Kolya took his last breath, Grigory could no longer hold back from crying. I couldn't either. The creature stepped, this time towards me. It stopped in front of me and my heart slowed, hoping I would turn invisible. I could feel its intimidating presence. I could smell it, the stale current it cast with its movements brushing against me, the same current I felt before its rotten. Bony hand struck my cheek with all its strength, almost knocking down the chair I was bound to. Bits of exposed bone left on my face, a cut oozing blood, and a pulsating sensation that turned the world around me. Yet, I still didn't dare open my eyes. My cries were stuck in my throat, and while I braced myself for another strike, it had actually turned and left, headed for Grigory. I was alive. It had spared me. I was expecting it to hurt Grigory in some way as well, but I heard nothing else after it stopped moving. It stood somewhere near Grigory, watching him, only for moments later to sigh a deathly whistle that echoed by my ears and disappeared into the walls. The leather belts vanished as if they had never been there in the first place, sending me to my knees. I couldn't feel those things staring at me anymore. My stuffed breaths rushed out by themselves. Grigory's cries clearer than ever after drying myself of adrenaline. I dreaded the idea of turning, seeing the bodies of Misha and Kolya. I had witnessed their deaths, and I was afraid of seeing what became of them. But that was just delaying the inevitable. Despite my shaken state, I still felt my hands wander the concrete, first finding my backpack. Then I picked the flashlight by my chair and lit Grigory's face. His still closed eyes, one of which purple, and the scarred cheek that matched mine. In the corner of my light, I saw the pool of blood where Kolya should have been. The wooden chair still sucked on every drop it caught while its legs bathed in the crimson liquid. But there was no Kolya. My light slowly slid across the wall to Misha's chair, and I found out it was no different there. "Grigory?" I cried. Receiving no response, I called his name again, bringing the light to his face. In turn, he only gently shook his head. The walls felt like pairs of eyes watching my every movement now. I dreaded standing up, even taking a single step in fear of doing something I shouldn't, but still sought the comfort of Grigory's presence. Grigory, he wasn't afraid. Rather, he regretted the situation. After an effort to arrive by his side, I placed a hand on his shoulder and let him pick himself up. Similarly, he grabbed the flashlight by his feet and slowly walked along with me, silently crying. As we crossed the equipment-filled room, I reached into my backpack and retrieved the Morse telegraph, trying to return it. "No, take nothing. Spy, take 2. Thief," he warned. Again, my heart climbed to my throat. I was stuck with a cursed souvenir, unable to dispose of it. I feared even asking if I could rid myself of it after leaving, convinced the walls were listening. Everything about the bunker felt claustrophobic now. Won't we get in trouble? 2 people died here. We've already been seen together. We can't explain this, I realized. No. He didn't go into detail, but stopped me by the ventilation duct, where the flower bouquets laid. There, crouched beside one and picked its card. 1920 to 1952. I didn't get where he was going with this until he read the name. Kolya. Then he reached for another one. 1920 to 1952. Misha. Kolya. Misha. No remember. No exist. No trouble. Felt sick. These bouquets, such a disgusting gesture. The guilt in his voice was genuine, but I didn't understand the drive to bring people to their deaths. Why bring us here? He picked a third card and read it aloud before showing its crossed Russian contents to me. 1920. Grigory. I was taken aback by hearing his name, but no amount of shock could have prepared me for the fourth card, nor for his voice reading my name. I felt Misha's anger many-fold, and a betrayal similar to what Kolya must have felt. 1920. Edgar. Sorry. I grew up in a little shack of the Jersey Turnpike. Dirt poor. Every day when I was a kid, if I'd go out and play, my grandma told me to watch out for the rabbits. I always confused when she said that. Rabbits aren't anything to worry about, you know? They're little four-legged creatures that eat lettuce and have big floppy ears and fuck a lot. The most harmless thing known to man. Every time I told Grandma that, she just told me I'd know what she meant if I saw them, that the rabbits had taken my mother and killed my father. It took decades before I believed her. See, I thought I just had to live with her as a kid because my parents had just sort of vanished. Every time it came up, she blamed the rabbits. But then I got out of high school, grew up, and started working a sewer tech job over in Newark. Shitty job, as you can imagine. Quite literally a shitty job. Lots of human shit, lots of animal shit swept down the storm drains by rainwater. Generally too much shit. I got very tired of breaking up turds to unclog pipes very fast. One day, boss sends me and my buddy, this other tech named Marco, down some fucked up looking manhole over in Ironbound, next to the Pizza Hut off Jabes. And we saw it. A hole in the wall of the sewer, the size of a pretty large person, with the ground around it covered in blood and gigantic mounds of rabbit shit. My buddy wanted to check it out. I remembered what my grandma said. Fuck no, I'm not going in there, I told Marco. Marco looked at me. Fuck you afraid of? Stop being such a baby. Marco responded as he walked through the hole in the wall. I just stood there, waiting to see what was going to happen to him. When he started screaming for help, I knew better than to bother. I bolted the hell up that ladder and closed the manhole, praying to any higher power that might exist that the rabbits weren't going to be strong enough to open it from the inside. I felt something banging hard against the manhole cover, as if being thrown at it with great force. Then I heard crunching and chewing, and the screaming stopped. I ran like hell and went home. Didn't even clock out on my shift. Next day, the police showed up at my door, asking me what the hell happened to Marco. And honestly, I almost wish I'd have just taken credit for it. No, my dumbass told them the cold, honest truth. As far as I was aware, he was eaten by sewer rabbits. They thought I was messing with them, but I didn't crack. I told them about my grandma, about the gigantic hole in the sewer with the piles of rabbit shit all over the ground. That's when they went from thinking I was joking to thinking I was crazy. Next thing I know, 3 of them were bringing me back to that same manhole cover, this time in cuffs and a jail jumpsuit. I told them how bad of an idea this was and they just laughed. When they opened it and went down, they weren't laughing. They had found Marco. The banging I had heard was something much stronger than a human, throwing him at the manhole cover until his spine shattered. Once he was immobilized, something had started feasting on him, even eating his bones and teeth, until the one thing keeping him recognizable was the little name tag on his tattered jumpsuit. They saw the hutch, complete with the gigantic mounds of rabbit shit. They brought me down, kicking and screaming to verify that this was what I was talking about. I could tell that they were scared shitless too. They had their guns out, pointing flashlights and laser sights in varying directions, looking for something, anything to shoot at. After a few moments of discussion, They collectively agreed to go into the hutch. Despite how stupid of an idea I knew this to be, I was boxed in and handcuffed, so I followed them. The first thing I noticed was the smell. You could smell through the whole sewer. Rabbit shit, blood, pus, and placenta combined. However, in its own absolute nightmare of a smell, I wished I had peppermint oil, like they used to use in the hospitals. The second thing I noticed was that once the rabbit turds had given way, we were essentially walking on a floor made from mangled, chewed up human corpses. When one of the officers noticed this, he nearly vomited at the sight. The third thing I noticed was a gargantuan rabbit, roughly 6 feet tall, hunched down, slamming into one of the 3 officers full force and tearing his lower jaw off using its teeth. The officer made a horrible noise from his mangled face as the rabbit began to devour him alive, and another one, with a shotgun, pumped 2 shells into the creature, wounding it and making it screech in pain as it ran away. The one with the shotgun undid my cuffs and reported in that I wasn't their guy, and they needed backup now. The dispatcher asked him why. Because of the fucking rabbits. The other living officer said. The dispatcher burst out laughing. I'm sending animal control. The dispatcher started to say. We have an officer down. The initial officer with the shotgun said. We need SWAT backup. This has to be a prank. I'm not sending a SWAT team for fucking rabbits. The dispatcher staticked over the radio and then cut out. I ran like hell. I still don't know what happened to those cops. You ask me, I don't really care. A few days later, though, I saw one of the rabbits trying to break out of a manhole, slowly squeezing its massive body through the opening to hunt for prey. So I'm going to take a wild guess that they didn't win that fight. But I'm a free man, and I know that my grandma never lied about the rabbits. I've always been a depressed person. Even from early childhood, I have struggled with an almost insurmountable sadness that has plagued every corner of my life. Therapy, pills, love. Nothing seemed to snap me out of my never-ending funk. Once I turned 18, I was out of the house, on my own. My parents begged me to stay, worried for my mental health. I promised them that me leaving would be a good thing, that I would be better on my own. What a crock of shit that turned out to be. If anything, I just grew more isolated. Loneliness that had always been with me expanded. How I felt truly alone. The isolation of being stuck with my own thoughts, my only escape being a dead-end job, just made everything worse. When my parents would call, I'd lie and say everything was fine, that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. And there wasn't, really. Yeah, I was a miserable, depressed man, lonely as they come, but this was normal for me. This had always been my life. Things were worse, but not too different. I was a frog in boiling water. It had gotten hotter, but it was gradual enough that it just felt like the same old depression. Nothing new. Except for Gracie. Gracie was a tattered cloth doll with dark brown yarn hair, black button eyes, and a deep frown. She wore a knitted maroon dress and little buckle shoes. When I was first scoping out apartments, the prospective landlord pointed around. And that, he said, pausing for dramatic effect, is why rent is so cheap here. He pointed over to Gracie, who sat in a small rocking chair in the corner of the room. I remember laughing, thinking it was a sort of weird joke. My eyes met with his, and I could tell he was serious. That's Gracie. She doesn't leave here. I felt a wave of confusion as I looked over to the old doll. Comes with the place? I asked, unsure of what to say. He nodded. You live here? You're free to get rid of her, if you really want to. I wouldn't, though. I didn't like the sound of that, but alas, rent was cheap and I was desperate for a change of scenery. My parents' worry had recently grown more suffocating. "It's a pretty doll," I said. "At least she isn't porcelain. That'd be really scary." I chuckled to break the tension. The landlord remained stone-faced. So, despite an odd start, I moved in. I've never been particularly superstitious, but I'm also not one to seek out the paranormal. As long as Gracie kept to herself, I decided to let her stay in her little corner. The first 3 months were relatively event-free. Every once in a while I'd hear a bump in the night, but other than that, things were chill. It didn't start ramping up until the dreams began. In them, I was always in bed, crying. I'd sob and sob until I'd hear the door open behind me. A shadow with long, clawed fingers would slink in. It'd envelop me, its overwhelming darkness squeezing the life from me. I'd scream once and it grew angrier. I'd scream again and the fear would intensify. But on the third scream, always the third, I'd wake up. I'd sit up in bed, soaked in sweat. In the corner, even in the dark, I could feel Gracie's eyes on me. When I'd flick on the lamp beside me, I'd see her like she was waiting for me to awaken. Those dreams seemed to happen every other night. Eventually, they were a nightly occurrence. I began to dread coming home from work, having to force myself to sleep. My depression was soon replaced by fear. Sure, I was still miserable, but now I was miserable and scared. I decided to be proactive and try to take control of the horror. One day, I picked up Gracie and walked her outside to the trash can. "Sorry, Gracie," I said. "I can't keep doing this." I put her in and closed the lid. I wasn't completely sure she was the cause of everything, but if it's not her, then what? I was desperate to fix my problem. That night, I lay in bed, less frightened than before. It was time to test my idea. I could feel myself drifting away to sleep when I heard a loud crash outside my room. I sat up, gripping my blanket tightly. Reaching over to flick on my lamp, I was startled to find that it wasn't working. I could feel beads of sweat forming on my forehead. I had never felt so alone. I considered my options, bolting for the door, out the window, calling 911. Then my door slowly began to creak open. It slowly slid wider until it burst completely open, slamming against the wall behind it. I screamed as a tall, dark figure stood in the doorway. The figure from my dreams. It shambled forward, thrusting itself into the room. It fell to the floor and began to roll towards me. My eyes couldn't believe what I was seeing. It moved like a rolled up carpet until it leapt onto the bed. My scream was cut short and it raised a big clawed hand into the air. It laid it onto my face, covering my mouth. I began to toss and struggle against the entity. It uncovered my eyes. Mouth still covered, I looked at it and met its gaze. It had big yellow eyes that burrowed deep into me. I heard a noise rumbling from it, despite the fact that it had no mouth. "Where's Gracie?" it said. With a free, shaky hand, I pointed outside towards the window. "Gracie," it said, finally uncovering my mouth. It slinked off my bed and crawled out of my bedroom and into the darkness. I got up and ran to the front door, straight to the trash can outside. I uncovered it, and sitting atop all the trash was Gracie. I picked her up and ran back upstairs, setting her down in her little rocking chair. I stayed up all night, but the entity never returned. As the days went on, the dreams grew more and more sporadic, until they stopped completely. It's been a year since I last had one, but I've still kept Gracie in the corner of the room. I've been looking for new places to move to. Honestly, I might just go back with my parents. They care about me. They're worried for me. I thought being on my own was better. Now I'm not so sure. All I know is that I'm still miserable, but things could be worse. Who knew a doll and its shadowy owner would be the key to appreciating life? The most impactful thing about me is that I leave almost no impact. I'm not using the word nobody as a pejorative, such as how some people will synonymize it with being called a loser. I'm just stating the fact that I don't matter. There's nothing remarkable, good, or bad about me, aside from family members or people I happen to associate with often. Everyone always seems to forget about me. Ask anyone from my old high school, or even some ex-coworkers of mine, and they'll mostly respond with, "Who?" when my name is brought up. Everything about me is average, from my height, to my looks, to even my actions. My grades always sat at passing but were never excelling. Outside of marking me present, teachers hardly ever acknowledged me. Sure, I'd be picked sometimes if I happened to be raising my hand for a question. However, I'd never be called on. For the first 17 years of my life, I viewed my unnoticeably as a curse. I tried all I could to think of ways to get noticed, asking people if they wanted to hang out, starting a club, and even running for class president. None of that worked. Now, I don't want to give the wrong impression. This didn't depress so much as frustrate me. I wondered why no matter what I attempted, could I not get noticed. Then it happened during my last year of high school. I should mention at this point that there were two students who were the antithesis of me. Their names were Jacob and Kevin, and I happened to share some classes with them. It wasn't a secret that they weren't very fond of each other. As a matter of fact, they had a grudge going back since middle school. At least from what I had heard. For what reason? I don't know. What I did is that when it came to gaining the upper hand over each other, they'd try anything, from rumors to even vandalism. More often than not, fights would break out between the two. Despite all this, they remained popular among their peers. As it turned out, though, their rivalry would cost them greatly. What does this have to do with me? Well, I was an observer of sorts to the cost that they paid. It was one I thought I would be a part of. Now they happened to live relatively close to me. As a matter of fact, they were within walking distance of me. I happened to have a part-time job and would walk home when my shifts were over. Usually, this would be at night and I'd cut through the woods in order to get home faster. One night, I was on my way home when I overheard two familiar voices. Jacob and Kevin were also in the woods that night. Naturally, I was curious as to why these supposed rivals were alone together. I didn't want them to see me, so I made sure to stay far enough away. "I can't believe I actually let you talk me into coming out here," Jacob said. "I don't like this any more than you do, but can you think of any other way to settle things?" "No." "How do you think this is going to work, though?" "Because of this." Kevin held up a medallion. Although it was hard to tell, only having moon and starlight for visibility, it seemed to be made of gold. Both of them were also carrying their backpacks. "What's this supposed to do?" Jacob asked, turning it over while inspecting it. "It's for the game," Kevin replied. "Game? Yep. Did you bring it?" Both unslung their backpacks. From his, Jacob pulled out the trophy he won being on the basketball team. Kevin pulled out his football trophy. These were the main things they used as taunting points. "Now place it on the ground across from mine," Kevin instructed, placing his trophy down. Jacob did as told. Then Kevin, using a stick, began drawing something in the dirt. "What the hell are you doing? This won't take long. When it starts, none of us can leave." "When what starts?" "You'll see in just a moment." Having finished drawing, Kevin then placed his medallion between their trophies and began chanting something. Jacob observed this with some amusement. I guess he figured that if whatever Kevin was doing didn't work, he could at least enjoy him making a fool of himself. I didn't share this sentiment. Instead, I got a bad feeling. I wanted to tell Jacob to stop, but by then it was too late. I knew this when the temperature changed. Hey, why did it get so cold all of a sudden? That was a severe understatement. Only moments ago the weather had been warm. Now it was chilling. That means it's working, Kevin explained. Now, like I said, you can't leave, or else we'll both be in danger. What? You never mentioned that. Jacob grabbed Kevin by his shirt. The latter seemed afraid. Not of him, however. Something was coming towards them. Do not speak to them unless they speak to you. Before Jacob could ask for clarification, someone came out of the woods. This person, who could hardly be classified as such, was incredibly tall. I'd say they were over 8 feet. They towered over Jacob and Kevin, who were already at sizable heights themselves. A dark and worn robe covered them. What the fuck is this thing? I wondered. I found it to be so disturbing because of how it appeared. Only their hands and feet were visible, and they looked ancient. Mummified would be the right word to describe them. They had the appearance of always aging, yet never rotting away. As it approached Jacob and Kevin, I hoped to Christ it wouldn't notice me. How many players are there? They asked. Their voice was so hoarse, it was impossible to even tell what sex they were. 2. Kevin replied to them in a shaky voice. Jacob seemed ready to pass out on the spot, and I couldn't blame him for feeling that way. Then we can begin. Who will go first? What occurred next was this person asking them a series of deeply personal questions. For the sake of respecting their privacy, I am choosing not to list them or their answers here. The only one I will mention is the last one. So far, you two seem to be of equal value given the guidelines you've set for yourself. However, you two have made a grave error. What? Kevin asked in a panicked voice. No, we did everything right. Then answer this. How many players are there? 2. I detect no deception in your answer. Unfortunately, though, it is incorrect. At that, my heart dropped. There are 3, they said, holding up 3 bony fingers. Kevin's eyes grew wide. What does that mean? Jacob asked him. That can't be, Kevin said, ignoring his question. We're the only ones here. At that point, I considered running. However, since I was technically a player, that meant the rules of the game would apply to me. No, they said to him. There is an observer nearby. They turned in my direction, looking directly at me. Reveal yourself. Not wanting to, but knowing that disobeying wouldn't be wise, I stepped into view. They were, even more, disturbing up close. You, Kevin said to me. Do you two know him? He goes to the same school as us. Were you listening the whole time? They asked me. I was curious, I replied in a shaky voice. I know I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. This is a problem. Although unintentionally, one of the rules of the game has been broken. Jacob and Kevin glared at me. But fear not, I can be lenient. How well do you know him? We share some classes with him. Then what I ask you next will determine if you two, or he, will leave these woods alive. Is that understood? We just nodded, and they pointed at me. What is his name? This is it. I'm done for, I thought. To my surprise, though, Jacob and Kevin were struggling with the answer. Give us another question, Kevin said. You said you know him. Therefore, this question should be easy for you. We never said we knew him that well. Then you should have specified that. Now answer. You have 10 seconds left. They each blurted out a name. Are either of them correct? I shook my head. They tried running, but found they were unable to. Why can't I move? Jacob asked, trying desperately to move. It was as if he and Kevin were both glued in place. With a snap of the robed one's fingers, they both lost their ability to speak. You leave almost no impression, correct? Yeah. Do you see this as a detriment? I thought about it for a moment. I used to. They just gave me a nod, then turned to Jacob and Kevin, pulling down the hood of their robe as they did. I was viewing the back of their head at this point. It was only a mass of writhing shapes underneath leathery skin that I could hear moving. I knew then that this person was far older than I could comprehend. The punishment must be delivered. What happened next was so disturbing that I suspect if I had been viewing it from Jacob and Kevin's perspective, it would have left me forever incoherent. Their heads split apart. It sounded so dry. If my eyes had been closed, I would have been unable to distinguish it from a piece of paper being ripped in half. I wish I thought to close them. If I would have, it would have saved me a lot of mental anguish. Since I didn't think to, I'm writing this down as a form of catharsis. What burst from their head were long, shadowy tentacles. Seeing them hurt my eyes because they appeared to be shadows, yet they somehow had a solid presence. They stretched towards my former classmates, enveloping them along with their backpacks and trophies. If they could have screamed, I think everyone in our neighborhood who were outside at the time would have been able to hear them. They were pulled into the tall person's head by these tentacles. What are you? They didn't answer at first. When they did, their reply disturbed me almost as much as what I had just seen. I can't remember. They walked deeper into the woods, vanishing from my sight. When they were gone, I leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. As I was catching my breath, I caught the glint of something. Kevin's medallion had been left behind. Search parties tried finding him and Jacob for months. I felt bad that their efforts would be in vain, and that I was partially responsible for their fates. I took the medallion home with me. I found that there was one carving on each side of it. One contained the face of presumably the tall one. The other had an eye carved into it. Seeing this made me relieved. I never saw their true face. I still have the medallion. Sometimes I'll stare at it and reflect on that night and what saved my life. I don't see it as a curse anymore. In fact, I'm glad to have it. My job is a little odd. I'm a manager for a small manufacturing business, and on paper, I'm supposed to do a lot of technical work and lays for R&D and the factory floor, but mostly I send emails and chat with my boss, Ted. He never seems to be very busy or concerned with keeping me busy, so I don't ask too many questions. Or I didn't. Until yesterday. I came into work, same as I have been for the last 4 years, and got buzzed through the locked foyer by Gina, the receptionist. She's a sweet lady and always has a platter of cookies on her desk. She always offers me one, as she did this day. They're macadamia nut and white chocolate. Gina chirped, smiling brightly. No thank you, Gina. Is Ted in yet? He was sometimes late. She nodded and rolled her eyes. More floor hires. He said he would be up around noon. She pressed a button, and I heard the stair door unlock. Without comment, I went upstairs to my office on the 4th floor. It was a regular occurrence. Just about every 3 weeks, we had to hire between 20 and 30 new factory workers. At first, I'd put it out of my mind as lack of incentive or laziness, or maybe the work was too strenuous, but eventually I got used to it. This day it just stuck in my mind. I'm not a curious sort in general, but when Ted was managing the new hires, I have literally nothing to do, so I just stared at my game of Minesweeper and dwelt on it. It occurred to me that besides Ted, Gina, Marcus the janitor, Oswald in accounting, Sawyer the floor manager, and a few forgettable R&D faces, I'd literally never met any of the other workers. In fact, I'd never even seen the factory floor or anything but the first and fourth floors. This was making me uneasy, especially when I started considering the security in the building. Every door was electronically locked, with ID card readers and heavy deadbolts. Maybe I'm actually working for the CIA, I mused out loud. Ted chuckled, a few feet behind me. I jumped out of my chair and he waved a hand reassuringly. No, you're fine. There's nothing for you to do when I'm doing hires. He was medium height, balding, a bit overweight, with thick rimmed glasses, a nice button-down shirt that was just a hair too small to stay tucked into his pants, nice loafers, and a pair of black slacks. I realized in that moment that he wore exactly the same outfit every day. He grinned. Ready for another business day? Yeah. Sorry, you startled me. I sat, turning to face him. He shrugged. You were pretty distracted. Must be an intense round of Minesweeper. I nodded and casually said, I was actually wondering, why do we go through so many floor hires? His grin seemed frozen for a brief instant, and he waved his hand vaguely. Oh, you know, they never last long. I needed to give Oswald some expense reports. I'll go back with him. He disappeared around the corner. Well, that was odd, I murmured. I went back to work, though, and tried to forget it. They never last long. What an odd phrasing. Before long, it was quitting time, and I gathered my things, bid farewell to Ted, and went downstairs. Gina was seated and gave me that flawless smile as always. See you tomorrow, she said happily. Yeah, good night. I put my hand on the door handle and stopped. Hey, Gina, I said, turning. She was watching me, still smiling. Yes, she said, almost expectantly. Does anything here seem weird? Like... I hesitated. Like all the turnovers on the floor and the security and stuff? Her smile shrank a fraction and she said softly, Why do you ask? I let go of the door, shaking my head and gesturing. I'm not sure. I just got to thinking today and there's a lot of stuff that doesn't add up. I asked Ted too and he evaded the question and acted odd. He's usually really chatty, but he barely said 2 words to me after. Gina nodded slowly, and I realized she hadn't blinked once since we started talking. She got up from her desk and walked over to me, concern on her face. You are probably just overthinking. She laid her hand on my shoulder, her thumb almost touching the hollow of my throat, her fingers almost entirely covering my shoulder blade. I looked down at her hand, which barely covered my deltoid. Our eyes met. There was a hint of amused malevolence in hers, and she spoke in a soft whisper. Why don't you have a cookie and put it from your mind? Every hair on my body was raised, and my instincts were shrieking for me to run. I nodded numbly. Thank you. I'll pass on the cookie. She smiled again, far too wide. I'll see you tomorrow, Gina promised. Drive safe. So now, here I sit. I don't think I'm allowed to quit, but I'm terrified to go back. I suppose anyone would say that the car accident that killed their wife was the worst thing that ever happened to them. Like her or not, it's dreadful. But for me, that day truly was the most terrible one I've ever lived. It's like it sent shockwaves throughout the rest of my future. I can still feel them now, and the impact they've had on my life. My children were in the car too. My 9-year-old daughter, Martha, and my 7-year-old son, Dorian. They screamed for me as I crawled out of my seat. Guttural, terrified screams I would hear in my sleep for years. Fire had started near our mangled car. I knew I didn't have long. I could get one of them out safely. Both were risky. I began to choose. That's where the problem started. I know how terrible that sounds. Trust me, I've hated myself for it since. But I actually considered which one of my children I'd rather save. Martha was my first thought. I didn't have a favorite child exactly, but she was a miracle baby, and one we were told we could never have. The one who had fought so hard to be here. I had the decency to feel terrible about those thoughts and just decided to risk it. I grabbed both of them and ran. Dorian wouldn't talk afterwards. My mother said it was only natural. He was young. The accident was traumatic. He lost his mother, for God's sake. She convinced me to send him to a child psychologist. I don't know exactly what went on in there. She just said he wouldn't talk. That he just sat staring at the wall and hitting his knee. He drew often. Always the same picture. Me, him, Martha, and his mother. But he always drew himself away from us, smaller than the rest of us. Sometimes when we got home, he'd pick up one of the drawings and scribble me out with a black crayon, looking at me right in the eyes as he did it. It was like Dorian knew what I'd thought that day, like he knew I'd almost let him die. His attitude towards me changed. He'd fight to get out of my arms, drawing blood occasionally in a way a child of his age shouldn't have been able to do. He'd throw things, break glass, and leave it when I walked barefoot. I'd wake up some nights feeling watched, to find him standing at the end of my bed. I couldn't move when he did that. I couldn't even talk. And then he'd turn away, go back to bed, and the sensation would go with him. Dorian took it out on Martha too. Her toys would turn up broken. Her homework would go missing. She would wake up with bruises and bite marks. I tried not to shout at him, but that was too far. He took it silently, and when I left him in timeout, I swear I could feel his eyes burning into me. It was more than just a feeling. If I checked, I would find burn marks on my back. After a while, I stopped looking. It sounds ridiculous to say it. He was only 7 after all, but a part of me was terrified of what he could do. It was like an instinct. I didn't always know that when bad things happened, it was Dorian's fault, but I felt it. I tried to make it right, to talk to him, to help, but he'd always turn away and things would only get worse. A few weeks before Dorian's 8th birthday, I woke up in the middle of the night. Goosebumps prickled my skin, even though it was a summer's night. My bedroom seemed darker than usual and more oppressive somehow. My blanket was wrapped tightly around me like a vice. In the seconds it took for me to come around fully, I noticed that it was 3 a.m. on the dot. There was a noise coming from down the hall, a repetitive thumping. It was consistent, not even a pause. It sounded like a trapped animal or something similar. Hauling myself out of bed, I figured I had better go and investigate, if only to put the poor thing out of its misery. Our house was old, and you pretty much could not walk anywhere without the floorboards creaking. There was one in particular on the landing that was obnoxiously loud. Usually, I avoided it like the plague, but with vestiges of a deep sleep still clouding my mind, I stepped on it. The thumping noise stopped immediately. I paused, hardly daring to breathe. The hairs on the back of my neck rose as my eyes fell on Martha's bedroom door. It was ajar, and from inside, there was a small whimper, like a dying animal giving one last cry for help. I moved slowly towards her bedroom, hoping that I was just hearing things, but as I got closer, I heard something that froze me where I stood. running footsteps, light as a child's, and the sound of something being dragged across the floor. I threw the door open and clicked on the light. The scene I found was seared on my brain for hours afterwards, days even. I would replay it over and over again as I spoke to the police, as I cried on my mother's shoulder. Martha's bedsheets were in disarray, like she'd left them in a hurry. The window was wide open, letting in a wind that blew her curtains violently around. There was blood everywhere. A massive pool of it lay at the foot of her bed, and splatters had caught the duvet, the walls, the ceilings, everything. When I screamed, it didn't even sound human. I ran across to Dorian's room and opened his door in a rush, but a part of me knew he wouldn't be in there. He was gone, vanished with nothing but the clothes on his back and his sister's body. The police didn't believe that he'd done it. Why would they? He was only 7. Kids his age can't even walk themselves to school. But they'd never seen the look in my son's eyes, the burning hatred, the power that I didn't understand, lying dormant until he felt ready to use it. I'd seen it the day I'd saved him from the wreck of our car. He had read my mind. He knew what I'd almost done. I'll never truly know what Dorian is capable of or why, but I have a horrible feeling that someday I'll find out. I went to prison for my daughter's murder, as I knew I would. Felt like I deserved it anyway. I should have saved her while I had the chance. The police found her in the woods 6 miles from our house. I never saw the body, but rumor has it one of the police officers was sick at the sight of it. Another quit a week later. That was years ago now. I'm out and far away from the town where I raised my children. No one has seen Dorian since that night. The police found nothing but a trail of dead deer a few feet from Martha's body. They chalked it up to another animal. I knew it was something far more dangerous. He'll be back soon. I have no doubt about that. I haven't seen him, but I've heard things. The thumping from that night. I hear it outside my bedroom window sometimes. Bump, bump, bump. No pause, no break. Just the occasional whimper. The morning after, there's always a body on my doorstep. It's only been animals so far, but I'm not a fool. He's still angry. With a kid like him, the anger only grows. It'll be me out there one day. Mark my words. Sleeping in my bed always used to make me itchy. It was an annoyingly predictable cycle. I would fall asleep with an odd, tickling sensation on my skin, one that would vanish when I rubbed at the spot, and when I woke up, my arms and legs would be crazy itchy, almost burning. I once sat in the bathroom for almost 30 minutes, looking over my skin with a hand mirror, my butt slowly going numb, obsessively examining every spot. But there was nothing I could pinpoint. My dad scoffed at my problem. He was frustratingly skeptical of just about everything, and every time I complained to him, he would shrug it off and suggest another fruitless solution I had already tried. Truth be told, I think he just hated hearing anything bad about the house. It has been in his family for generations, and he was always reticent to change anything about it. I sometimes wondered if my bed had been in the family for generations too. It creaked if you so much as looked at it, and had all sorts of lumpy spots. And it smelled permanently musty, no matter how much air freshener I hosed it down with, or how many times I washed the sheets. It rubbed off onto my skin, oozed onto my pores. My friends always joked that I smelled like their grandparents' houses. At first I thought it might just be something weird with my skin. But then one time, my cousins came to visit. One got my bed and I was banished to the couch. At first I was upset, but that visit was the first time I could remember that my skin didn't itch when I woke up. The morning that my cousins were leaving, I approached the one that had slept in my bed. "Hey, did you sleep alright in my room?" "Yeah," she said. "I slept fine." "And no weird, Reactions? She cocked her head. Now that I think about it, I woke up really itchy. Oh? Yeah. She brushed a hand over her bare arm. It felt like something was tickling me just as I was falling asleep. Once I turned on the lights and checked the bed, but I didn't see anything. Well, probably nothing. Probably? Yeah, I mean, I might have. She trailed off, then shook her head. No, nothing. So it was the bed. It was the damned bed. I begged my dad to replace it, but he always refused. Why replace a perfectly good bed? He'd ask me. So I slathered my skin in anti-itch cream, tried not to scratch myself raw, and got on with my life. One day, though, I had had enough. When my parents weren't home, I attempted to break the bed. I jumped up and down on it as high as I could, feeling like a giant 5-year-old, sure that my dad would have to replace a broken bed. But as I stopped and rested for a moment, a sharp pain shot into my foot. Like a needle jamming into my leg. I cried and fell onto the bed, clutching my foot. The spot was bleeding lightly. I must have jammed a box spring into my leg or something. I looked down at the spots I had jumped on. It wasn't hard to spot. There was a small splotch of blood there, and I could see the spring sticking up, a little black speck. I lightly touched the spot, wondering if I could push it back down. Then it moved. Beneath my finger, it slid back under the surface without any pressure on my part. I thought I must have felt the skittering movement of something, like a sea creature returning to the depths. I scrambled back and re-examined the spot. Nothing. Just my blood now. I swallowed hard and tried to rationalize. The spring must have just sprung back into shape, right? Yeah, that sounded realistic. My foot had already stopped bleeding. I decided I was done with this endeavor and left the room, unable to stop my skin from crawling. That night the tingling was worse than before. I tossed and turned, certain I had angered the spirit of this accursed bed, and then the pain began. This was nothing like before. It was like pins were stabbing me all over my body. I flung my blanket aside and leaped up, fleeing down the stairs and waking my parents. And when my dad flipped on the lights, demanding to know what was happening, I saw it. My skin was covered in strange black smears and painful bumps. I tried to talk, but all I could do was cry. My skin burned so bad. Even my father could not think of a good way to explain this. I ended up in the shower for ages, trying to cool my angry skin with icy water. The one good thing to come out of this incident was that I was finally getting a new mattress. My parents took me to buy one the very next evening. I was elated. It was dead simple. My dad picked one out, we strapped it to the roof of the car and drove home. I helped haul it up to my room, squeezing it through the narrow door. I glared down the horrible old mattress that had tormented me for so long and scratched idly at the bumps still on my skin. "All right," my dad said, clapping his hands together. "Let's get moving." We heaved the mattress out of the bed frame, and it hit the ground upside down with a thump. I could see that the bottom had a sheet of gauze covering it. The staples holding it in place rusted almost to nothingness. To this day, I have no idea what possessed me to do this. Maybe, looking down at the bed, seemingly defeated, I wanted to see what had allowed it to torment me for so long. Maybe it was a childish instinct to harm it in some way. But I reached down and tugged at the gauze. It came away easily, and at first, I did not quite understand what my eyes were seeing. The inside was coated in a fuzzy black and white substance. Mold, I thought. Of course it was mold. But then the mass moved and I realized in horror what it really was. Spiders. Hundreds and hundreds of huge pitch black spiders and their fuzzy white egg sacs. They began to swarm out of the old mattress like flies deserting a rotting corpse. I screamed and leaped onto the side table, but it was no use. They crawled onto my bare legs, biting, and I desperately tried to shake them off. My dad tried to stomp on them, but there were just too many. They coated the floor almost as thick as carpet. Finally, he sprang across the room and hefted me over his shoulder. He stampeded down the stairs, ran out the back, and leapt into the pool, mercifully ending their attack. As we surfaced, I could see them floating on the surface of the water, either curled up and twitching in their death spasms, or skittering away on the surface to elsewhere. We called an exterminator, insisting they had to come that day. The whole house was fumigated while we stayed in a hotel, and I tried not to twitch in my bed, desperately trying to reassure myself that I was just imagining tiny legs tickling my skin. Before the exterminators left for good, I asked if they had ever seen anything like this before. Once, one said, scratching at his salt and pepper stubble. Not as bad as this, but I've seen it. Really? Yeah. Another old box spring. He chuckled. Makes you wonder what's really under people's beds. Makes you wonder indeed. To begin, let me explain what this is. This is a very real phenomenon. It occurs anywhere, will be elaborated in this post, and can happen to anybody. Most often it happens with hunters and hikers. The entire forest will go silent. Animals, weather, wind, bugs. Hell, even the river or creeks tempers down. It normally happens when a predator or large animal is close by. A threat. The issue of what that threat is when you find it happening in a place it shouldn't. I grew up near a small town in South Carolina that most of you won't know, even less so my actual area. I'd just as soon say Spartanburg or Columbia. Not many folks even know of Union as it is. I had miles of woods around me, rivers and all. A little hick paradise. I learned hunting at an early age, and exploring and survival was a second nature cause I had an unhealthy infatuation with man versus wild. The first time I encountered dead silence is when a pack of coyotes circled me while in a deer stand. The critters nearby all scurried or flew away. The wind died down too, and the horrid screaming wails of a coyote pack shattered an otherwise peaceful hunt. They moved away after I cracked a few shots off, and luckily the four-wheeler was close by to get the hell out of there. The pack was large enough to drag down a bull that weighed a half-ton later that night, just a mile down the road. I would have been easy prey. The second time was while I was exploring some old ruined houses out near my dad's old stomping ground as a hunter himself. Dead silence came about. A murder of crows that had been arguing fell silent, and I did as well. I couldn't see what it was that had come close by, only hear it moving fast and angrily around and away from the shack I was hidden in. A few nights later, a close family friend found pictures of a cougar on his game camera. It had a stocky buck in its jaws. Likely it was hunting me that day, or pissed I was in its den. I've had it happen to me in graveyards, which stays in my mind after all these years. What, pray tell, makes the uneasy silence of burial grounds even more quiet? Fast forward to my enlistment into the Marine Corps. While going through boot camp, you'll reach BWT, Basic Warrior Training, and do a nighttime land navigation course where you have to find different points using an old radioactive filament compass. While trudging through the marshland, it went from hearing DI's massacre recruits to just my little group and the moonlight reads. Dead silence. Something was close by us and rushed to the water when we threw rocks and a large stick ahead of us. It was a fucking alligator, come to find out. It's easy to see the trails they leave when they drag around. Fast forward through a barrage of boot training stories. I could tell you all, and we end up in Okinawa. Now my own stomping grounds. As me and two friends stumbled back to Kinzer from a night out, slamming habu shots in a bar and wolfing down sushi at the conveyor belt restaurants, we turn a corner leading to the closest Lawson's. In the middle of a bustling section of the city, with cars and taxis all around, dead silence. The cars drove off at the green light. Random Japanese people stopped talking. This sparked all three of us to hurry away from there. Never found out the danger there. Didn't want to. I want to say a bad fight broke out somewhere nearby that turned into a stabbing, because we had a brief about it the next week. Maybe the guy was hiding nearby. We'll never know. Point being, don't let memes and edgy shit you read make you scoff at this phenomena. It's a warning from Mother Nature herself to shut up and get aware of your surroundings fast, or hope you can get to safety. Don't be the one to get caught lacking. I work in surveillance. I'm not going to give you more details than that because, again, I work in surveillance. Mostly legal, often ethical, mostly strictly white hat stuff. Who broke into my shop? Who stole my merch? Generally, people don't try to hide legal stuff, and generally people who can afford my service can also afford to have the laws on their side. So yeah, mostly legal. And when my clients can't afford the law, they can afford lawyers, which is really the same thing. Until recently, I'd always liked squirrels. They've adapted to the human world much better than most other animals. They're masters at hiding in plain sight. Think about it. If you see a rat, you panic and call an exterminator. If you see a squirrel, you say, "Aw, look at his bushy tail." Maybe you take a picture. Maybe you even feed it. You certainly don't think about the dozen other squirrels that you can't see that are watching you. They live off us, after all, and they thrive by understanding us. I've personally seen squirrels kill 14 people. Of course, I've seen a lot of things kill a lot of people. Wrongful death cases mainly. Some dies on your property at 4 a.m. and someone needs to look through a lot of tape to figure out if anything at all, could make you liable. People don't generally need a reason to die, but more often than you'd think, they get a little help. If that help could get you in trouble, well then you want someone like me to make that little piece of the tape disappear. The first squirrel one I saw was some shit-faced college kid who passed out in my client's outdoor dining area late one Friday night. He stumbled in, slumped down on a seat, and never got up. Opening shift found him sitting there. Perfect view from the security camera. The tape showed the guy lurching into frame and sitting down at around 1:15. A little while after leaving a party. He probably just wanted to make the spins go away, but it appears that he fully lost consciousness. Less than 5 minutes later, a single squirrel enters the frame. It moves cautiously, in slow bursts. Cute little fucker. Jumps on the table. Adorable. Moves towards the guy's mouth and sits there for a full minute, making completely sure that he's out. Then, in a flash, it moves towards the guy's mouth, pries it open, and starts climbing inside. Not gently. It digs, bends, contorts, digging and tearing, making a real mess. Lots of blood. Not surprisingly, the guy comes to, but he's got no idea what's going on. And at this point, the squirrel is almost completely down his throat. Only that cute fucking tail sticking out. Then that disappears too. The guy grabs his jaw in his left hand and yanks down hard, dislocating it badly. He doesn't give a shit. He's got bigger problems. He jams his right hand, his good hand, into his now gaping mouth to try to grab the squirrel digging into his soft bits, but it's way too late by that point. After a second or two, he slumps, struggling to breathe with lungs that are being badly shredded, his broken mouth frozen in an inhumanly distended scream. About a minute later, the squirrel comes back up with a piece of him, held gingerly in its mouth. Not a doctor. I don't know what piece. Maybe a gallbladder or a spleen or who the fuck knows what. It wiggles out of him, easier now that his mouth is so much bigger. holding its prize in its adorable little mouth. The tail has lost its fluff. It's matted with human. Without hesitation, the squirrel runs off into the night with its morsel. And the guy isn't dead yet. He will be soon. But he's still with it enough to watch this last part. In the tapes, I can see him watching his killer scamper away with a piece of him. Anyway, I didn't have to edit that one. No liability there. My client was ecstatic. That wasn't an especially rough one, but it was memorable since it was my first. The old lady was the worst. I mentioned before that most of my jobs are legal, or, failing that, ethical. This wasn't one of those jobs. There was an older lady who had a document that my client wanted very badly. 5-figure badly. The lady was old, but not stupid, so she'd hidden it where he couldn't just pull a smash and grab. But the client figured that if we watched her long enough, she'd check in on it or move it, and he could slip in and get it. I did my thing, and soon we had eyes all over her house. She didn't seem to know it, but her house was infested with squirrels. They lived in the walls. They'd come out at night or sometimes during the day to raid her kitchen or just be generally inquisitive bastards. It felt somehow obscene. Here she is, safe and comfortable in her home. But the second she falls asleep, they'd swarm all over her tidy little life. Then they killed her. One day she fell down her main stairway and broke her neck. She caught herself on her banister, but it broke off in her hands. She was still holding the piece when they found her. Banister broke off, of course, because the squirrels had been carefully gnawing away at it over the last 4 nights. They'd been working on the top landing of the staircase for a full week. Too little to notice unless you were watching them do it, which I was. I figured out what was happening pretty quickly, but what the fuck was I supposed to do? Call her to warn her? Call the cops? How was I supposed to explain how I'd learned what I knew? It'd be one thing if there was a clear threat, a fire or something. I could beg leniency for saving her life and maybe keep her from pressing charges, but your house has some squirrels in it. Really doesn't have the same impact. So I watched and waited and tried not to hate myself too much. Her death was inconvenient for me, for her too, presumably, but that wasn't my problem. You never want to leave evidence at the scene of a crime, and you definitely don't want to leave evidence at the scene of a crime you didn't commit. A woman in a dispute like she had with my client suddenly dies, and maybe some clever detectives take a real careful look around the house. My eyes were hidden on suspecting old person. Well, but not necessarily suspicious police detective, well. And I wasn't going to sneak in and out of a house with a corpse in it. Very bad idea. So I decided to wait until she was discovered, then swoop in and clean the scene before anyone got suspicious. Which meant I needed to watch the cameras until someone found her to make my move. And watch them I did. She had fallen in a blind spot. I could only see the lower half of her body, so I couldn't see the squirrels perform their grim work. Unlike the drunk guy, she wasn't outside in an exposed location, so they could take their time, and they did. At first I'd assumed that the fall had killed her. I still try to convince myself that it did, and that I didn't see her leg weakly kicking 2 days later. I would have called the cops if I tell myself I would have called the cops. It took a week for her to be discovered, and over the course of that week, I saw a steady stream of squirrels casually run into the blind spot and run out with little bits of flesh. As time passed, they grew visibly fatter. That was a bad week. Once they took away what parts of her were left, I retrieved my eyes and burned the fucking place to the ground. I've started hearing scratching in the walls of my apartment. It's an old building with many hidden spaces. Perfect to hide in. I've spoken to the building managers, but they've made it clear that they have bigger things to worry about than squirrels. There have been 3 deaths in the last month. Unrelated accidents, but in all 3 cases the bodies were partially consumed by vermin by the time they were discovered. I haven't seen them, but I can feel them, always watching, little eyes in the darkness. I doubt that my own police report will note that I was partially eaten by rodents. I don't think that I'll be in good enough condition for them to tell. I'm writing this from an elevator car stuck between the 17th and 18th floors of my building, and I hear scraping sounds along the top of the car. What are they doing? Gnawing through the elevator cable. Is that possible? Working away at some small weak spot. They seem very determined and confident. I've called the police and... So sorry. Help is on the way, but it might be several hours. Don't worry, you're perfectly safe. I've heard that seagulls will pick up clams and fly up very high to drop them, whereupon they will shatter on the hard rocks below, allowing the gulls to dine at their leisure. In 2019, I was an employee at Disney World's Magic Kingdom. I worked at various places around the park to include at the main entrance guest admissions. I'm a bit shy, from a small town in Rehoboth, Massachusetts. Before moving to Orlando, I was never really exposed to anyone besides farmers. While working at the admission kiosk one afternoon, I was stationed right next to the exit aisle where guests are funneled to leave the park. It was mid-August at about 2 p.m., and the mad rush of the day's traffic had died down dramatically. As I stood at my booth, a woman in her early 70s was waiting for the rest of her family to meet her at the exit. The woman, who had light dark skin, leaned over to me and said, "It's no good in there," in a thick South American accent. We're taught as cast members to be cheery and optimistic regardless if it's 100 degrees and there's a 2-hour wait for each ride. So I responded in a perky voice. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Today was a bit busy and hotter than usual, but did you know there's other things you could do?" Then she cut me off and said, "No, it's not that. Darkness lives in there." Kind of rolled my eyes a little when she said that, and I thought to myself, this is the only magical place on earth. I foolishly responded, "What makes you think that?" The woman responded, "My Roma culture, that has been passed down to me for hundreds of years in Argentina, has instilled in me with a sense of evilness, and it's trapped in certain environments." I thought to myself, okay, this lady's probably gone off the rocker. I jokingly said in a perky voice, "Humans, service animals, Disney characters, and ghosts can all leave through this exit way right here, where you're standing." The elderly woman picked up on my sarcasm but wasn't all that thrilled. She told me, "You will have thousands of people who will come through these gates, but no one has the knowledge that I will tell you. You see, evilness doesn't feed off goodness. It needs other evilness to travel. I can tell you that there's evilness trapped in there, but why it can't transfer itself out is something I can't explain. The next time during a lightning storm, pay very close attention at the exit area towards the ground or right after a big rainstorm where the clouds turn black then the sun is really intense. Look inside the shadows of puddles." I was kind of taken aback by everything this older woman had to say. It was really the absolute last thing I would have ever thought about was evil souls within the Magic Kingdom. Fast forward about a week later to another one of my job roles where I stand in front of an assigned ride entrance and smile and tell the guests that there was no eating or drinking allowed once they entered the mine train. It rained every day in August, but this one storm was cataclysmic, where the clouds turned completely black and it didn't stop for 2 hours straight. The park had basically emptied out, but it was my job to stand in front of the entrance to the ride regardless. Knowing how Orlando's weather typically changes, and it eventually did, and because the park had emptied out, I was just so atypically bored staring down at the puddles of water that had caused little streams. Because the clouds were so black, it appeared as though the brightest sun came out. I was dozing off in my own world when I said, "I'm sorry, sir. The mine train is temporarily closed down still because of the weather." My coworker standing next to me laughed at me and said, "Grace, who are you talking to?" Though I was voted the underachiever of the year my senior year in high school, I had tested into the gifted program and my brain was pretty good at aligning past subtle tings to present situations. So hearing my coworker laugh at me made something in my mind instantaneously put together what the older woman from the previous week told me to glance at the puddle. I could see the shadow of the man in the puddle drift away towards the Tomorrowland Speedway ride. Then I ran as I saw the figment of the shadow go through a gate of the Speedway. Then I lost track of him as he headed towards the back of the ride. I was left completely speechless. I know what I saw, and what I saw was a man in his 30s wearing a vintage rugby shirt with jeans, and he was holding something smallish and narrow looking in his right hand. I know my coworker was going to think I was crazy for talking to somebody who didn't exist, then running after the imaginary person. So I dropped a $5 bill in the water and picked it up and told her that I ran after money I saw floating by. I gave her the $5 bill and told her I'll keep the other one, which made her forget about me addressing the shadow. I was at a complete loss for words. My millennial self was certain to be an atheist, but everything changed in 10 seconds. That Roma woman had put the thought in my head which I probably had seen dozens of times but never focused on. I had these awful goosebumps go through me because I had no idea what these souls were possible of doing. I asked myself, what is the definition of good versus bad? Am I good or am I bad? I wish I knew someone I could raise these questions to. I'm an only child and I raised myself to be a bit of an independent at times. My shift ends at 11 p.m. and this is the most terrifying day of my life. I don't know if one of the trapped souls in the park will jump a ride within me. My gritty self couldn't muster more than an awkward hi to guests coming onto the ride when the mine train eventually reopened. I really didn't care if they ate or drank. I always heard stories of people appearing perfectly normal then seemingly lose all touch with reality, and now I'm definitely wondering if some traveling soul got within their bodies and caused them to do evil things. The mine train closed at 11 p.m. that night, and I didn't know what to do to prevent my body from being invaded. My parents made me receive Catholic communion, but then they put me in weekly Catholic classes, so I kept on repeating the Hail Mary over and over again until I got to my car. When I got to my apartment, I did as much research as possible on parasitic evil souls needing a host to travel. I did online references in the Gypsy, Roma culture, and it seemed to summarize that there needed to be some type of evil deed performed for the parasitic evil soul to engulf itself within the new host. I stayed up all night and racked my brain thinking, why now are these evil souls trapped in the park? Disney is Disney, and very little has changed over the years. There has always been an ample amount of security, and with social media the smallest things get posted everywhere. My mind was overconsumed trying to come up with a reason, and I kept on getting nowhere. My once beloved hot weather job had turned into a literal haunted graveyard to me. I had requested to work only at the front gate because I knew the evil parasitic souls couldn't get past the gate. All those tales I thought were fictional, like vampires who couldn't enter a home without being invited, were also true for evil parasitic souls who needed one soul to enter a residence, then a different evil host to exit a residence, and apparently the front entrance and exit gates to the Magic Kingdom constituted as a residence. There was a terrible lightning and thunderstorm in September after the park had closed, so just for the heck of it, I stayed around a little later and watched the ground by the exit gates to see if I could see any of the wandering evil parasitic souls. Sure enough, they were like mosquitoes attracted to lights, and how they all congregated by the front gate. I stayed the furthest away I could from them while I was still able to make out a lot of features about them. All of the souls look weathered, meaning none of them could be models. There was a certain feature about them like they didn't care of their skin or something. Obviously they were all desperate to leave. All the souls were just looking for any type of abhorrent behavior so they could jump ship. I was seriously contemplating quitting my job. I felt like a Victorian person being told there's germs everywhere that we can't see, which is good to know to avoid them, but who wants to know there's a world filled with fecal-infested E. coli on everything we touch? I wanted to stick around with the job at least until October because my parents were coming for a visit. I could get them free tickets and in front of the lines for most of the rides. I haven't gone inside the gates in days. I might just let my parents go by themselves. We had a staff meeting inside the park, and I told my supervisor that I wasn't feeling well, and he just let me go home. I made it to October, and my parents arrived in Orlando. I didn't want them to worry about me, so I went inside the park with them. Once I entered the park, every footstep I heard was absolutely terrifying. I hadn't made it past the main entrance Main Street area in weeks, and I felt like I was in a war zone. I knew I wasn't a saint. There were countless boys that I had dated for no other reason to make another girl jealous or just because I was bored than just to dump them. Also, I didn't want the parasitic evil souls to thrust themselves inside my parents because I didn't know what darkness my parents were hiding. My parents saw that I was visibly shaking, so I had to do something to make it stop. I knew there was a nearby first aid station, so I went in and told the nurse I was having allergy problems, which she gave me Benadryl, which I knew had a natural anti-anxiety effect. A few minutes later, I felt a little bit better, but I was still terrified. I knew these souls were just looking for a host, and me and that Argentinian woman were the only people who knew they were lurking around the park. We got to the mine train ride, which my parents enjoyed, but they could tell that I was not having a good time. I was really trying to do everything to keep myself together, but the Benadryl was losing its effect. My parents wanted to go on the Tomorrowland Speedway, and I was in no position to actually drive the car, but I could just sit next to my dad. I really felt so bad because I was really breaking his heart by shaking and having nervous convulsions. As he drove around the track, he knew I was just too out of it to converse with him, but he talked to me anyway. Then my father said something that I had totally overlooked. As he rounded the corner towards the back of the Speedway ride, he pointed and said, "I remember my father taking me back there like every half hour to the designated smoke area when I was a little kid so we could have a smoke." That's when it dawned on me that the park had recently discontinued smoking within the park. There's this Facebook group where people who live in my city can sell stuff, ask questions to each other, trash talk the mayor, you get it. I was scrolling through it when I saw a post about something I'd never heard of before. What do you guys know about this house? It's by the side of the road a few miles out of town. I was looking for a nice place for a photo shoot when I found it. There's 2 statues near it, but you can only see them if you go around the house. I called them marble twins in my pictures. I got this weird feeling after some time, so I got the hell out of there. Check it out. The guy had posted some pictures. The first one showed the house from the road. Vegetation covered most of the brick walls. The windows were broken, and the roof had collapsed. The second and third ones showed the statues he had talked about. The first marble twin was a shouting woman, looking up at something and raising a crucifix in front of her. The second one was a weeping woman, kneeling in front of the woman and holding a knife while crossing his hands as if he was praying. My best friend, Luke, likes those weird things. He's the one who introduced me to you guys, by the way. So I tagged him in that post and forgot about it for a few hours. He called me just before lunch. Dude, we gotta go there. He said. Hi, Luke. Oh, yeah, hi. Let's go see that house, man. I'm having lunch right now, and I can't drive until next month. You should know that. It's your fault. Come on, I'll pick you up. You better take something to eat. And you blame genetics? I'm getting in shape. Hell yeah, you are. A spheric shape. I'll be there in 30 minutes. The place gave me the creeps. The closer we got to the house, the more out of place everything seemed, including myself. The wind got louder, and everything else was just silent. I felt something nauseating while Luke drove towards the house. It looked as if it got closer than it should with each second. We got out of the car. The brick walls stretched across most of my field of vision when I stopped and looked back. The road shouldn't be that far away from us. I'm feeling a bit sick, man. I don't think we should be here. I said. Don't chicken out now. Let's just see the statues. We walked around the house. and there stood the marble twins. Well, at least one of them stood. The guy was still kneeling. I noticed their bases on the ground. There was something written in small letters in front of them. I crouched so I could read better. "She's called the Saint," I said. "Look at his base." "Oh, I see. This one's the sinner," Luke said, kneeling on the grass. Looking at them made me feel guilty. I felt like some sort of sick voyeur. "You have to see this," Luke said. "What?" "If you look really close, you can see that there's fear in her eyes too, and that there's anger in the guy's eyes too. I wonder why someone would just bring them here. Maybe it's some sort of yin-yang thing, the duality of mankind or something like that. Maybe the isolation is part of the art. I don't know. Can we go now?" "Alright, chicken. I'll come back here without you." Luke called me again on Friday morning. "Hey, is it okay if I tell my parents that I'm going to sleep at your house tonight?" "Sure. Why?" "I'll tell you later." "Fine. But if you fuck up, I'm going to say you lied to me." "Okay." That night he sent me some pictures. He had gone to the Marble Twins' house. He was drinking near the statues. He had placed a beer bottle over the kneeling man's head and a sleeping mask over the shouting woman's eyes. "I like her the most," he wrote in a message. "She's a bit cold, but you get used to it. I wish she was the one kneeling, though." The wind coming through my window got louder. My parents were watching TV downstairs, and I couldn't hear the movie anymore. "Just be careful," I told him. I messaged him on the next morning. He didn't answer. I tried calling him, but it went straight into voicemail. I knew something was wrong. My dad was having breakfast. I ran to him. "Jesus, what happened?" he said. "I think Luke's in danger. Can you drive me? He's just out of town." "Alright, calm down. Where is it?" "It's by the road." "Okay, I'll take you there. Let's go." I told my dad about the place and Luke's stupid idea of spending the night there while he took me to the house. This time, it seemed as if we would never get to it. I could barely spot it from the road. It was smaller than I remembered. "I see it. There it is," I told my father. My father turned to drive us through the grass, and as soon as we got off the road, the car got stuck. I opened the door and jumped out. "Wait for me," my father said. I ran as fast as I could. I had to stop and gasp for air, but the house still appeared to be as far as it was when I got off the car. I put my hands over my knees and looked at my feet until the black dots disappeared from my sight. Then a shadow fell over me. I looked up and the brick wall was inches away from my face, almost touching my nose. I walked around the house and fell on my knees. There were the statues. The saint still shouted and raised her crucifix. The sinner still kneeled and prayed while holding a knife. My father got around the house and stopped beside me. "Didn't you say there were two of them?" The fool completed the triangle, blindfolded and holding a bottle. "2 years ago, my parents decided to move away from the bustling city I grew up in to the outskirts of a rural town. It was a big move for me, leaving our little apartment, my friends, hell, basically everything I knew. It didn't help that the new house wasn't so new. My father spent more time promising to fix things than he actually did, and I eventually got used to the toilet that stuck, the weak spots on the stairs, and the back door that never seemed to latch properly. What I still haven't adjusted to is the silence, the isolation. Most of my friends are online, and when I take off my headphones late at night after a gaming session, the quiet hits me like a force. It's thick, undulated silence. I grew up with the constant hum of cars, appliances, voices filtering through our walls. Here my room is far away, enough from my parents that I can't ever hear them anymore, which I'm mostly grateful for. Any noise that breaks that silence seems amplified. I've caught myself jumping when my cat Tiggs pushes his way into my room, making the door squeal on its hinges. I've heard the floorboards creak like someone's walking over them when I know I'm alone in the house. It's an old house. It's normal, right? Basically, all of this is just to say, I know I'm already a little paranoid and on edge. I know what I saw is probably nothing, but I'm not sure. 3 nights ago, around 2 in the morning, I finished off a match and logged off for the night. Drank the last of my soda, got up from the computer and walked the few steps to my bed. There's a window between my desk and bed that looks onto the back of our property. Scruffy grass that runs to woods at its boundary. I've heard foxes scream, what I assume was a cougar yowl, and the occasional stray dog or two when they came too close to the house, and Ranger, our German Shepherd, caught wind and went ballistic. They scared the hell out of me when they happened, but I knew what they were. I went to roll my blind down so I could sleep late again, and glanced out as I did so. At first I thought it was the reflection of something in my room. The lights from my PC, maybe. It wasn't a reflection, though. It was out there. In the woods. In the pitch black trees. Like pairs of flashlights. Absent the beam of light. Little bright pinpricks. At least a dozen. I could have maybe believed it was some of our distant neighbors looking for a pet or some towny kid sneaking out to drink somewhere, but you know when you see a cat's eye in the dark, how it picks up the lights and gives this almost iridescent dished reflection? Or when you go out at night and startle a mass of raccoons, you feel those glowing eyes on you? That's what it felt like. Like these weren't dead beams of light, but biological, living. I felt, watched. The paired lights, the eyes seemed to flicker and bob slightly, which only made me more sure it was from something moving. Someone moving. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until I released it, scared to break the heavier than ever silence in the room. Tiggs slept on my bed unaware. I squinted and pressed my face against the glass, hoping for a clearer look, hoping my initial feelings were wrong. I was just spooking myself like usual. I just about had a fucking heart attack when Ranger sounded off, his booming bark cutting through the night. I looked closer to the house, but I couldn't see him. Clouds covered the night sky and there were no streetlights for miles. What I did saw just freaked me out even more. Scattered pairs of those eyes amongst the grass. The closest only 100 yards or so off the house. I felt my blood run cold, paralyzed against the window. I just about crapped my pants when Tiggs decided to do a yowl, yawn, and thump onto the ground. I turned my head so fast, I might have broken the sound barrier. Tiggs seemed completely unaware, stretching and padding towards me, rubbing up against my legs. When I looked out again, the clouds had broken, and the eyes, lights, whatever, were gone. But the grass in the backyard was swaying, like something had passed through it, quickly. I didn't get to sleep for another few hours. I dropped my blind, gathered Tiggs up and burrowed into my bed trying to reassure myself, and I'm sure there's a rational answer for what it was. Fireflies, maybe? My overtired brain used to spotting enemies in games. A raccoon horde even. What I don't understand is, there was no light. There was nothing to reflect off those eyes. They didn't cast a beam. They moved. They glowed. Whatever answer I come up with doesn't fit properly, and that scares me. I haven't lifted my blind since. I just have this unease that to even look out would somehow invite them back. I guess I just need someone to tell me that I'm being superstitious, overreacting, anything. I need someone to give me an answer. This is a message from the future. This is a message from the past. This is a message from this exact moment in space and time. I have seen the end of the universe. I have seen the beginning, and I have seen every moment in between. I send my story out into the void. I don't know who will read it, or when they will read it. I just hope that somebody someday will. I hope somebody already is. If my message reaches those from the past, let the following be known. In the early 22nd century, humanity discovers the secret to time travel. They begin small-scale experiments with animals and eventually humans, traveling seconds, minutes, hours, eventually days back and forward into the future. All goes well. Humans appear to suffer no long-term effects from time traveling. In 2130, all of humanity gathers together for the next phase of time travel advancement. A 3-man expedition plans to travel millions of years into the past, 65 to be exact. The goal of this mission was for the 3-man crew of this expedition to record themselves finding a dinosaur, and also to prove traveling this far into the past was possible. Unfortunately, it was. The expedition was led by one Henry Williams, one of the pioneers when it came to the discovery and development of time travel. Joining him would be a fellow scientist and good friend Robinson Selkirk, and me. The expedition would take humanity farther back in time than it has ever dared to go, and I would be along for the ride. The time this took place in my life is irrelevant. It's happening right now. But in terms that primitive humans can understand, this happened a long, long time ago to me, and many memories are hazy. But I still vividly remember the grins we all gave each other as we strapped into our seats and prepared to launch into the distant past. Our machine was a half-sphere, completely white, with a massive window and door where the other half of the sphere should have been. It was packed very light, with only chairs for the 3 of us. The sphere itself was self-maintaining. As long as we remained in it, we did not require food, nor water, nor the need to use the bathroom. We were planning to stay only a few minutes in the past this trip, so food and water were not needed. We also did not age well in it, something that was only understood later, after the launch that fateful morning. A voice I have long since forgotten gave the countdown, and we launched 65 million years into the past. The time traveling itself is unremarkable. Much like space travel, I have done it an infinite number of times at this point. You see, time on a quantum scale is much more like distance than anything else. In the machine, it took us 1 minute to travel 1 million years, so it was a brief hour journey for us to get there and back. The travel itself is uninteresting. All that you see outside the ship is complete and utter blackness, and the sensation of moving forwards or backwards in it. As you approach your destination, the time between it and the destination bleeds together, so you see flashes of light that gradually enlarge until the moment of arrival, in which the location appears in front of you and the machine stops. On this particular trip, the 3 of us didn't do much talking. We had already discussed at length every possible emotion we were feeling about this trip, so there was no need to discuss anything further. We mostly just sat in nervous anticipation. Exactly as planned, we began seeing streaks of color mixed with the blackness outside the machine, and exactly 65 minutes after we set off, we landed in our destination. It was a clearing within a coniferous forest. We didn't see any dinosaurs, but we heard several calling to each other. With boyish excitement, we prepared to leave the craft. I don't exactly remember why Henry got out first. He was the captain, so it seemed natural he would be the first to depart. But though my memory is hazy, I don't think we ever specifically talked about who would leave first. I think Henry may have just been a random victim of fate. The moment Henry stuck his leg out of the craft, it turned instantaneously to dust. One moment there, the next, a pile of dust. The moment froze in my head. Henry let out a scream of horror. Me and Robinson were unable to do anything as Henry lost his balance and fell out of the craft. The moment his body fell out, he turned instantly to dust. His screams fell silent. Though my memory of that horrible moment is locked in my brain, I only vaguely remember what happened next. Me and Robinson realized Henry was dead pretty quickly. We mourned for him, but we also tried to figure out what had happened to him. I threw one of my gloves out the door. It turned to dust the moment it left the craft. Our worst fears began to grow within us. We decided to turn the craft around. Upon our arrival back in 2130, we were questioned about what had happened to Henry. The camera confirmed our story. Robinson threw another glove out of the machine. We were dismayed when it also turned to dust. The tests on the dust confirmed what we had feared. The remains of the glove were 130 million years old. I don't know if the year I post this in will be before or after the discovery of time travel, but if it is before, then let this be known. Time travel is possible, but those who do it age for just as many years as they travel. You might not feel it immediately, maybe not even for trillions of years, but you will feel it eventually. Time always catches up with you. Robinson and I spent many days afterwards in a haze, trying to come to terms with the fact we would never be able to leave the time machine again. Eventually we came to a decision that if we were trapped, at least we would make the most of it. We said goodbye to the world that we knew, and we were disappeared into time. We traveled through time extensively, visiting as many interesting places and events through time as we could imagine. Every historical event one could ever think of. We witnessed the first human strike a stone together to create a spark. We witnessed the first animal hesitantly crawl onto land. We saw the Big Bang itself. We traveled for 1,000,000 years and witnessed the heat death of the universe. I have long since forgotten most of the events we saw. I have lived for billions of years. I don't think the human brain is physically able to comprehend that much time, so naturally, there are millennia-long gaps in my memory. But I do know how much Robinson and I saw. I have long since forgotten what caused it. My suspicion is that we accidentally appeared in a thunderstorm and were struck by lightning, but I have no way to be certain at this point. But whatever happened, our control panel shortened out, and with it went our ability to control where we went. This has been how I have lived ever since. Roughly every 10 minutes, the time machine randomly travels to a new moment in time. 99% of the time, it is somewhere black, in the dark, endless void of space. Though perhaps once in a millennium, it appears somewhere more interesting. Robinson and I held up for as long as we could, but the sheer hopelessness and endlessness of our situation began to break us. Robinson broke first, and though many memories have been lost to the void, I will never forget the day I lost him. Of all the places I have traveled, intentionally or not, I have never seen anything more beautiful. The machine had randomly appeared on a tropical island. It was sunset. The sky was painted an unimaginably strong shade of orange. When this was, I do not know, but I suspect it was several million years in the future, as the sun was much larger in the sky than it was in 2130. We sat in awe and silence, just admiring the view for 5 minutes. But we were aware that this paradise would quickly be stolen from us, returning us to the cosmic void of time. "I'm done." Robinson spoke with such finality that I knew his decision was certain. I tried to stop him, tried to tell him not to, but he didn't listen. Eventually I gave up. He gave me one last look and walked out of the machine. At this point, he was too old to even fall to dust. He just stopped existing, disappeared into the sunset. I had several moments then to follow him. I didn't. The machine teleported away, and I returned to the black void of time. It has been 1,000,000,000 years since that point. I have traveled many more. I have finally made a decision. Eventually, I will land in a time with the internet. When that happens, I will post this story as my final testament to the life I have lived. Then I will return to the void and I will wait. It will likely take longer than the number of atoms that can fit in the universe, but eventually, I will return to that island with the orange sky. When that happens, I will join Robinson and walk into the sunset. It will happen eventually, and I am willing to wait. I am in no hurry. After all, I have all the time in the world. I have a very nice car. More specifically, I built that car, part from part. It was the result of years of sleepless nights, countless hours spent in the garage, powerful as fuck, yet nimble as a cat. Some street kids call it the Italian Stallion. Yes, like Rocky. I made sure it had the loudest exhaust pipe I could find so I could get back to my neighbor Steve by revving it up at 4 in the morning. Steve, if you're reading this, fuck you. I'd won a lot of races at the local drag strip, and even some on the street. People lined up from far away just to get left in the dust. I won a lot of big bets this way. This might seem like an exaggeration, but just ask my mate Steve. That's some other guy, not my neighbor. Again, fuck you, Steve. I hope my dog pisses on your flower bed. Really, I had built my car for one thing and one thing only. To beat a Tesla. So my town has this legend, or just a campfire story, I don't know which. There is a road through the woods leading out of the town. It is perfectly fine to drive, but the story says that if you put a piece of paper on the first speed limit marker and come back 1 week later at exactly 12 of the night, alone in your car, there will be a dude waiting for you. People call him the Rider from Hell. Ghost Rider, but with a car. His car has no markings, no number plate, nothing. Howls like 1,000 wolves. Runs on nothing but the souls of the doomed. No one knows about his origins. He was just there. You were to race against him. You will hear 3 bell rings. The third one is the green light. The road will be absolutely straight and will stretch out for 70 miles. Time will stop. Just you and him and your cars. If you fail to show up, he will find you and kill you. If you lose, he will kill you. But if you win, you get a reward. Enough gold to last a lifetime if spent wisely. No one knew if this was true. Some teens tried this with Honda Civics. Every one of them were found dead. Cars overturned, snapped necks, steel through the body, shit like that. These deaths were just regarded as reckless driving mishaps. One day I was with my mates, drinking at the pub. I don't know who started it, but all of a sudden all of them just wanted me to race against the rider. Look bro, that Butte can outrun a motherfucking Tesla. Dang thing's faster than the world. You're gonna be fine, Steve said. Fuck you, Steve. Both of you. They eventually managed to drag me to the first speed limit marker. In our drunken state, we tried to beat it down with a bat, ramming into it and all the other stupid shit that drunk guys would do. When I left a piece of paper with the words, "fuck you," scrawled on them. When I got sober, I was scared. I made sure to message Steve. Both of them. Then the night came. I pulled up to the side of the speed marker on the road. There he stood. Legend himself. Black leather jacket. Just a skull for a face. Apart from his head, no part was exposed. The smell of burning flesh and leather filled the air. My eyes drifted to his car. It was an old-style muscle car. Dark black. Darker than the darker night. The number plate? Well, there was no number plate. The wheels, they were glowing. Red hot like metal. I thought my heart would bust out of my rib cage. Praise God it didn't. I got in my car and pulled up beside him. Then I heard the bells. Deep, echoed through the woods. On the third one I floored the gas. My car was quicker than his. Heck, the speedometer was not working. It seemed faster than the wind. In the rearview mirror, I could see his car leave trails of fire on the road. I could see him slowly catching up. His engine howled like 1,000 wolves. At the same time, I heard millions of screams. My ears rung. It was just about the last 20 miles I hit the nitrous. I didn't cut it. I had to win this race. I just willed the car not to explode from the prolonged use of the nitrous. The engine screamed. It was well past 20,000 RPMs. Thankfully, the transmission didn't explode. It took me 3 whole kilometers to slow down. The rider pulled up beside me. I was scared to get out. He stood behind my car, and then I cautiously got out. He handed me 2 skulls, made of gold and filled with gold. There was a piece of paper inside one. He got on his knees in front of me. The smell was obnoxious. He motioned for me to put the gold in the car. I did. Then he grabbed my hand. His touch was hot, almost burning. His strength was unbelievable. I wanted to run away, but couldn't. He was too strong. He grabbed my hand and put it on his head. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For putting me out of my misery." With that, his skull crumbled to ashes. So did his whole body and his car. Remember the piece of paper? It said that the rider was a curse. The winner will be the new rider. With that came immortality and other powers such as possessing the Force. Yes, the Star Wars one. And the ability to make people forget things. Forget that you are centuries old. At the last, he revealed his identity. He was the town sheriff. I am the new rider now. Please find me and race. Please have a better car than mine. Please put me out of my misery. Please. I beg you. My grandmother passed away 3 weeks ago from her battle with cancer. It wasn't unexpected as she had lived to the ripe old age of 94. We had a very small gathering to remember her since COVID is still ravaging the world. Only 5 people showed up, and I was her only blood relative there. My parents didn't come since they were living overseas for work. The rest were her old church friends. I spent hours with the old ladies learning so much about my grandmother that I never knew. I didn't know her that well since I lived in a different state growing up, and we very rarely took trips out to see her. She had left me her house and her will, along with everything in it. I was excited about it due to it being worth over $1 million. I was also filled to the brim with antiques that might be able to sell for a good deal. I decided to move into the home and abandon my couch surfing expedition. The first week was awesome. I had a ton of fun going through all her old photo albums and digging through her ancient wardrobe. She still had her clothes from when she was a schoolgirl. I also found her old wedding dress that she wore back in 1950 when she married my long-past grandpa. After a few days of fun, I grew bored. She didn't have a TV or a computer. All she had was a small radio and her craft supplies to pass the time. I'm not a crafty person, so I had ignored that room. Later, after I explored the entirety of the rest of the house, I bit the bullet and went into the craft room. It was the only room that wasn't dusty. One wall covered in yarn and fabrics that were stacked up onto brown shelves. She had a large desk that housed an ancient sewing machine and fabric from what I had presumed to be her last project. I spent about an hour going through all of her projects ranging from clothing to blankets. It was nice to see her creativity and to get to know her that little bit more. I could tell from her projects that the ones that were completed in her later years weren't as neat or done with a precise hand. While I looked at her quilts, I heard a strange tapping noise. Tap, 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 tap. Intrigued, I looked around the room for the source. Tap, 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 tap. I listened and followed the tapping to her craft closet. I swung open the door and saw the shelving full of supplies as well as discarded projects. Compared to the rest of her orderly craft room, her closet was a hot mess. The ground was covered in discarded fabrics, and the clothes that hung within were eaten away by moths. Tap, tap, tap. I saw a string hanging from the ceiling of the closet to pull down the stairs to an attic. I was confused because I didn't know she had an attic. I grasped the string and pulled it, but it didn't budge. I bit my lip and pulled once more, grunted in the process, and it fell with a loud creak. The stale air hit me like a baseball bat. I coughed and covered my face with my shirt. I took a step back to gather myself and then pulled the rest of the ladder out. It hit the floor with a thud and I climbed up. The stairs groaned under my weight and dust covered my hands while I climbed. Once I was in the attic, I looked around for a light switch of some sort but didn't find any. I didn't want to stumble around up there as I was already clumsy enough and pulled out my phone, turning on the flashlight app. I scanned the room and took in my surroundings. Moldy boxes piled on top of each other, discarded clothes littered the floor, and old paintings laid against the wall. Everything was covered in a thick spider web, more than I have ever seen before. I hoped out loud that she didn't have a spider problem because I didn't want to deal with it. Tap, 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 tap. My flashlight beam hit an old couch in the furthest part of the room. It was green with a floral pattern and cigarette burns. It wasn't pushed against the wall and had some space behind it. I thought that the tapping noise was old pipes settling or the wind. I walked closer to the old couch and flashed my light behind it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a large black fuzzy thing scurry out of the light. I screamed and jumped back, tipping over an errant cable, and landed right on my ass. I dropped my phone and heard a crack. Hello there? I grabbed my phone and stood back up. My hands shook. Hello? I'm so happy that we finally get to meet. What the fuck? Who are you? An old friend of your grandmother's. I've been looking after the house since she passed. I took a deep breath and ignored the foul stench that entered my mouth. No, you're not supposed to be here. I'm calling the cops. I screamed into the darkness and swung my flashlight around the room. They won't be able to help you here, my child. I backed up, and as I turned to climb back down the stairs, it revealed itself. It was large and black with a blue tint. Its 8 deep black eyes stared right into me. It felt as though it was looking into my soul. Oh my god. What the fuck? I screamed at it. I backed up against the wall, frozen in fear. I'm so happy to finally have some company around here. I loved your grandmother to bits, but I have been quite lonely. It will be nice to have another person to spend time with. My body shook and my mind raced. It crept towards me slowly. Each foot that hit the ground made that same tapping noise I heard earlier. I was breathing so quickly that I felt like passing out. I clenched my broken phone and shone the light right into its face. It grimaced and looked away. I took that moment to jump out of the attic. I landed on the craft room floor belly first. Jesus Christ, I groaned. I rolled over and rubbed my head. Tap, tap, tap. I screamed and stood up onto my feet. The spider bounced on top of me from the attic. Its body heavier than I anticipated, and I fell to the ground once more. I dropped my phone as the spider pressed my shoulders back into the wooden floor. I tried to push its furry body off of me, but it was too heavy. Stop, my child. Its eyes started to glow a bright neon green and illuminated the dark room. My eyes widened, and I tried to look away, but I felt compelled to stare into its eyes. It leaned back onto its hind legs and started to rock back and forth. Its front legs released my shoulders and waved in the air in a circular motion. I lay there entranced by its eyes, unable to move. A low, rumbling noise radiated from its abdomen. It slammed its body onto my chest and bit into my shoulder. I screamed and shook beneath it. My head grew dizzy and my limbs went numb as it drank. Web shot out from its abdomen and covered the craft room wall with its silky threads. For a brief moment, I was able to clear my head. I grabbed a hold of my phone and hit it as hard as I could in its eyes. A loud piercing wail erupted within it. The noise shook the walls, and my grandma's craft supplies fell from the shelves and onto the floor. It stumbled off of me and jumped back several feet. I stood up and ran as fast as I could out of the house. I haven't been back since. Once I got to safety, I realized that I had left the front door wide open. I'm sorry for releasing the creature from its cage. Hello everyone. Before I get to the other stories I have lined up for your entertainment, I'd like to take a moment to talk with all of you and come clean about something. Something that has been weighing on my soul pretty heavily for a while. I've always been pretty open and transparent with my audience, so it only feels right to share this part of my journey with you. After all, the first step to recovery is acceptance. So I want to tell you all about my addiction to frozen pizzas. I know that it sounds silly, but addiction can creep up on you. It takes all different shapes and sizes. Before you know it, you're repeating patterns daily. Your brain goes on autopilot, and you don't notice the routine anymore. That's how it got for me. It started as a quick, cheap, and easy way to feed myself for a night. I knew what havoc they wreak on a body, but when I was just starting out, $2.50 for a day's meal. Sign me up. I would buy a couple and keep them in a freezer for whenever I didn't feel like making actual food. It's possible that over time they just became a sort of comfort for me. Something that was always there. Something I didn't really have to think about. I would buy different brands. You know, switch it up a little bit. Red Baron, Jack's, and if I felt like spoiling myself, the occasional stuffed crust DiGiorno. Though it wasn't that long ago that I realized just how bad things had gotten for me. Just how deep in the hole I was when it came to these frozen frisbees. One night while editing a video, I think it was Scary Wendigo Stories, I had one of those pizzas heating up in the oven. As I was recording, I could smell the familiar smell of baking preservatives and imitation cheese filling up my room. I had to keep taking breaks while recording as my mouth kept becoming saturated with saliva. My body was so excited for the pizza. I wasn't even consciously aware that my fingers were trembling until I looked down at them, fingernails tapping against my desk. I managed to finish the recording just as the oven timer went off. After saving the audio file, I rushed over to the oven and pried it open. A waft of warm air smacked against my face, and I reached in to grab the pizza. My hand quickly retreated when it felt the hot steel of the oven rack. My mind had gone blank, and I had reached in. No gloves, no tools, not even a plate to put it on. The burn shocked the rational part of my brain back to place. I turned around and grabbed a plate and spatula. I could already see that the part that had touched the hot metal was starting to rise. It was going to cause an annoying blister. But I didn't have time to worry about that. My stomach was bubbling, demanding something to eat. Pulling the fresh pizza out of the oven and placing it on the counter, I grabbed a slicer and got it ready. It was still pretty hot as the first slice dripped into my mouth. A tingling sensation ran over my tongue. The heat was something I could ignore, though. I couldn't wait a moment longer to enjoy the pizza. Didn't want a moment of gooey cheese and roasted sauce to go to waste. I could feel a blanket of comfort wrapping around me the more I ate. I continued until the last bite, the final crispy bit of crust being destroyed by my teeth. It was so good, and before I knew it, I was reaching for another box. I don't even remember walking to the freezer to get in. I was finishing the pizza, and suddenly my hand was plunging into frigid air, grasping another box. Coming to my senses, I pulled my hand away. though the cool air did feel nice on my burn. Closing the freezer door, I thought about how absurd it would be to eat 2 of them, one after the other. Even joked to myself that I had a problem. If I only knew. Grabbing the empty box for the pizza I had just eaten, I pushed it into the trash. I looked down for a moment at the collection of similarly colored boxes, a graveyard of old homes. The next day I was pretty busy and ended up ordering out. I don't remember what I got though. I just remember thinking about the pile of boxes and feeling disgusted with myself, so I convinced myself to eat something different. As I was editing the video and eating my food though, I couldn't help but notice how dissatisfied my body seemed to be with it. The trembling in my hands returned and continued even after finishing my food. Worse than that, I had ordered a pretty substantial amount of food, but I didn't feel full at all. Felt like I hadn't eaten a bite, as if my body was rejecting the food. Looking back at my kitchen, I thought about heating up another pizza. Hell, a part of me was so hungry I considered not heating it. Somehow I resisted the urge, decided that my body was just going to have to live with what it had, and I finished up the video. Even as I laid down to sleep, my tummy was rumbling, but I did my best to ignore it, shut my eyes, and descend into dreams. I can't say how long I was out for. All I know is that I woke up with a calming scent filling my nose. Opening my eyes, I was surprised to see I was staring at my oven. I was sitting on the floor with my back against the wall. I could see a faint amber glow coming through the oven's viewing panel. Inside was a frozen pizza just cooking away. My whole body was trembling, like a rabid dog trying to get off its leash to chase a bunny. It was like 4 in the morning and my body, beyond my will, had somehow started cooking a pizza. The timer on the oven was getting closer to 0, and I could feel my fingers reaching out. I couldn't tell if I was in control of them or not, but soon after, my right arm lifted as if being dragged along by my fingers. The smell of the cooking pizza was smoky. It smelled like it had been in for too long, or the temperature was too high. Regardless, I could hear a shrill beep come from the oven that my body treated like a chorus of angels. Rising from my sitting position, I pulled the door open. Heat and built-up smoke rushed off and blocked my vision. My body didn't care though. I could feel the painful sting of piping hot metal and searing sauce as my hand gripped the pizza inside. There was no stopping me. I screamed in my head to stop, but my body continued, a puppet to carnal desires. Fingertips sending nerve endings into howling agony as I pulled the pizza free from the oven. The disc slapped onto the kitchen counter. I could see the surface of the pizza. What was usually a golden brown layer of gooey cheese had become dark and crispy. My hands grabbed the pizza, and like I was trying to rip a phone book, I tore it in half. Bits of ruined dough tried to remain intact, but it was useless. My fingers pressed almost the entire half into my mouth. I could feel every crevice of my mouth completely overwhelmed with heat. I could have put volcanic rocks in my mouth and not know the difference. Still, I kept chewing. I thought my tongue would fall off with how much the pain concentrated on it. As I chewed, my whole body started heating up, and another familiar taste became present in my mouth. The taste of iron. The heat was so severe that it had spilt over the tissue in my mouth, and my blood was mixing with the tomato sauce. I could hardly even breathe with that much food in my mouth, only bits of it being swallowed at a time. Was it sauce, or my blood that dripped out of my mouth and onto the floor as I chewed? Thick globs of crimson liquid painting my chin. Smoke painted my throat every time I swallowed more of the burning mess. My nostrils filled with the sensation of fire. I wanted to stop, to move away from it, but my body was taking its actions. I had no say. Once the first half of pizza had made it down my throat, I could even feel the heat in my stomach. My hands reached for the other half. For a moment, though, my head turned to show me that the oven was still on, still cooking a second pizza like my body wanted to know it wasn't nearly over yet. Before the second half was shoved in my mouth, all I could taste was blood. I tried to spit it out, but when I did, my head moved and vicious representation of pain landed on the pizza. Like it was hot sauce or something. Then, the next half entered my mouth. I thought, or rather hoped, that my nerves would be fried by the previous intrusion, but the opposite was true. Since my mouth had been split open in several places, it rang out in pain as I stretched open my jaw and placed the pizza in. The second half was somehow hotter than the last, and magma sauce entered my open wounds. My eyes started to roll into my back of my head, and I thought about passing out. If it wasn't for the second still cooking pizza, I might have just let myself drop to the tiled floor there and then. I tried to fight through it though, as much as I wanted to give up, as fast as my heart was beating. I didn't want to completely surrender control to the addiction my body built up to these frozen pizzas. With tears streaming down my face, heat rolling over my eyes, I suffered through the pain until my jaw felt sore. Eating the second piece felt like it took forever, but more and more pieces disappeared into the mass building in my stomach. With the final bits left, I exhaled a heavy breath, feeling like I might be able to spit pure fire out. Ragged and exasperated breaths came and went. I thought my body was giving me a moment to rest. I was thankful. I was also wrong. It was waiting, making me look at the second pizza in the oven cook until it was consumed by fire. Hell rested in my oven as the pizza was wrapped in flames, and that's when my body started moving towards it. A prisoner in my own meat, I couldn't do anything to stop my hands from gripping the flaming pizza. Still, on fire, I pulled the pizza free from the flames, setting it on top of the stove where it would be away from the wooden cabinets. I waited for my arms to tear the pizza in half like the last one. I was horrified when my jaw dropped. Muscles around my mouth stretched, and I could feel it tearing beneath my skin. And before I could come to terms, my jaw popped. Like a snake, I had unhinged my jaw, presumably so I could eat the burning pizza whole. Fingers burning from licking flames pulled the pizza closer to the edge, and my face started lowering to it. The thing was burnt to a crisp. I couldn't see any bit of it that even closely resembled the pizzas I used to eat. I could feel the rising intensity of the flames as my face got lower. There was no way I was letting that pizza into my body. Thankfully, my body hadn't considered my smoke detector, and I heard a heavenly ring go off as the smoke had finally triggered it. I just had to let it go long enough. With a renewed hope, I tried to fight against my body, the skin on my finger turning a shade similar to the burned pizzas. I couldn't even feel them anymore. The nerves had been fried. Or I was going into shock. It felt like weights were placed on my back as I fought against my body's attempt to devour the pizza. In one last-ditch effort, I stopped fighting back and slammed my face down, submerging the side of my head into the flames and onto the pizza. I know it would hurt. I thought it was better than whatever the pizza would do to my insides. I just didn't know it would hurt that much. Fire filled my lungs as I screamed in reaction. My voice caused the fire to swirl, and I could see waves of heat dancing around as the skin on my face seemed to start melting. I can't possibly describe the completely unyielding agony that ran over me. A great shuddering pilfered my body as I tried to lift my face from the pizza. Horror. It was sheer horror when I felt bits of my skin clinging to the pizza. I could barely see it in my peripherals. The way my skin hung down, it looked just like those commercials for pizza places. When they take a slice away from the pie and there are those tendrils of cheese still hanging on. My skin was those tendrils. I could see red spilling down them and running into the burnt pizza like an offering. I was becoming weak. I felt my left eye starting to slide like it was being pulled along with the skin. Fighting against the urge to black out, still, I had to suffer through the sick notion that I was beginning to resemble the pizzas I had gotten hooked on. Gooey strings of flesh, running pockets of red sauce. Even my skin had become singed dark in various spots. Just as I felt I might lose the battle, just as the pain became the only thing taking space in my mind, I saw lights. Red and blue lights. I figured then it would be okay to pass out. I woke up several hours later laying in a hospital bed. The doctor told me that the extent of damage was severe. If he wasn't directly told it was due to a fire, he would have assumed I was attacked by a bear. My skin was torn and blistering. My mouth was filled with frothing blood. Fingers and face charred black. They said they did everything they could, but I was ultimately going to need some cosmetic surgery. I joked that it was fine. I could pay for it. I'm pretty famous on YouTube. I jested. He retorted by saying he hoped I wasn't a beauty blogger. As I could still feel the remnants of burning that covered me despite all the pain pills they gave me, he handed me a mirror. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw my reflection. There was no way to ignore the synchronicity as I looked at my face, all wrapped up in white bandages. We scheduled times for me to come back so they could start repairing the damaged skin, but other than that, they did all they could to secure my health, and I was sent home. It was odd going back, looking at the smoke stain above my ceiling. And if I wasn't addicted to those pizzas, I am now. Every time I feel my hands start to shake, or my stomach starts spouting demands, I throw a frozen disc into the oven. My body had sent its message, and I wasn't about to ignore it. Anyways, thanks for listening to me. Letting me get this all out. Feels good to say it out loud. I won't keep you any longer, though. We both know what you're really here for, so here's the first story for tonight. I hope you enjoy it. And as always, I hope you all have a great night.